Well, good evening, everybody. I'm calling the meeting to order. My name is Mayor Erica A. Stewart, and I'm here to say that all of the City Council is here in person. And so if you are able and willing, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. And just before we get started, I do want to make sure you know that there are some speaker slips you can get right out front. I will tell you that this one's a really special one because that means you get to go first. This is a 1-minute speaker card. There is a 2-minute speaker card and a 3-minute speaker card. So if you wish to speak on any topics, please grab one from either over here with the city clerk or right out front in front of the chambers, and you're welcome to share your thoughts. So as we start the day, we get to start with a proclamation. I am excited to see Dr. Jamie Patton in the audience, who will be accepting the Black History Month proclamation. And this month is one of those things where there's so many fun things. We have Valentine's Day, yep, wearing red. Women Wear Red Month, which is concern around women's heart health, if I can say that twice. And then, of course, it is Black History Awareness Month. And so I have a proclamation that I will be sharing, and here we go. So whereas founded by the dedicated work of Carter G. Woodson in 1926 to bring attention to the need for acknowledging, celebrating, and accurately representing Black and African American history and the landmark influence of this community in shaping the nation. Carter G. Woodson laid the foundation to establish Black History Month, and beginning in 1975, every president has declared the month of February as Black History Month. Black and African Americans have made immeasurable contributions that have enriched the United States of America, and indeed the lives of every individual in the nation. And Black and African Americans have made and continue to make America a better place for all. Throughout history, Black and African Americans have experienced and endured injustices and inequities from societal and institutional biases and bigotry rooted in experiences of diaspora and displacement, systemic oppression, and white supremacy. Whereas it is a moral and justice-based imperative that each of us learns about, sheds light upon, and condemns such injustices and inequities that Black and African Americans continue to experience and endure. But moreover, that each of us take action to build community, amplify voices, and realize true change. Now, therefore, I, Erica A. Stewart, Mayor of the City of San Luis Obispo, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize February 2025 as National Black History Month and recommend all community members of the County of San Luis Obispo to join in recognizing the importance of this month. Dr. Patton, can I meet you at the podium?
Share a few words to the council. All right. It is with deep gratitude and immense honor that I accept this proclamation in recognition of Black History Month. This moment is just not about me or the countless Black community members past, but about all the Black community members, both past and present, who have paved the way for progress, resilience, and excellence in our San Luis Obispo community. Black History Month is more than a commemoration of the past. It is a celebration of the strength, culture, and contributions of Black Americans who have shaped every aspect of this nation, from science to the arts, from activism to innovation. Black history is American history. In my 7 years of living here in San Luis Obispo, I can say with sincerity that we are a good community. Not a perfect one, but a good one. As a good community, we are continuously striving to be better, but we must remain committed to working together to drive out hate, foster understanding, and ensure that everyone feels welcome, valued, and heard. We must also remember the words of Nelson Mandela: "No one is born hating another person because of the color of his skin, or his background, or his religion. People must learn to hate, and if they can learn to hate, they can be taught to love, for love comes more naturally to the human heart than its opposite. Let this proclamation serve as an inspiration for continued education, dialogue, and action. May we use this time to amplify Black voices, to uplift Black communities, and reaffirm our dedication to the future where all people are truly here to thrive. Thank you to the City of San Luis Obispo for uplifting the Black community and uplifting organizations such as Race Matters Slow, the Diversity Coalition, and the NAACP. Thank you also for your sustained commitment to equity, justice, and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patton. Next, we are changing item 3C to 3B. We're flipping the two, and we'll move to the city manager report, and there'll be a couple updates.
Thank you very much. We'll run through a few updates that we want to provide everybody tonight. First, we want to say thank you all for coming out to help celebrate Lunar New Year last Thursday, as well as our Chong's Candy Sign ribbon cutting ceremony as well. This occurred at Farmers Market, again, last Thursday evening, and we're incredibly grateful to the teams at Carson Butler Events and the Ah Louise store, as well as Downtown SLO, for their planning and support in making this community event come to life. Following the Chong's Candy Sign ribbon cutting, there were performances by the Central Coast Chinese Association, the Cal Poly Lion Dance Team, and the Inari Tea Lounge. And folks were able to also peruse a number of booths at the block party and really enjoy our historic businesses in the historic Chinatown. And so as we close out another successful Lunar New Year celebration, again, we want to say thank you to everybody for coming out and helping us celebrate, as well as everybody who made it happen, and let folks know we're continuing to look at how we might be able to keep this going into the future and help it be sustainable. Next, we wanted to make sure everybody is aware that our Cultural Arts and Community Promotions Grant Program is open. So our Promotional Coordinating Committee is helping us through this process. The city will award a total of $100,000 to promote nonprofit cultural events that are either in or directly adjacent to the city, and that will take place between July 1st of this year and June 30th of next year. Our funding is quite competitive, as you can imagine. A lot of people have a lot of amazing ideas and events that they're trying to promote, but the events must be used for marketing and advertising expenses only. And they must align with our core values and provide cultural, social, and/or recreational benefits to residents and visitors in San Luis Obispo. We are holding an informational session on Tuesday, February 11th at 4:30 p.m. in the library community room. This is a mandatory informational session, so if anybody wants to apply, they need to make sure to find a way to attend this. And our deadline to apply is March 17th of this year at midnight. So for anybody who's working into the wee hours, you have till midnight. Next, we wanted to, it's been a little while since we provided an update on where we're at with our Cultural Arts District parking structure. If we could go back to the slide before. There we go. We are vertical with our levels. This week we'll be pouring the large concrete deck on level 4, and the final level, I mean, it's hard. I want to keep saying leveling up, which sounds like a video game, and my kids would be very embarrassed immediately. But we're getting pretty close to having our vertical construction pretty well completed. So our main structure is anticipated to be completed by April of this year, and then we'll move to frontage improvements on Napomo, Monterey, and Palm Streets. So while our crews will be working on beautifying our roadways, this will include widening sidewalks, crosswalk improvements, removing overhead utility lines, and installing street trees, planted areas, and bike parking. They'll also be continuing to work on the inside and the facade of the structure itself. So if anybody wants any more updates on construction, as well as any updates on traffic impacts around the construction itself, please visit slocity.org/cultural arts parking. Next, we are really excited to announce a ribbon cutting that will be happening this Friday for a new public art installation. Our public art program, in partnership with the San Luis Obispo Museum of Art, is proud to host artist Rachel B. Hayes' new overhead artwork that will be installed in Garden Street Alley between Broad and Garden Streets. The project, again, will be completed this Friday, and we'll have a ribbon cutting ceremony in the afternoon from 4 to 5 p.m., and we hope everybody just goes straight from there into the evening's Art After Dark program. We really want to thank SLOMA staff, our public works staff, Hotel Cerro, Tricamo Construction, Kitchell Construction, and then all of the property owners along there. I believe there were 13 different properties that needed to participate in this. One of these ideas that when you come together, you can do just about anything, and so we're really excited to see this come to life. Next, we know a lot of people are concerned, and we've received a lot of questions about immigration enforcement, and so we want to get some information out there to the public and for anybody who might want to know what the city is doing and what our practices are related to immigration enforcement. Our Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion now has a section on their webpage that's titled Immigration Information and Resources. And of course, this has been increasingly important over the last few weeks and will probably continue to be over the next several months. The page will feature a statement from the city that expresses our commitment to providing services to all residents in the city of San Luis Obispo equitably, fairly, and without discrimination. It also explains what our police department will not do with respect to immigration enforcement, as our department adheres to a trio of California laws that really dictate how and when we would partake or be involved in any efforts related to immigration enforcement. So if anybody has questions, please take a look at the website. It will be updated with new information to really help us make sure we're responding to the more immediate questions and concerns that are coming up from the public. There is also a link to SLO County on DocuSupport, which has a lot of immediate resources as well for people, and I know they keep that website really up to date as well. So please keep an eye out there, and feel free to continue sending any questions to us as well. Next, we wanted to talk a little bit about just the process that's used. We know we've gotten questions and concerns about debris and other things that are seen along the highways. And so we wanted to make sure folks were aware of how to report that information and what happens after it is reported. So for any encampment or debris cleanup needs, you can use our Ask SLO app to identify where you're seeing those, and any inhabited or abandoned encampment or debris cleanup needs on city property will be responded to by city staff. If it is occurring on state highway property, so essentially anything along the highway that you're seeing up to a fence is most likely on Caltrans property, and the city would need to help coordinate with Caltrans for that. If that information comes in through Ask SLO, we do work with Caltrans to make sure they're aware of those specific locations. But you'll see up on the slide, and I know it's kind of hard to see, Caltrans does have a way for customers, which includes everybody, we're all customers of Caltrans, to submit a service request. So that's a way to identify directly to Caltrans where those locations are. We know there is a growing but also a constant need for work to be done along both, on city property but also on Caltrans property. I believe due to funding cuts, they've really had to scale back the number of times that they do the work. They're down to doing cleanup work about once every other month. They are still doing it. It just takes them longer to get there. So I just want to make sure folks are aware that it does happen. They are aware of where locations are, but please, if you see one and you're concerned, these are good ways to make sure that people are aware, and then it's really a matter of time before somebody's able to get out there. Of course, you can always contact our homelessness response manager, Daisy Weiberg, as well for any specific questions or concern. Her email address is dwiberg, WIBERG, @slocity.org. And then last, we just wanted to give everyone a forecast of what's coming up at our next regular council meeting, which is on February 18th. We have a few consent items on there, including community development block grant funding recommendations, and then the major public hearing and business items. We have our second quarter budget report, which will also include a discussion of year-end monies and allocating those to potential uses and reserves and other types of payments. And then a discussion of the Prado Interchange project with a request for award of a design contract. So we'll have a robust conversation of that project and an update as well. And then, of course, this Saturday, our council will be holding a special meeting to do and discuss goals for the upcoming financial plan. So that is also an open public meeting, and we look forward to that conversation on Saturday. So lots going on, and happy to, I believe we'll be kind of grouping our questions. I'm happy to answer questions now or whenever it works best with other presentations.
Great, thank you. Any initial questions from my colleagues? No? No? Okay. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick one. Thank you for reinforcing the use of Ask SLO to report any roadside debris and types of things like that. But I was wondering if it's more effective for community members to communicate with Caltrans directly versus going through our Ask SLO if they're able to find that resource online themselves.
Good question. I think it's always best to be as direct as possible. So we would recommend people, go directly to Caltrans. We also understand that it might not always be clear where property lines begin and end. And so our staff works really closely with Caltrans, and we can often off the top of our heads identify where something is, whether on city property or Caltrans property. So either way, it would get there. I think oftentimes if it's reported through ASLO and it's on Caltrans property, our response may be, this is a Caltrans property and we've conveyed that information to them. We understand that's not the most satisfactory response often because we can't guarantee when the item is going to be picked up or when the issue is going to be addressed, but we will convey that.
Great, thank you so much for the clarification.
Great, thank you for the question. And I really appreciate you sharing the information around the immigration links and resources on our page. I have been speaking to people from Farm Bureau, as well as, of course, our chief, as well as people contacting me, and just kind of concerned as to where and how to find the right information. This ties into a lot of fear that people have, and I think that is a concern. I think also in the fear aspect, I just want to kind of not get into too much around the racist graffiti that was found in our community on Sunday, but I want to remind people that we do have anonymous way to report if you see racist, hateful behavior, discriminatory behavior that is on our police page as well as our DEI page. And so you can report with your name or anonymously, whichever you'd rather. We are very much wanting to make sure we help make this community a place where everyone can enjoy living and being safe and comfortable and healthy and feel celebrated. So if you ever have a question, you can also contact the police at 805-781-7312. That is their non-emergency number. And then you can go to slocity.org/report hate if you have anything that you are seeing. So wanted to make sure I mentioned that too. Thank you so much. Well, we will move forward now, change gears quite a bit, and ask our friends and colleagues at Cal Poly to join us at the podium. Some people have shared they were a little confused as to the March Safety Enhancement Zone Response Plan and what that means. At the city, we have our March Safety Enhancement Zone in relation to St. Patrick's Day. So Cal Poly will be sharing their response as to what they'll be doing a little bit before and during and after St. Patrick's Day, and as well as our team. So Ms. Kino.
Hey. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Courtney Kino. I serve as the Director of Community Relations and Economic Development in the Office of the President at Cal Poly. And I am just here to give opening remarks and then introduce our main speakers. So wanted to start out by saying thank you for the opportunity to come and have this conversation and talk about all the things that we're doing to prepare for the events that will surround St. Patrick's Day. As you all know, we are joined at the hip. The city and the university. Decisions that you make impact our community in really big ways, and decisions that we make impact the community in really big ways. And so these conversations are really important, and we're very grateful to your staff who's been working with us for a very long time to prepare for what's to come. So with that, I want to introduce the two people who will be the main presenters this evening, which are Interim Vice President for Student Affairs, Cindy Villa, and Senior Vice President for Administration and Finance, Allison Baird James. Thank you.
All right. This is right in my face. Okay. Well, good evening, everyone, and thanks very much for the opportunity to be with you tonight to speak to you about the preparations that we're engaging in at Cal Poly for St. Patrick's Day. I'd like to start by thanking the city, elected officials, and staff for their support and collaboration as we prepare for the events this year. Cal Poly feels the challenges surrounding St. Patrick's Day just as you do, and we want to reverse the trends that we've seen just as much as you do. The university is investing a significant amount of time, money, personnel, and planning this year to prevent the negative impacts to the city, especially to the neighbors and the residents who live close to the university, and to the university as well. We're committed to addressing the issues that we've experienced in the past through proactive measures, clear communication, and partnership with our local partners. I will dive deeper into our plans, but I'd like to first provide a little bit of background on everything that we've done at Cal Poly since last March of '24. We could just move the slide. It's being stubborn, huh? Well, I can continue to speak. Well, oh, there we go. There we go. All right, so I'll talk a little bit about a task force that we formed after last year and key efforts that we've engaged in since then. So as you all are aware, last St. Patrick's Day, we had, it really escalated over years past. And we experienced on campus significant theft and vandalism. So after last year's St. Patrick's Day events, 117 student conduct reports were submitted to the University Conduct Office, of which many reports resulted in investigations that held students accountable for their behavior. Costs associated with the damages were passed on to those students and to students that were involved in the damage in the residential communities as well. Our investigations last year revealed many visitors from out of the area were involved, and that came out even from out of state. They came to Cal Poly and they contributed to the disturbances that we experienced last year. It's clear that some of our students invited some of the guests last year, and a lot of them responded to social media, and others they just came on their own. So after the March 17th incidents, Cal Poly established a task force to evaluate the best strategies to discourage similar behavior, mitigate the risk of any large-scale disturbances this year, and promote responsible behavior. This task force has included representatives from university housing, public safety, risk management, the student affairs units, dean of students, and the San Luis Obispo Police Department. Our goal has been to plan for this coming year and to ensure alignment in our efforts between the university and the city. More recently, the university has activated its Emergency Operations Center, and all collaboration and coordination related to St. Patrick's Day is now being managed by Emergency Operations Center. The task force that we had formed has now been integrated to that effort, and the Emergency Operations Group includes a number of representatives from the city. We're implementing a comprehensive plan. We will cover each of these areas in more detail, but we're looking at proactive outreach to discourage Cal Poly students from partying in the neighborhoods, security measures on and off campus, including collaborating with the city and other law enforcement entities in the area, planning of a special or alternative event that will draw students out of the neighborhoods, and targeted communications and outreach to all Cal Poly students with special emphasis on our Greek-affiliated students and housing residents. I would like to mention that as we go through this presentation, what we're presenting today is what we know today. Our plans may evolve, some of the details may change, but it's important for you to get a sense of where we stand today. All right, next slide. So a little bit about outreach and security measures off campus. So we're all aware that the event last year negatively impacted our local neighborhoods, and the university also experienced significant vandalism and property damage. And here's what we're planning to do to avoid that this year. Law enforcement will be highly visible and take a zero-tolerance approach. Our Cal Poly Police Department is closely coordinating with San Luis Obispo Police to maximize enforcement on and off campus. Campus and city police will enhance patrols to deter disruptive behavior and hold individuals accountable for their behavior. The CSU Critical Response Unit, which you all may be familiar with, it's individuals with different campuses across the CSU in law enforcement, and they will come to supplement staffing with for Cal Poly. They will be activated and on site as well. Students and visitors who break the law will be held accountable. Cal Poly students who invite guests that break the law may be held accountable for their behavior as well. Crimes and violations off campus will be reported to Cal Poly's Office of Student Rights and Responsibilities and addressed through the student conduct process. We're also working closely with our fraternity and sorority life leadership to get them to help us to discourage parties and promote responsible behavior and ensure that all students, especially fraternity and sorority life students, are aware of the additional enforcement measures that are planned throughout the weekend. We're also promoting the city's safety enhancement zone, which doubles fines for party-related violations. So on-campus enforcement, we're taking a number of measures there as well. Our on-campus goals are similar to off-campus: high visibility and zero tolerance. We're increasing the number of Cal Poly police officers on campus from Friday, March 14th through Monday, March 17th. In addition to our normal patrol, we have 6 teams of roaming officers, officers at the alternative event that we'll be hosting, and the crew as needed. We're also double staffing our dispatch office. Our Dean of Students Office staff will be on site throughout the weekend for support and will be prepared to launch reports and investigations immediately after the event. University Housing has developed a robust strategy that includes guest restrictions. Guests will simply not be allowed in university housing from Thursday through Tuesday, March 13th through 18th. Only students who live in the buildings will be allowed in. Entrances and exits will be monitored by staff. Students must carry their identification. Staff will be checking their IDs. Housing has initiated a robust communication plan to the residents, making them aware of this policy and making them aware of the consequences that they will face if they violate our policies. Students found to violate these policies and bring guests in somehow, some way, will be referred to Cal Poly's Dean of Students Office for disciplinary review. We're increasing staffing for the weekend in the residence halls, and we'll have professional staff and residence advisors on each floor and at every building entrance. Students will not be able to buy overnight guest passes for parking. We'll have some road closures to limit some of the traffic into the campus. Starting on Friday, March 14th at 10 p.m. through Sunday, March 16th at 6 a.m., the following roads will be closed to through traffic: Grand Avenue at Pacheco Way, which is right by the PAC, Village Drive at the North Perimeter Road, and Village Drive at Via Carta. We will not allow any overnight parking on campus throughout the weekend unless it's a resident permit for housing. With that, I'll turn it over to my colleague Allison Baird-James, who will speak about the event that we're hosting and some of our communications plans.
Thanks, Cindy, and thanks to all of you for your partnership and also for giving us the opportunity to come and speak to you today. So our on-campus event, this is a special event that we're trying to put together. It's a significant investment in time and effort and funds to really draw the students, give them an alternative, a place to be that is safe and sanctioned, where we can really mitigate the issues of the neighborhood. So we're committing to doing our part to help the community. We worry about our student safety and also the impact on the residents in the neighborhoods adjacent to the university. So we're making this investment. We think it may create a different tradition for our students over time. I'm not sure that it's going to be the entire answer for everything this year, but over time, hopefully it'll be something that is looked forward to by the campus and the students. It is a free event. It'll be held outdoors, so that we can have the maximum number of students and their guests be able to be present in the very early morning hours of Saturday, March 15th from 4 a.m. to 9 a.m. So we've been trying to find a headliner who wants to go on stage at 8 a.m. in the morning, which has been interesting. At any rate, the event will be ticketed, so we know who will be there. It is open to the public 18 years and older. We have an attendance cap of about 5,000, although if we really need to, we can expand out the fence line and we can accommodate more if we're so fortunate as to have that many come. There will be amplified sound. I'm certain that some won't really appreciate that much, but hopefully this will be a better alternative than what has been happening in the past. Next slide. So we're also preparing to support students who engage in binge drinking. We're working on plans for a safe observation space. We're hopeful that we're going to be able to get this up and going. We don't have it fully baked yet. But this would be a place where students who are under the influence can be observed, not cause harm to themselves or others, and avoid arrest. This allows us to safely monitor students on campus. We're also creating hydration boxes. The Fraternity and Sorority Life and Campus Health and Wellbeing are building boxes that will include safety messaging, water bottles, Gatorade, and various snacks. Boxes will be built in the weeks prior to and distributed to chapter houses on March 13th to be distributed to their members. Additional harm reduction efforts from Campus Health and Wellbeing will include providing harm reduction education for residence halls and other common areas of the campus, an educational booth on the health center lawn of campus Thursday, March 13th, with a focus on alcohol overdose and when to call for help. This will include overdose prevention, education, and Narcan distribution. It'll also serve as a place for us to distribute these hydration boxes. We'll have 2 harm reduction booths in the morning of Saturday, March 15th. These will include water and food. As far as cleanup efforts are concerned, Fraternity and Sorority Life and our Center for Service and Action are organizing a neighborhood cleanup on Sunday, March 16th. So next slide. Party prevention. So this is how we're going to get our message out to our students. These steps are aimed at discouraging students from inviting out-of-town visitors, emphasizing accountability for violations, promoting safety, and providing a space for safe celebrations. So we'll have increased staffing, including more officers conducting patrols and staff to enforce our no guest policy in university housing. We've developed a community strategy with key messaging on accountability and violations, safety enhancement zone, the no visitor policy, and special event promotion. Our key audiences include all Cal Poly students. We're also working with Cuesta and Hancock colleges to share the message. In addition, we will share information with our large parent and supporter community and other audiences such as the Alumni Association Board. Communication plans include, but they're not limited to just this, but is our Dean of Student website will include messaging. We have a social media campaign, and campus messages will be included from President Armstrong, the ASI president, and the Dean of Students. Targeted messaging to specific groups include on-campus residents. University Housing is sending multiple messages to the 8,000 on-campus residents. Fraternity and Sorority Life will also send messages from the 3 council presidents to the 4,000 students affiliated with fraternities and sororities. We're working with the city to coordinate messaging. University Communications Marketing has been working with the city's public communications manager, the police department's public affairs manager to coordinate our messaging and make sure we're amplifying each of our messages. Our Fraternity and Sorority Life Outreach leadership are planning and partnering with us. They are well aware of the problems that this has caused, and they really would like to start engaging with us in the solution. President Armstrong is meeting with all the fraternity and sorority chapter presidents on February 28th and also on the 7th to discuss their responsibilities and seek their assistance in reaching out to their members to support the safety efforts and attend the special event. One thing that we're doing with the special event is trying to get the fraternities and sororities excited. So some of the DJing in the beginning, sort of the pre-show, will be from the fraternities DJs so that they'll be inviting all their friends, come see them up on stage, come enjoy the party with them. So we're hoping that that will help draw the fraternities that direction. Next. So our top priorities for the weekend is really the health and safety of our campus community. We measure this by looking at how many hospital transportations we have, how many arrests, citations, other contacts we make with the students. We're also looking for minimal damage in the community and on campus. And finally, our on-campus event, we're hopeful is very successful, drawing thousands of students, preventing them from being in the community. So in summary, we've got some key takeaways. The university is committed to ending the St. Patrick's Day party as we know it today. We're prepared to hold our students accountable for their actions on and off campus. We're making sure that students are aware of the plans around enforcement, fines, and policies. And we're planning events and activities so the students can safely celebrate on campus, not in the neighborhoods, and be supported with food, water, and other resources. Well, we can't promise that this will completely resolve all problems that are occurring around this event. I think it's a very strong step in the right direction. And of course, the work will start on the day after the event is over, when we start to look at what worked, what didn't work, what do we want to change again, and we'll be doing that with you, in partnership with you, the county, Cuesta, just to make sure that we are really looking at this holistically and we've got a good plan for going forward. So again, thank you for your partnership. With us today, we've brought several people that can help be available for questions when we're ready for questions. George Hughes, our Associate Vice President for Public Safety, Jason Mockford, our Senior Director of Leadership and Service, and Michelle Crawford, our Executive Director of the Associated Students. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, will you be doing the presentation?
I'm going to do a brief intro, and then I'll turn it over to Deputy Chief Michael. So just want to say thank you for this opportunity, for having the police department come and co-present with our partners over at Cal Poly. We realize this is a significant event for our community, one that we've worked for many years to have better outcomes, and so it is really good that we're here tonight to show exactly where we're at, especially with the safety enhancement zone. So you're going to hear a lot about our safety enhancement zone, why that's a tool that we continue to value, and we appreciate all the resources council has provided to us specific to the safety enhancement zone. And you're going to hear a lot about partnership. And I think from hearing from our friends at Cal Poly, you've heard some language used that really signifies a deeper level of partnership that we haven't had for this event specifically. You're going to hear a lot of things in both these presentations about, what's new, what's changed, what results are we anticipating. And I can tell you, based on our early planning efforts and where we're at this point, looking ahead, a lot has changed. Again, we have the latitude to use and enforce new ordinances that we've been given. We have partnerships with Cal Poly when we're talking about on-campus activities, proactive messaging, as well as additional resources provided to their law enforcement efforts. Those things are significant with turning the tide of this event. Our goals moving ahead are obviously going to be to end illegal street parties. I mean, that's clear. And we've talked a lot about Party Safe. We've talked a lot about alternative events, and those are great. We're fully supportive. But our goal from your police department is to end illegal street partying. And this partnership is our only hope to making that happen effectively for the years to come. And so with that, I'm proud to turn it over to Deputy Chief Michael, who's going to walk through his presentation. And both Cal Poly and the police department are available for questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Madam Mayor and council members, and for this opportunity to sit and talk to you this morning, or this evening, about this upcoming event, what we're doing to curb a lot of the behaviors and to ultimately bring it to an end. But we can't talk about any of these types of events or holidays without talking about one of our main tools that we have that gives us the ability to police these types of events a little bit more effectively. So I apologize if this is a little repetitive and you might already know this, but I think it's important to know the background and know our history, because if we don't start with the history, we're never gonna solve what's happening now. So just go back, Safety Enhancement Zone was developed back after Mardi Gras. We had a riot in 2004. And at that time, we realized we needed some more tools to curb the behaviors that we saw. What is the Safety Enhancement Zone? Well, you can see here, there's a list of several items that really are a nuisance to the community and things that help us curb the behaviors that go along with it. Possession or consumption of alcohol, social host ordinance, noise control, unruly gathering, dangerous and deadly weapons, and urinating in public are the ones that are featured in that. So just an example of one of those tools that we utilize is unruly gathering. As we see in a lot of these parties or the street party that we've seen happening, is that large gatherings happen, people get on roofs and do different things, and this is one of the tools that can be effective in helping us not only stop what's happening, but also hold the owners of the house or the party attend people accountable. Like I said, going over the history, as you can see, this goes back many years. This is nothing new. We have things that come up. We are a college town, so we are going to have our students who like to have a good time, which is great. We want them to have a good time, but not a good time that affects the neighbors and everybody else. So as we've rolled this out, it was just for Mardi Gras. However, as you see, it expanded to Halloween, it expanded to St. Patrick's Day, the start of school, and then thank you to the council last year for allowing us to expand some of the times and hours of the Safety Enhancement Zone just to help us better go after some of these issues that arise from it. So what is it? What do we do really with this? It increases the fines of what, like we write a normal noise citation. Your first offense is $350. However, during the Safety Enhancement Zone, it's doubled, first offense. And it goes up to $1,000 if we come back. And that's for all those municipal codes I listed earlier on. And with that, we can't go above $1,000, so we can just give you repeat $1,000 tickets if need be. Since we're specifically talking about St. Patty's Day, we're going to talk about what it looks like this month. So this month for this Safety Enhancement Zone, you can see here's the days and the hours it covers. So because it's a moving date, you can see this is kind of a complex language of what really lays it out. So I'm a person that likes pictures. So I'm going to give you one that maybe simplifies it, what this year looks like. So as you can see, it's the weekend prior to St. Patrick's Day and includes the weekend of St. Patrick's Day and St. Patrick's Day itself. These are all the dates that the double fines are in effect. Okay, now to the meat of what I want to talk to you about today, the events that we've been experiencing surrounding St. Patrick's Day, and that we have evolved and learned. And I think if we don't really go back and see what we've done right or wrong, we're never going to get better. So just to be honest with you, the lessons we've learned originally a couple years ago, we were really reactive to this, not really knowing what to expect and the size that it actually turned into be. So that was not effective. We didn't anticipate the growing number of people that were attending this event. So that we need to really get ahead of it and look to see how we can anticipate that. Really last year, the pre-gaming and the damage to Cal Poly was new. It didn't happen the year before. So, okay, we're learning. We're continuing to look at this. And then the return to rooftop gatherings and pole climbing. Even though we had a reduction in it, we still had a return to that. But we did have some successes and things that were improved that we were going to capitalize on, that we've used in the years past and we're going to keep using. We shifted to a proactive approach, which is basically we're getting out in front of this. We're not waiting for it to happen. We're going to get out and proactively start to do some things, which I'll walk us through. We significantly increased our arrests and citations, and we were able to do that because we increased the number of officers we had out in the field, and we proactively started addressing things before it just became just a reactive event. We recognize that now this is a destination party, and so we now need to do things to, how do we alter that? How do we change that? Not to be the place to come. So some successes we saw last year, the Greek houses didn't participate, which was fantastic. We had a great outreach with them, and we saw they didn't participate, which helped us shorten the event that was in the street. We intercepted quite a bit of alcohol coming into the event, because this is really, that's what fuels these things. And when you don't have a place to party and the alcohol to party with, it really takes away why you're even there. So it reduced the amount of time. Significantly, it was by a couple hours. Ultimately, we don't want to have it happen at all, but we'll take these successes and build on them. So key strategies for this year, what we're moving into. So learning from the last few years and seeing what we have happened, we're going to continue with a proactive approach. But even with a proactive approach last year, we just didn't have the personnel to manage that. So we're going to see a lot more personnel brought in, as I'll talk about, to continue to be proactive. The weeks leading up to it, part of our proactivity, we're going to have a low tolerance to zero tolerance approach. So starting a month out, as we go to the residents in that surrounding Cal Poly and the contacts we have up there, they're going to understand why they're being contacted, why they're being cited, and because this is all an education time to leading up to St. Patrick's Day. We have quite a few presentations lined up for the Greek Life organizations. Again, we'll meet with them, which was very successful last year. We're going to start doing neighborhood canvassing, where we're going to go door to door with educational material. And we're also going to, all our officers are carrying postcards in their ticket books. So if you get a noise citation, you get a ticket, or you get those types of things, you're also going to get one of these education pieces. It's going to go with it. We're doing social media posts, organic and paid, statewide. And we're going to do messaging with the university, which you already have heard of, but we're also going to go push it out statewide to other universities. I couldn't fit it all on here, but we have quite a bit of a communications plan. I think it's important that you understand what we're doing. So I'm going to refer to my notes here because I have quite a few bullet points. But we're doing radio PSA ads for the month of March. We're doing our walk and talks with. We're doing mailers to 8,000 addresses up in the neighborhoods, plus the walk and talks where we're going to go then physically go give them and talk to them. We are going to have our businesses downtown have some posters to put up, and that's going to be distributed this month. So it'll be up to them when they're going to get those up. We're going to have Cal Poly mentioned already, we're working them with some our media stuff and some poster to distribute to campus. Our social media, we're targeting, we can actually target the age groups. So we're going to target the 18 to 26 for the whole state of California. starting March 1st through the 17th, to just not come here. That's the message. We're going to, again, I touch on a lot of it. I don't want to, we have a lot. If there's anything else you think we're missing, ask me, and I'll probably tell you we're doing it. I could just keep scrolling down, but I don't want to be here all night. All right. So here's our general plan. I say general plan because we have two plans, right? We have the general plan that we want to help people understand what we're doing, but then we have our tactical plan, which we don't discuss because these things are things how we're going to execute. And so I will answer the best I can as we go through this. And when you have questions about it, and I'll let you know if I'm going to talk about that publicly or not. But generally, safety is our number one goal. We want everybody safe. So that is really how this is all built out. Talked about our max deployment of personnel, and this is really going to happen through, we've reached out to a lot of agencies that are going to give us personnel coming to town, and they're going to boost up our foot patrols and and we're going to have like intersections that we're going to work through and have people that are passing through to intercept alcohol and all these things. We're going to have our motor units out there, our bike units. We're going to have the fire medics and rescue units out there that are going to be staged because safety, these events, you want to be able to be there if something goes bad. Like I mentioned, we have a zero tolerance approach, which will be on the event weekend itself, and we will be citing and arresting people. And that's just going to be our approach on this one. We do have the ability to, do what we need to do, but that's really our tone because this is not the place to be for this party. I think it's important too to try to look and define success. What do we think that should look like at the end when this is over? So early intervention, I think if we'll look at that and we'll see if our partnership with Cal Poly to end this, to divert and manage the crowds that are coming in, and our early deployment, like I talked about, we're going to be starting people very early. Is that if that helps ease the pressure of the event, then that's a success. Alcohol interception, we were very successful in that last year. We're looking to be successful in that. So we want to reduce and eliminate the dangerous behaviors. If we see people on telephone poles or on roofs, that will intervene early so it doesn't become a thing for the next person or the next person to continue to follow on with that. We do have some tactics in place to address that fairly quickly. Again, back to safety and well-being. They're assuring that there are no serious injuries. Now, while our goal is to end this, I want to give us a realistic expectation that this could take a couple years to end completely. And I say that because my experience with Mardi Gras, I was here for it. I've been around a while, and we had in Mardi Gras, you had a single organization to say, okay, it's over, and they stopped. However, we still dealt with it for the next 3 years. Even though we stopped it, it still went. We reduced it, we employed a lot of tactics and things like I went over here to end it, and it ended. And now you ask people about Mardi Gras, and they have no idea we used to have one. So that's our goal, is to get to that stage. I just want to be realistic with the council, and is that this year saying we end it, yeah, that's our goal, but I think it's going to take a little bit more time than just this year. All right. Well, my last slide is a discussion slide that's not coming up, so we'll just leave this one up and go to discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I appreciate for Cal Poly as well as for both you and Chief Scott to kind of share the general plan, as you said, and very clearly obvious you wouldn't share your full tactical plan. So thank you for that explanation. I guess this is a question first for Cal Poly, which I struggle on a couple different things that I'm trying to, which one to ask first. Something I appreciated, Chief, that you both, yourself and Deputy Chief, that you shared was the lessons learned. And I didn't hear that from your presentation. So I really thought that maybe you would share a little bit more about what were the lessons learned as to, obviously you're having the gathering on campus, but beyond that, like, that to me is you want to move the location of the party, so that you're trying to do that. But what were the lessons learned? I know when I sat in the SCLC, the Student Community Liaison Committee, the longest name ever, that there were quite a few disciplinary actions that happened from the Dean of Students. However, similar to today's Mardi Gras example, I don't think that the students know that the discipline happened. So I'd love to hear what that looks like as far as the communication of discipline. Obviously, you'll never say that student A had this exact discipline, but how did the students learn? Do they know what's happened disciplinary wise, and what does that look like in a proactive way for them for this year? That's my first question.
Thanks, Erica. Well, I will say that some of the lessons learned, we need to communicate more. We need to be more proactive in managing the event. And I think that's what we've tried to do. We started our planning right after March of 24. I remember sitting in a leadership meeting with the president. It was right after the event, and we said, we've got to start planning today. So I think all of the proactive planning will pay off. We learned that we've got to do a lot more outreach and communicate to the students in general what the rules are, what the policies are, what the consequences are. And I believe we're doing a much better job this year. We did not plan or anticipate for the visitors and the events that occurred in housing. We had a lot of visitors. There was a lot of pre-event partying that occurred there, and we are certainly preparing for that today. And I think we just need to ramp up our, I think we've always been ready in terms of law enforcement, but we're going to try to be a lot more visible and deter some of the bad behaviors. So those are the things that come to mind. If any of my colleagues have anything to add, I would welcome your thoughts. But I think those are the primary things that we've learned that we're trying to avoid and prevent this year.
Thank you, I appreciate that. A couple more questions too. So I, understand the hydration snack thing box. I understand the desire for harm reduction, and I totally hear that, especially as a mom. And is there additional prep from campus dining to have additional food open? I know that was another big challenge on campus last year.
Yes, at the event, we're planning on having food there in addition to hydration and everything else. I know, and I don't know for sure whether they're going to be able to pull this all off, but I know one of the things the students have asked for, and we are working very closely with our students on what is it that you want at this so that we can draw them in. But they've said, we want pancakes. And so we're working on pancakes and how to have different toppings and all kinds of things. So, but it's very important. If we're going to have drinking going on, we need to have hydration, you need to have food available, and that's another way that we can draw them in.
I appreciate the carb loading, thank you.
Yes.
And I guess the last thing missing from this presentation are the students. I really expected to hear from students from Cal Poly today. One of the things that I will say, and I don't typically love to say back in my day, but I was here in 1990 during the Cal Poly Royal as a almost student. And then I was here when we brought back open house, which now eventually is called Poly Royal, which was a very big process to be able to say that word again. And a big portion of being able to bring that back was the students' actions and the students wanting to have commitment and desire to having an event and how they were planning it. So I'm curious, do you have any students involved in this process, and did they wish to share anything?
Yeah, we certainly do have students involved, and we're really excited that the Student Association is really the group that we've talked to about creating and all the creativity and putting on the event. We're financing it, sort of like as we as parents do with our children sometimes, but we're financing it, they're putting it on because it needs to be a student-run event in order for people to really want to come. They're not looking for someone like me to plan an event for them. So I believe that they're very excited about it. We do have our ASI president here today. She hadn't come to necessarily present, and there she is. I'll turn it over.
Thank you.
Hi, Mayor Stewart. I'm here alongside Colin, our IFC or our fraternity president of or council president for all the fraternities. But we have been actively engaged in the conversation since the second we were both elected, and since before then in those roles. We are trying our very best because we see the value in safety for the students in a lot of different aspects, and have been very engaged and very fortunate to have been engaged with in all these conversations. So.
Thank you. And then lastly, Deputy Chief, you mentioned about you can give multiple citations of the $1,000 citations. Not that I'm wishing that on people, but imagining if they did multiple items on that code list you had earlier, would each of those items equal a different ticket or citation, or would it be if you see them at one moment and then another moment?
So yes, you're correct. They would just they would pile on top of each other.
Yeah. Great, thank you. All right, that's all my initial questions. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to Cal Poly. Thank you to the chief and others from our police department for providing all of the support and just trying our best to get ahead of this. I happen to have been at some of the SCLC meetings over the last few months and have watched the evolution of this discussion as it has evolved from, a little bit of, troubleshooting post-event to really a much more proactive, we're gonna hold an event, an alternative event. We're gonna make sure that the message gets out and that it's unified, that do not come here. This is not where the party is going to be. Do not come here. And it's taken a few months to kind of all get to that place where we're all marching to the same drum. And I really appreciate that. I think one of the things, thank you, Mayor, you asked a lot of really good questions, and it was perfect because I had some of those same questions. Just to reiterate, it sounds like we are spending a fair amount of resources and energy to put that message out there, and it's coordinated with the Cal Poly folks about, do not come here. A lot of the partiers have been people that have come from out of the area the last few years, and we're doing that outreach on social media. I guess my question is for Cal Poly. Have you all been actively working through your networks in the CSU system to also push that message out through the other universities? Is that something that you've been able to take advantage of?
That is something that we're working through right now. We have spoken to other universities who've had similar gatherings like this, and one of the things that they alerted for us is that by messaging about don't come here to, we are definitely doing that with our students. This is, we don't want this to happen anymore, and all of those messages. But to other universities, the ones that we've talked to have said it has drawn more students here. It alerts them to there's a party and there's a place to be. And so we are right now not planning, that was a part of our early plans, but as we talk to other universities who've tried to curb this kind of behavior, a lot of them warned us that it actually drew a lot of students here. So at this point, we are not planning on doing that kind of outreach to other universities outside of local.
That is a challenge. I don't envy that. It's not what I was expecting you to say, but I'm, I guess, not surprised in some ways. The other thing that still kind of troubles me or concerns me is there's a lot of energy going into that weekend, the big alternative event, which is awesome in so many ways, and the communications and the incredible amount of enhanced enforcement on campus with checking IDs and not allowing parking passes and not allowing visitors, and all of that seems very proactive for that weekend. But this event has had sort of a spontaneous nature in the past. And we do have the safety enhancement zones on the 2 weekends to kind of help us with enforcement in that way. But do we have concerns about, and what are our action plans to the point that you can share for if the big party evolves on Wednesday night?
You've just answered why I don't sleep well right now. No, we've actually, we've installed a few things with what our plan is to be able to pivot and to be able to intelligence gather and those types of things. And if we have a little bit of time, we're going to be able to pivot, and our resources, we're going to be able to move them to the appropriate morning or whenever it might fall. But yeah, you're right. It's a moving target, and that is why we expanded the safety enhancement zone last year, is to try to grab a couple more of those weekends. We sure hope we have good intel going in, but yet if we don't, we will pivot, and we'll come up with our alternate game plan.
Absolutely. 1 second. There you go.
Thank you so much for that. Actually, I had the exact same question, but it was addressed at Poly specifically because so much investment is going into that one weekend, that one event, and the road closures and all of that is focused on that 3-day period. What happens if it comes early or comes late? And do you have the flexibility built in to be able to pivot easily?
Well, it will be a challenge. There's no lie there. But we, as was mentioned, we hope that we have the intelligence to learn if the change is occurring, and that we can mobilize our resources accordingly. Our Emergency Operations Center is doing a really great job of helping us align all of our efforts. It will be a challenge to change, but we do have, I believe, some of the closures that we have are starting on Wednesday. Visitor policies and all of that, so we hope we can catch some of it. I won't lie, it would be a challenge for us, but we're prepared to pivot, and we're trying to monitor the situation as much as we can to ensure we're ready.
Well, thank you so much, and glad you guys are thinking about that. And thank you for letting me interject.
One last thing that Allison reminded me of, finals are on Monday, so that helps on the back end. But if it's on Wednesday, well, that's a whole different story.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
That was it for me. Just thank you again for all the coordination and work, and hope for a quiet couple of weeks.
Crossing our fingers. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, I had the opportunity to be on City Council when we did shut down Poly Royal. We appointed a subcommittee of 2 City Council people. I was one of them. And it was a struggle, partly one of the problems that we had in terms of Cal Poly was that they're saying, wait a minute, it's a tradition. It's something that the alumni really love. And so we finally reached a compromise where an event would be called Poly Royal, I think it's the rodeo or something. And so Cal Poly really got behind helping end that riot. In that case, Campus Bottle was vandalized, and people stole beer and were throwing beer cans, unopened beer cans, at the police and like that. It was really a riot. I also happened to be on the City Council when we shut down the Mardi Gras, and I also was on the subcommittee, the council subcommittee. So far, we haven't appointed a council subcommittee, although I think it might be a good idea. Or perhaps the mayor could make a joint statement with President Armstrong to really say that Cal Poly wants to end this event. and the city wants to end this event. In other words, it's over. So here's my question. If we move the event on campus, I have a question like, what are you going to call it? Because the students call it St. Fratty's Day. It's a reference to the fraternities. Okay? And the other thing is, will it include alcohol? What are all these hydration stations going to do if people are just eating pancakes? And where will these are the hydration stations and all of this kind of, well, sort of parenting stuff that you're talking about, will that take place in the neighborhoods? I mean, we have residents who are really terrified at this point about being trapped in their homes. So those are some of my questions. I'll have some more. What are you going to call the event? Is it going to be St. Fratty's Day on campus? Or
Hello, everyone. I apologize for my voice. I'm a little froggy today. I'm Michelle Crawford. I'm the Executive Director of the Associated Students, and we're working with the university to help plan the special event on the morning of March 15th. The naming is a great question, and it's actually one our student leaders have been working on creating and putting forth some ideas around names, because again, it's a balance of something catchy that will attract and draw students. So everything from a few fan favorites, nothing has been locked in yet, of Shamrock and Roll, which not a huge, I can feel the eyes rolling behind me, all the way to Lucky and Loud, a Mustang Music Festival. And so I think there is a spectrum of what we are looking at. And as we finalize all of the activities and the artists, really hoping to lock it in, but we recognize that it needs to be something that will attract students, because the goal is to bring students to this activity and for them to have a good time. So they want to stay, and to, if the event happens again, to come back and to not have it be something that feels like their mom planned. And so the name is still being finalized and trying to make sure it's something that's fun and catchy without being something that I think is cool, because then that obviously wouldn't work.
so if Cal Poly is owning the event, is it going to include alcohol on campus?
And that is where I pass it back to Allison.
Thanks. Yes, we are going to include alcohol in the event. We think that it's going to be important, if we really want to draw the students, to make sure that we have the activities going on that they're going to want to be a part of. And we don't want them to say, well, that's a dry event, but we can do our own event out in the city streets someplace and try to bring our own alcohol in. So yes, it will be. It'll be very controlled. It'll most likely be in the form of a beer garden. It's not going to be every alcohol, mixed drinks and the whole bit. It's going to be something fairly controlled. People 21 and older. The event will be, we are not allowing high schoolers into the event. We're not letting anyone under 18 come into the event. It really is for Cal Poly students and their guests. It will be ticketed so that we can have some control over numbers and who is coming in, and that they have an affiliation with Cal Poly. Oh, you want to go more?
There's so many pieces of our communication plan that this one didn't make it in. But two of the pieces are having the Chief Scott and Chief Hughes do an op-ed to a couple local media and outlets, and then also the mayor and President Armstrong doing media outreach together as well, that she has agreed to. So lots of efforts there.
Okay, here's another question. So I just am curious if Cal Poly is endorsing the idea of a giant party around St. Patrick's Day, or if you're interested in ending it. It seems to me that there's a contradiction that's built in. Does Cal Poly share the city's goal, which Chief Scott mentioned, of ending this event?
Yes, we do. But we also feel a responsibility to do something to draw the students out of the neighborhoods. And that's what we're trying to do. And we recognize that it's a mixed message in some ways. And I think we'll have to reevaluate after this year. Is this where we want to go? Is it effective? Is this something we want to continue? But we're trying to be responsive to what we've heard and provide an alternative. And we feel it's worth the effort.
Well, thank you very much. I think the goal of ending illegal street parties is what we're talking about. It also happened with Cinco de Mayo. When I lived on Albert Drive, it rained, and so the students didn't go to the beach for Cinco de Mayo. There were 600 of them right outside my house, and I couldn't move my car. I was sort of trapped. But, you know, it is the concept of the illegal street party is what we're talking about. And so I really appreciate Cal Poly stepping up like this. It's very encouraging.
Thank you.
And I'm hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Boswell.
Thank you, everyone, for the very informative presentation and the planning that you're doing to try to get out front on this, real problem in our community. So thank you for that. I just have two questions. The first, I may have missed it. Cal Poly has the parent and family program. Are we doing any messaging to them as well? I see nodding yes. So.
Yes, we are getting messages out to all of the family and parent Facebook pages and all of the alumni associations. We're doing a fairly robust communications effort.
Great, thank you. The second question is, I see one missing party here tonight, and that's Cuesta College. So have we, has Cal Poly or SLO PD, have we spoken with Cuesta about helping out on this effort? Because they obviously have quite a few students as well.
Yes, absolutely. They are involved both in the task force and with our emergency operations center and all of our planning. I believe, I may be mistaken, I think Cuesta and Hancock are both involved.
Great. Thank you.
And tying in with that, is there any conversation with SLO High?
Hi.
That is a good question.
I think it might be a good idea.
That's a good question. I don't believe there has been. I'm looking at our police. Not yet. So we will take that point.
I'm sure a parent might be surprised if their child comes home with a $1,000 citation. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Francis.
Thank you so much for all of your questions and to all of you for all of the hard work you've been putting in. Just one quick point of clarification. I thought I heard when you got up that you mentioned Cal Poly students and their guests, but I thought I recalled from earlier in the presentation that guests would not be allowed on campus. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, we're not allowing guests in the residence halls over that period. However, students or out-of-towners may come and stay in the hotels. We felt it best not to restrict the event to just Cal Poly because I think that would kind of take away from the success of the event. So we're opening it up to non-Cal Poly attendees as well. So it could be their guests, it could be out-of-town attendees.
The idea being that out-of-town folks might end up in the neighborhoods if they're not allowed to come into
And so we feel like we need to draw them into our event as well.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm really glad to hear about the robust investment in the on-campus event, but I'm a little bit concerned that we're hearing that there's not a headliner yet. There's quite a bit hanging on this event being great, and I was wondering if you could speak to how confident you are that this event will come to fruition and that it will actually be a draw.
We're doing our very best. I can tell you that Michelle and ASI are working very, very hard right now to find that headliner. We have several artists that they're looking at now and negotiating with. We hope, we want to draw. We're making the investment to bring talent that will draw the students. We're going to make our very best effort to do that. Can't guarantee that we'll find the one we want, but we're going to make that best effort to draw an act that the students will want to see and that will draw them in.
Appreciate that. I think just one last question. I appreciated the site selection for the event, kind of being in the campus interior, away from the neighborhoods. That was great and also close enough that folks will actually be able to get there. And you made a reference to it, but there is the potential for the amplified noise disturbance, particularly since the event is starting at 4 a.m. And I'm just wondering if we're going to be able to reach some sort of balance between, yes, having a raucous, amazing event, but also keeping that amplification within reason so that all the neighborhoods aren't enjoying the event at 4 a.m.
We will make every effort to do so. I will also tell you that noise carries in that area.
Yep.
And I don't know that we'll be able to avoid that. I think this is an area where we're going to ask for grace from the community. We're doing our very best to draw them out of the neighborhoods and to move the party away, but there will be some noise in the early mornings. And that's one thing we just can't control. And asking for some grace is, I think, nevertheless, it's a better option than doing nothing and allowing the party in the neighborhoods to continue.
Well, I just want to thank Polly again for really stepping up with the investment and with the communications here. I think that goes a long way, and appreciate everybody taking the time to answer questions.
Thank you all very much, and we appreciate the partnership of our partners here, Chief Scott and all of his team, and let's cross our fingers.
Thank you so much. I wish the silent disco really would draw thousands of people, but I don't think it will. And of course, as I said, Slow High, I did not mean to forget Mission. So, of course, all the schools. Well, thank you very much for your time. I do believe there's at least one speaker that will be coming to speak if you wish to stay to hear that on this topic. I don't believe there's anything else before the consent except for the one. All right. Well, if you'd like to go ahead and call that, City Clerk.
Okay, first speaker is Stu Jenkins.
Good evening. I'm Stu Jenkins, Madam Mayor, council members. I don't think I'm the oldest Cal Poly graduate here, but I did go there. And Poly's brought a lot of benefits to this town. And I'm very impressed with Deputy Chief Michael's plan. And I heard a lot of talk about zero tolerance, but I think people need to think about what does zero tolerance really mean. Being drunk in public is a misdemeanor, it's not a fine. And we've had alcohol-fueled ransacking of neighborhoods going on way too long here. The city cannot abdicate its responsibility for city safety. It's nice to partner, but if the partner is not doing enough, or if there's spillover from the big event into the neighborhoods, you're going to need enough personnel to deal with that. And so I want to again advocate for you to increase the budget for the police department, as we discussed just a couple of weeks ago. You need 2 to 3 more code enforcement officers. You need to consider exercising your power under the government code to get the records from Cal Poly by subpoena as to the location of the fraternity houses that are registered in the R1 and R2 zones, so that those houses can be shut down. And I want to urge you to hire 9 more police officers, as was discussed, and 2 more dispatch personnel, so that you can beef up and consider a paid police reserve corps of folks who have to live in the city, because you need to be able to call them up right away. You have the power under the government code to require that. Anyhow, I'm very heartened by Deputy Chief Michael's plan, and I hope that it works out. And if it doesn't, well, maybe you'll just have to triple their budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you. It was quite enlightening this time period, and I just really thank Cal Poly and the city for all of the planning and the work. And I think we all hope that we can reduce, if not eliminate, the illegal street partying that's happening in the city. And I hope that we can move forward together. Now we move forward to a whole nother topic, but instead we're going to take just a 5-minute break and see you back here. Well, thank you everyone for the quick break. We're going to get back to the City Council meeting, and next up we have public comment for items not on the agenda. If you were still hoping to speak on an item that is not already on our agenda, we have these awesome slips that are at the city clerk's area right up front or right here with the city clerk. Otherwise, we'll move forward, and I do have just a little bit of civility guidelines to read you all. If you really love what someone is saying, make sure you give us a clapping like this. That's the sign language clapping. Or if you really don't like something, you can do this versus loud boos and clapping, because we want to make sure we keep people moving as far as the next person speaking and the next person speaking. So just as quick reminders, please listen first. We are trying to make sure that we are hearing everyone and what you're sharing, your frustrations, your joys, your solutions. Respect different opinions. We understand if you don't like the different opinions, again, you can give us a boo or a happy. And then show courtesy, please, to the people who are speaking, criticize constructively, and debate the policy, not the person. All right, moving forward, City Clerk.
Okay, the 3 speakers for this item are Bob Goldman, Felicia Lewis, and David Gray. And please line up so that you're ready when it's your turn to speak.
My name's Bob Goldman, and I'm a long-term resident and a long-term user of the dog park here in San Luis Obispo. If you haven't been out there, it's a great park. It's turning out to be much, I was kind of not optimistic about it, but it's turning out to be a great park. But there's one feature in the park now. It's kind of on the north end. It's up near the bathroom. I'm not exactly sure what it is. It could be drainage. I just saw it the other day. It's a bunch of white, large rocks, and I'm not sure what it's there for. It looks like it's about 2 yards wide and 20 or 30 yards long, and I don't know if that's the complete length of it or it's going to be added to it. I did originally look at the original plans, and I thought it was going to be gravel. Anyway, it's these big rocks. Now, unfortunately, the seniors and a lot of people stay at that end of the park, especially the seniors, because there's a bathroom, there's parking, and it's out of the wind. Dogs and frisbees and balls have uncontrolled trajectories. I just think it's going to be a very dangerous addition to the dog park. And what I guess I'd like you to do is maybe refer it back to the Park and Recs Department to look at it, because it's not a good idea. Thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Felicia Lewis, and I'm here speaking on the Senior Go program. I've had the honor to spend an extended amount of time with veterans in our county and our city's aging. And I've also witnessed that they have concerning needs to age gracefully. And the Senior Go program is a necessity for them to maintain their quality of life. I also have experience as a director of business development of a civil engineering firm, and I know the importance of meeting submission deadlines for an RFP, reading the instructions, and most importantly, including all documents required to make a successful bid. I also know that a city or a county entity also has the jurisdiction to ask a specific bidder to provide additional information in order to make an informed bid request or decision. I also understand that the city and county has a need to streamline processes and costs. However, I don't think that it does our city or county a service to reduce the rides for the Senior Go program from 4 to 2 because the county has decided to reject the bid. I also have experience, I also have experience with family members having to make the uncomfortable decision to take the car keys away from grandparents and parents. It also provides an uncomfortable family dynamic. It also adds stress on the family member. I think that as a family member, personally, it's easier to have a family member call and arrange for rides versus to have to take off from work. So I would ask the city to
thank you.
Support keeping the 4 rides per month.
Thank you, Council. My name is Dave Gray, and I'm going to be commenting on the Tank Farm Road Diet project. I support making our roads safer, but I feel it can be accomplished without diminishing the quality of life for those who need to drive their car and the safety of our community. Working families, the elderly and disabled need to be able to get around town without congestion. Streets that have gone through lane reduction or road diets end up congested. These road diets, these restricted roads and congestions can cause dangerous conditions. They can cause delays for fire, police, and paramedics and those people that they are coming to aid. This could lead to loss of life for those who can't get the aid they need in time. If there is need for evacuation like there was for the LA fires, these restricted roads could cause massive gridlock, panic, and fatalities. With 27% of the fatal collisions involving driving under the influence or drugs or alcohol, and 53% occurring at night, the focus should be on law enforcement and more lighting at night. Over the next decade, there's slated to be built thousands of homes in San Luis Obispo. Road diets will cause congestion throughout the city. Please don't reduce the quality of life and the safety for our working families, elderly, and disabled. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the audience. One more?
No more speakers.
Okay, thank you. I do want to say briefly, tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., there will be a SLO County Council of Governments meeting mentioned about the Senior Go. That program is part of the agenda. It might appear around 9:20. We can never promise exactly when things happen during an agenda or during a meeting, but I would encourage anyone who would like to talk about Senior Go, please do email the SLO County Council of Governments or go ahead and come to the meeting. I've received a couple of emails and phone calls about that. Mr. Avakian, would you like to share any about the white rocks at the Laguna Dog Park? I don't remember all the parts of the plan at this point.
That's my pleasure. Thanks. Greg Avakian, Parks and Recreation Director. What Mr. Goldman was referring to is a underwater spring or underground spring area within the dog park zone that we had pre-existing that wasn't mitigated through our Wallace Group engineering and the construction plans. There's a measure, I'm not an engineer, but a measure to mitigate that with larger boulder rocks, small rocks, and then pea gravel all the way around that zone. It takes up maybe 15% of the actual large dog area of almost 2 acres. So.
Great, thank you for the reminder.
No problem.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of things that come to the council, so thank you so much.
2 more months, we'll be able to unveil everything for you.
Perfect, can't wait.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, and now we will move forward to the consent agenda. Just before we get there, are there any items that you would like to pull to my colleagues? Nope. Oh, Vice Mayor Shoresman.
I actually do have one, just a quick change to a minute. So I think it's 5B, the minutes from 1:14.
Do you want to share?
It's going to be changed. Do you want to do the rest of the consent agenda first? And then?
Okay, that's fine. I didn't know if it was a quick edit or if it was a conversation.
If it is a quick edit and we don't have to pull it, it's on the item that
was pulled from that agenda 6C where we approved the council liaison subcommittee assignments. It's just not clear what we changed the rotation for the student community liaison committee so that we would be consecutive 2 months at a time before we rotated. And I just wanted to make that slight clarification.
Make sure that's done before it's final.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, great, thank you. Councilmember Marks?
Yes, I don't want to pull anything. I just want to note that I'm glad that we are going to be considering the amendment to the permanent easement and temporary construction easement with the County of San Luis Obispo for the Bob Jones pathway. And I'm in favor of that, so thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to move the consent agenda when it's appropriate.
Wonderful. We need to have public comment first, but Councilmember Francis, are you pulling? Nope, okay. Any public comment on the consent agenda?
We have none.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilmember Marks and a second from?
I'll second.
Councilmember Francis. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Boswell?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shorsman?
Yeah. Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the motion passes 5-0. I have to say that I hope that people do look at the consent agenda. I know we go through it pretty quickly here as I meet with high school students and Cal Poly students and Cuesta students sometimes to help me with the agenda correspondence or comments on our social media. I just try to help them see there's so many important things that are happening, but they're not controversial. That's why we don't bring them to talk about them for hours. But I just really hope you take some moments. As you mentioned, Councilmember Marks, the Bob Jones Trail, also the FEMA assistance for the fire grant. We are constantly looking at how we can make this community more safe and more enjoyable to be in. So thank you so much to all the staff. Next, we'll move to the public hearing and business items. So we'll have quite a few people joining us. Excited to hear officially and publicly the Lead by Example 25 to 29 work program. There's been a great deal of work to try to help make our community more sustainable and carbon neutral by 2030 from the city side. And really excited to hear the report by Deputy City Manager Greg Herman, Sustainability Manager Chris Reed, and Sustainability and Natural Resources Analyst Lucia Pullman. Greg?
Thank you very much, Mayor and council members. We're really happy to be here this evening. As we'll discuss in the presentation, this is our second Lead by Example work plan, and this one is especially significant because the time frame associated with will essentially take us to our 2030 goal year for carbon neutral city operations. We're really happy to report that a lot of progress has been made, and also that there is a plan in place reflected in the presentation tonight that allows us to get to majority carbon neutrality by that 2030 goal. I do want to take a moment to emphasize that this is a plan, and a lot of the progress that we've been able to make is due to investment by the council and commitment of staff across the city. But that continued progress, and in particular the forecasted numbers that you'll see as a part of the presentation, does have assumptions of some level of continued investment, in particular in our capital budget. And just want to recognize that we've highlighted that as a part of the presentation, but ultimately those decisions aren't made this evening. They're made in the context of the overall city budget and through the financial plan process. And then just finally, I want to acknowledge, and as we mentioned, this has been an effort across all city departments. I would say the challenge embedded in this plan has really been embraced by staff to be able to achieve this goal. And I want to express my thanks and appreciation to those folks, and then also our staff from the Office of Sustainability and Natural Resources for their leadership on this. And with that, I'm happy to hand it over to Chris and Lucia.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Herman, and good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm Chris Reed, Sustainability Manager, and I'm joined tonight by Lucia Pullman, Sustainability and Natural Resources Analyst, as well as staff from throughout the agency who have collaborated on this project. Staff's recommendation is to 1, adopt a draft resolution approving the Lead by Example 2025 to 29 work program, and 2, authorize staff to apply for grants, rebates, and incentives that fund implementation of the Lead by Example work program, authorize the city manager to execute related agreements and documents, and direct revenues from these sources to related Lead by Example projects. The Lead by Example plan update before you tonight is the proposed plan to make substantial progress towards achieving the council-adopted goal of carbon-neutral municipal operations by 2030. This goal was adopted by Council in 2020 as part of the community-wide Climate Action Plan and was reaffirmed in the first Lead by Example plan adopted in 2021. The 2030 target builds on a long legacy of municipal climate action in the city of San Luis Obispo, and the report lays out a number of general plan policies that the goal is aligned with, including Conservation and Open Space Element Policy 2.2.5 that says the city will be a model of pollution control efforts and that it will manage its own operations to be as pollution-free as possible. The carbon neutral municipal operations goal of 2030 is set 5 years earlier than the community goal, with the idea that through lessons learned here and collaborations developed as the plan is implemented, we can more effectively achieve the larger community-wide goal of carbon neutrality by 2035. In 2024, staff provided an update on implementation progress to date, which is linked in the staff report, and the 25 to 29 work program that's before you tonight informs the next two financial plans for Lead by Example implementation.
Tonight's item builds on the history and cross-departmental collaboration that enabled the 2021 Lead by Example plan to be a success. The city's green team continues to be a driving force behind the planning and implementation of Lead by Example. This interdepartmental working group has over 35 staff members with representation from every city department, and together these staff played a leading role in developing the proposed work program. While the green team supported internal stakeholder engagement, staff also brought this plan into the community for feedback in a variety of ways. This work program builds off last year's community education and engagement campaign to launch the Sustainable Slow brand. Staff also presented the work program to community members and civic leaders at a Good Morning Slow event, and a public review draft was published for community input on Open City Hall. Staff also updated interested community groups on the work program, and as recently as yesterday, presented a plenary session at Cal Poly's Climate Solutions Now conference to provide an additional touch point for public engagement. Tying all of this together were various digital communications on social media, email, and the city's website. Now that Chris and I have provided some context on how the Lead by Example work program was developed, we'd like to dive into the city's strategy for reaching carbon neutrality as an organization, which remains consistent with the approach that we laid out in the 2021 Lead by Example plan. Our strategy starts with greening the grid, a major undertaking being led by Central Coast Community Energy, or 3CE, which is on track to providing carbon-free electricity by 2030. In our facilities and in our fleet, we need to reduce energy use wherever possible. Once we are efficient in our use of energy, the next step is to electrify the city's remaining energy users, which practically speaking means plugging in efficient electric appliances, equipment, EV fleet vehicles into 3CE's increasingly low carbon electricity. Additionally, to reduce municipal climate pollution, we need to support low carbon employee commutes, we need to divert organic waste from the landfill, and store more carbon in living systems.
Operationally, the city is like most other businesses or organizations. We use electricity and natural gas to heat the water and turn on the lights in our buildings. We use fuel in our fleet vehicles to get around or to get equipment to job sites. Our employees commute from their homes, more often than not outside of the city. And sometimes our organic waste ends up in the garbage can. So these four activities, building and facility energy use, which is our largest emission source, fleet, employee commute, and solid waste, which is our smallest emission source, are the core emission sectors that we looked at in the 2021 Lead by Example plan, and they form the core emission sectors of the 2025 update. In the 2021 Lead by Example plan, we also quantified the emissions reductions benefits for planting trees and for how we manage our own natural systems in our parks and our open spaces. And we're continuing to do that as part of the 2025 update. And those reductions are represented by the negative value here in the orange bar. The bar filled with the diagonal white lines represents an estimate of the emissions from processing wastewater at our water resource recovery facility. Now, importantly, those emissions weren't originally included in our 2021 goal, so we're not including them here, but we are reporting them for informational purposes and recommend evaluating their inclusion as part of the next plan update. The final sector here outside of the orange box is procurement, budget, and finance. And while it doesn't have direct emissions associated with it, it does recognize that the way we purchase things, the way we invest in things, the way that we procure vendors, it can have real impact on our ability to achieve our goals.
Now to the fun part. For the next 10 minutes or so, Chris and I are going to talk through each of the lead by example sectors, and we'll speak to the city's approach for reducing emissions in each sector. We'll highlight key actions proposed for inclusion in the 2025 to 27 and 27 to 29 financial plans. In the case of buildings and facility energy, this sector represents 51% of inventoried municipal emissions in 2022. As 3CE is on track to providing the city with carbon-free electricity by 2030, the city's goal is to eliminate fossil fuel use in its buildings and facilities. To reach this goal, the city's strategy is to proactively electrify the handful of facilities and appliances that use the most natural gas, and to replace the remaining equipment on burnout or as it's cost-effective to do so. This second slide dives into the details of the buildings and facility energy sector. On this slide, I'll highlight key future actions and their impact on future emissions. But we'll be keeping things at a high level. So if council has any questions about the data from the updated greenhouse gas inventory completed as part of this work program, we are happy to dive into further detail after our presentation. There are two key actions staff would like to highlight. Energy 2.1 proposes implementing electrification projects at facilities that are the largest users of natural gas. The Swim Center alone is responsible for approximately 69% of natural gas use across general fund city facilities. The work program proposes implementing projects at the highest priority sites through a streamlined approach that we'll be presenting to council next month. So stay tuned for more information on this action. The second action proposes developing a policy that would require the city to install electric equipment whenever a natural gas appliance or system reaches the end of its useful life, as well as requiring new construction and major facility retrofits to be all electric. This proposed policy would be developed via a staff working group and would provide reasonable exemptions. Lastly, we plan to continue to leverage external resources to continue to reduce fossil fuel use, such as when we were able to swap out 11 natural gas hot water heaters with electric heat pumps at no cost to the city in 2023 and 2024. If the suite of actions proposed in this sector were fully implemented, the city could expect emissions from buildings and facilities to reduce by 90% from 2022 levels.
The fleet sector covers fuel used in our city's vehicles, and this ranges from our smallest compact cars to our largest pieces of equipment. It's our second largest emission sector, and our strategy for reducing emissions in this sector is to electrify our fleet assets as feasible and to enable this by installing supportive charging infrastructure. We made substantial progress in this sector already with 30 electric vehicles in circulation, including 2 buses, and more vehicles on the way. We also have 13 electric vehicle chargers in operation, and just as a side note, the report says 11, but 2 more went online last week at the 919 Palm Garage, so good progress there. Proposed high-impact actions include updating the city's vehicle procurement policy to require more types of vehicles to be electric on purchase as feasible. It includes deploying fleet EV charging projects and starting to replace fossil fuel landscape and maintenance equipment with electric alternatives. And as a side note on this topic, we're currently working with the Air Pollution Control District via their recent grant program. We have in the works 2 battery backpack blowers so that we can, our parks maintenance folks can use electric leaf blowers to clean our parks.
Now to the third sector, which focuses on employee commute. Commutes represent 17% of inventoried municipal emissions, and our goal here is for employees to substantially exceed the general plan mode split objectives that the city has set for the community. In practical terms, our goal is for over half of commutes to be sustainable and less than half to be employees driving alone to work in their cars. Our strategy for changing the ways employees get to work is updating policies and revamping programs that make it easier for staff to walk, bus, bike, and carpool. Unlike the buildings and fleet sectors where the city can invest in projects and assets to reduce emissions, to green employee commutes, staff outreach and engagement is our key lever for reducing emissions. To encourage sustainable commutes, the work program proposes fine-tuning the onboarding process for new employees to better highlight available resources and incentives. This effort aims to increase participation in existing successful programs like the TRIP program, which gives staff up to 2 additional days off per year for regularly choosing a sustainable commute. As more employees work for the city today than in 2005, and as most of those new employees are commuting from outside of SLO, there are also opportunities to update the SLO Transit Downtown Access Pass to better serve employees regardless of their job site and to provide free transfers to SLO RTA buses so that staff can get all the way home. The third action we'll highlight is exploring the feasibility of a parking pass cash out, which could provide an additional incentive for staff who leave their cars at home and reduce the cost departments pay to provide employee parking. As a whole, the actions proposed in this sector could achieve a 41% reduction in emissions from employee commutes by 2030. Next, on to solid waste. This sector is responsible for 4% of the city's municipal emissions, and our strategy in this sector is to divert all of the organic waste from the landfill from a combination of staff education and improvements to waste infrastructure across facilities. The actions in this sector are based on the city's recently completed municipal waste reduction plan and include amending the city's contracts to require landfill diversion of city-generated organic waste, and redesigning office waste receptacle systems to increase diversion. I'll note that the city is already making great progress in this sector, as evidenced by the green bins you can find across city offices and facilities, and the popular reservation system for checking out reusable plates and cutlery for city events.
On to water and wastewater, which, as a reminder, in this plan focuses on the emissions from biogas production and not included in the quantification of our progress towards our goal, but rather is presented here for informational purposes. That said, we did just want to quickly highlight that Utilities has a long history of completing energy efficiency projects at their wharf and water treatment plant, and that the new water and resource recovery facility portions of that site itself are great examples of facilities that reduce pollution while providing a critical service. The actions presented in this sector are really focused on optimizing the beneficial uses of some of the byproducts of the waste treatment process, and this includes more optimally using biosolids and continuing to evaluate ways to reduce the emissions impacts from the facility.
Now to natural solutions. This sector is unlike other sectors because it's not about reducing pollution. It's about absorbing and storing carbon in living systems. Staff estimate that natural solutions efforts were able to draw down nearly 300 metric tons of carbon in 2022, which is equivalent to 5% of the city's operational emissions. These actions can boost resilience while storing carbon in trees, soil, turf, grasslands, and open space ecosystems. Through the proposed natural solutions actions, the city can significantly increase carbon sequestration to support our carbon neutrality goal. The foundation of this work is protecting and conserving open space lands in the SLO Greenbelt. We'll also advance restoration efforts that boost resilience and sequester carbon, including planting trees, increasing the use of regenerative grazing practices, applying compost to rangeland, and implementing the vegetation management plan to preserve existing carbon stocks and reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfire. Hurrah, we've arrived at our final sector, procurement, budget, and finance. This sector is also unique because it isn't a source of emissions, but rather it's a comprehensive approach to supporting and accelerating municipal climate action through citywide procurement activities, budgeting processes, investment strategies, and financial decisions. The city has already made significant progress integrating climate considerations into its financial decisions and into the CIP process in particular. Going forward, key actions include supporting each department's purchasing leads with training on the city's sustainable purchasing policies. We'll also look to update the purchasing policy itself to more directly align with the high impact lead by example actions. And lastly, to evaluate the city's scope 3 emissions to support decision-making in the subsequent lead by example planning document.
The plan update includes a series of proposed administrative actions that direct staff to do basic things like update the plan every 4 years to come back with progress updates. One notable action here is to developing guidance for report writers so that as council agenda reports or city manager reports are drafted, the implications of a given action for lead by example can be consistently discussed. And finally, the plan update proposes an administrative action to continue to use the city's legislative platform to participate in advocacy for legislation and regulatory outcomes that benefit our community and set the conditions by which we can be successful as we implement lead by example. Taken together, including emissions sequestered through our natural solutions actions and excluding those direct emissions from the wastewater treatment plant, staff estimates that full implementation of the 2025 lead by example update will lead to an 84% reduction in agency emissions relative to 2022 levels. Now, importantly, external funding and technical assistance have been critical for implementation success to date. And for this reason, in addition to staff's recommendation that council adopt the plan, staff is also recommending that for lead by example projects, council authorizes staff to apply for external funding, authorizes the city manager to execute related agreements and documents, and directs revenues from these sources to related lead by example projects. Should council move forward with staff's recommendation tonight, staff would continue to provide progress updates to council in 2-year increments and would return with a plan update in 2029. And we'll close our presentation tonight with the key takeaways we've identified as we've implemented our lead by example plan and embarked on this plan update with staff from every department in the agency. First, the city is making significant progress towards its 2030 goal. Because of an organization-wide commitment and substantial external funding, we are on track at full implementation of the work program to reduce our operational emissions by 85%. Second, external obstacles will delay eliminating some emissions. The 2025 lead by example plan assumes that there will be remaining emissions in 2030 because there's a number of fossil fuel assets that we own and operate that are relatively new and that would be prohibitively expensive to retire before the end of their useful life. And in some cases, there may not be a cost-effective or market-available alternative. And the final takeaway here is that lead by example is working. We collaborate regularly with other organizations, districts, and cities, and through our collaboration, we're inspiring and learning from others in ways that move us all farther and faster together. We'll close with staff's recommendation, and we're open for questions.
Thank you. It's great to see all of the work that has been done and is already planning to be done. I just have one very tiny question. I'm always a fan of the free money, or free-ish money, because it always comes with a little bit of strings when we ask for grants and rebates and incentives. There was something in our plan that says if it's a grant for $5,000 or more, you have to come back to council. Would it be possible to change that to 10,000 or just a little bit over so that you're able to do your work more nimbly? What does that look like?
So that, thank you, Mayor. That threshold is in our purchasing policy, and the staff's recommendation would to allow staff to submit for a grant that directly implements a lead by example action in any amount and would delegate authority to city manager to execute related documents.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And just want to thank all of the staff that was involved in this, again, for a really wonderful report and also just something that was truly joyful to read through. It's incredible to see the progress that's being made, and obviously didn't come without incredible hard work and a lot of grant writing and all sorts of background stuff happening that people maybe didn't notice. So thank you all for that. I was lucky enough to have a gender review earlier, so we got to go over some of these questions. But something that I think might be interesting for folks is if you wouldn't mind explaining the cost-benefit calculations that are done to decide when it's time to adopt a new technology versus when it's more efficient to maintain current infrastructure. You alluded to that in the presentation, but how do we decide, and what are the different factors that are taken into account?
And thank you, Council Member. As we discussed this morning, there isn't a single evaluative sort of process to answer that question. It really is on an asset-by-asset basis. So we gave an example this morning where there's a natural gas generator that supports critical functions at City Hall should we lose electricity, and that was required to be replaced. And so we evaluated the battery storage alternative, and it was prohibitively cost expensive, did not provide the resilience functions we needed, and didn't really provide much greenhouse gas emissions benefit because it's not run very often. And so in that case, it was clear that the cost did not, the cost vastly outpaced the benefit. On the other hand, when we look at things like light duty electric vehicles, for example, our Chevy Bolts are cheaper upfront than a gas powered vehicle, and over the life of the asset is substantially cheaper to own and operate. And so there's sort of a wide range in between, but we typically look at each of these assets or each of these asset types and really evaluate it closely under those lenses to make sure that we're making fiscally prudent recommendations.
I appreciate that. We sometimes get concerns from the community around, replacing things that are still functionally useful and the waste that's involved in that. So it was great to hear the answer there. Do we anticipate having any more previously unaccounted for emission sources? I was glad to see that wastewater was included in that chart. I know we can't really predict what other externalities might appear, but do we think that there might down the road be different ways of calculating, what emissions we're actually producing and new categories that we need to add in?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Council Member. I would like to focus our attention on the one that you mentioned, which is thinking about biogas emissions and water and wastewater emissions. But we also look to potentially include Scope 3 emissions in the future lead by example planning document. And I would say at this time, those are the two additional emissions sectors that Council could consider adding to the lead by example scope in future planning efforts.
Excellent, thank you. And I think that's it for my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to piggyback off of each of one of your questions. To the second point on the recommendation slide here about authorizing staff to apply for grants, just want to make sure I'm clear because there is language in the resolution about this. And so would this be asking us to authorize a different process for applying for grants than would normally happen, where you would have to come back to council first? And so you're proposing more of a streamlined approach?
Correct. And council previously approved this via council action in 2022 as part of the adoption of the Community Climate Action Plan 23-27 work program. Wasn't included in the adopting resolution, and so we're taking this opportunity to clarify via resolution, should council so desire that that's the intent, and to clarify that even though lead by example is a subset of community climate action, that it is council's intent for staff to be able to have that discretion to apply outside without requesting or requiring additional council approval.
So if we authorize this in the resolution tonight, how will we know? Will you come back to council or inform council in some way if you apply for a grant that we didn't have to approve in advance that you apply for?
how that's worked so far is we typically, as part of our council update, share any grants that we've submitted on, received, and then as we start to implement them, provide updates via that channel for progress.
Right. Okay, great. I definitely don't want to stand in the way of missing grant deadlines or things like that, or stopping you from applying for funding, because we definitely know that we want funding for all these things. But it's also just really good to know when you have applied for something, and so we can send good thoughts and hopes out there to the universe in hopes that you get it, or know when you did get something. And then kind of a follow up on Councilmember Francis's question too about the types of sectors that we might want to include in future evaluations with this. For this, it feels like a little bit of a catch-22 in some ways. We want to get to our climate neutrality, our carbon neutrality goals, but every time we add a new sector and we track just a little bit better, it maybe makes us look like we're not doing quite as good towards reaching those goals. I think I read somewhere in the report about adding water and wastewater would kind of, because that's a rather large impact on our carbon footprint, that instead of maybe getting to 85% by 2030, adding that might make us look like we, only get 60% of the way or something like that. So not to say that we shouldn't do it because of that, but I don't know, I guess that's more of a comment than a question, sorry. But it's just, I empathize with, wanting to really meet that goal. I actually did have another question though. There's a couple items about, I think it's in the commute section, about city funding parking passes provided to employees. And I'm just wondering how much utility we get out of that, and what will the impact of some of those incentives that you're proposing, how far will that get us?
Thanks for your question, Councilmember. The action that you're referring to is phrased with explore and evaluate the feasibility. And so our task, if council were to adopt this work program, would be to start a working group with mobility services to really determine what the impacts and potential benefits of that program could be. We've seen it be successful in peer cities and has the potential to create departmental cost savings if a portion of the cost that that department is paying for their city employee to have a parking spot is able to be cashed out as an incentive for that employee if they choose never to drive a car to work.
Okay, and then I think there's one other item about reducing functional turf irrigation, and I thought we were sort of required at some point to do that. Is there a state level requirement so we're just building that item into our plans? That's already required, or am I missing something?
Thank you, Councilmember. You're correct. There are rules around functional turf, and we are in the process of complying with that. And I see our utilities director coming up to help clarify that as well. And so he can help correct anything that I might have misstated.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Aaron Floyd, Utilities Director. And yes, that is correct. So the state does have new regulations out, primarily though pertaining to private, commercial, industrial, institutional. So that's really where a lot of the non-functional turf is really focused. But we do have an effort inside the city to also look at those areas that under city control that would fall under similar guidelines. Okay. But yes, this one really does tie nicely into the new state regulations on this.
And I noticed it's in the 27-29 set of objectives. So does that put us in the right time frame for compliance?
It does. Yeah, it mirrors up nicely. And there was, I believe, we put out a little bit of guidance on this in an earlier conversation we had with council, and I apologize for not being able to remember the particular date on that. But at that time, council raised a really appropriate question on this, is what is the outreach that we would need to do with communities related to this? And I think it does tie in nicely with that plan of really making sure that we are working with the community, not to just have this land on their doorstep, but to really start working with folks on alternatives for this.
Awesome, thank you, and sorry to catch you off guard with the turf question.
No, totally good. Thank you for the opportunity.
And then I think last, in general, I was just sort of noticing and looking through all the different goals and objectives in the plan. There's a lot in 25, 27, and sort of a shorter list, almost in all the areas for 27, 29. Or are we kind of trying to be cautious that if we don't finish things 25, 27, that those things would roll over into 27, 29? Or maybe you could address that.
Sure, thank you, Councilmember. Putting this together, the intent was to have a fiscally responsible and practical set of actions that achieve these deep reductions. And a lot of these things sort of build on each other, and so they're sort of continue doing the thing over time. So there's lots of actions we can take in the next 2 years, but we also know there's a wide range of other city priorities, and so there's also a lot of flexibility built into this. So there are some things, like we really need charging infrastructure for vehicles that are on the way. But if we need to push back one of our building retrofit projects, for example, that falls into the design phase of that falls into 27, 29, for example. The construction phase can continue into 30 and 31. That means there'll be some, there'll be an impact to the reductions we achieve in 2030, but there's still flexibility there for things to push back. And there's a lot of the language in that first year is evaluate feasibility and pursue if feasible.
Awesome, I just wanted to make sure we were kind of being realistic, so thank you.
Thank you. And as we've seen with the electric bus batteries, sometimes we're still waiting. So definitely a challenging impact. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I just have a couple of short questions. The first one is choosing a 4-year term, and what was the logic behind that, as opposed to a 3 or a 5?
Thank you, Councilmember. And since we adopted the 2020 Climate Action Plan, we've essentially synced all of the climate work up into 2-year chunks. And so the Climate Action Plan for the community-wide plan has a community progress update, and that'll be coming out in the next year or so. And then 2 years after that, a plan update. Similarly, this has a 2-year update and then a plan update. And what's important is that these plans are updated sort of at the front end of the financial planning process so that it can inform the budgeting discussion and essentially provide additional information about the relative merits of the projects.
Great. And I just a somewhat related question about the grants. Are we dependent on applying for any federal grants? Then also looking at the 4 years that are ahead of us.
Certainly, it depends on the functional area. I know that obviously transit's heavily dependent on federal funding. Across most of the other areas, we actually, for Lead by Example work at least, have not depended on federal funding. The programs were often focused on different areas or bigger than our city could bid on. We are counting on being able to file. It's a unique part of recent legislation is that we can file taxes and get rebates on vehicles and chargers and things like that. So we are looking to continue to use that. Our understanding is that will continue to be available until there's a legislative change. But the large majority of the external funds and technical assistance that we're leveraging is through Central Coast Community Energy, organizations like the Tri-County Regional Energy Network and the Air Pollution Control District. And most of those folks either have their own local revenue or are dependent on state funds.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Boswell.
Thank you, staff, for the great presentation. Several of my questions have been answered, and thank you for the very good job on the public agenda correspondence. I'd asked several in advance, and I'm very happy with the answers back. I do have one, and I wish I'd asked it in advance, and if it's too technical of a question and you want to get back to us, that's perfectly understandable. But it occurred to me, we are fairly heavily dependent on 3CE's actions over the next 5 years to achieve the reductions in our buildings as they continue to convert to green energy for their electricity production. Do we know how they're doing in terms of their progress to their 2030 targets?
Their staff provide, and thank you for the question, council members. Their staff provided us with a projection based on the projects that they were under contract on projects that they were going out to bid on, and there is a trajectory towards that zero by 2030. Now, we don't know, to the previous question, if the tax credit for large-scale solar goes away, if there's tariffs on external goods, and that slows down solar project deployment, that will obviously have a significant impact on their progress. But those things aside, they have a clear trajectory towards achieving that goal based on our recent discussion with them.
Thank you so much. And the last question I have, actually based on your correspondence, is the commuter bicycle education. So I'm curious, what type of education do you provide to the employees with the Lunch and Learns? Is it them leaving, employees leaving and going to Bike Slow County, or is it, oh, I think we're getting help, or is it that someone comes into the city? I'll wait and find out.
Just keep asking the question.
Yes, I'll just go a little slower, and I'd love to see how often it's offered and who, oops, sorry.
We're excited to have Adam Fukushima in attendance to help answer this question.
Good evening, Council. I believe the question is what kind of education we're providing to our employees.
Yeah, so do the employees have to
education.
leave and go to the Bike Slow County? Does Bike Slow County come in, or Bike Slow come in? And what does that education look like?
We've done both. At the Lunch and Learns, we've done a sort of a PowerPoint presentation with Lunch, sort of going over sort of the basics about how to be safe in traffic, how to go the right way in a bike lane, how to operate your bicycle as a vehicle, how to keep your bike safe if you're locking it up, those kind of things. How to find a bike buddy if you want to, if you're trying to go somewhere new and you kind of need some help, there are resources that we have to help you get from A to B. As far as the on-road thing, we do that with Bike Slow County. So they actually have, we do like a periodic training where we actually get on the road and show people and give them tips on things like rock dodging and like if there's obstacles in the road, and just tips on how to brake real quickly if you need to and how to watch out for traffic, things like that.
Great, thank you so much. Well, if there are no other questions, I'll bring it to public comment.
Okay, we have two speakers on this item, Jean Nelson and Rachel Whalen.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Dr. Gene Nelson. I serve as the president and senior legal researcher of Californians for Green Nuclear Power, a nonprofit I helped to found in 2013. I live in San Luis Obispo. My comment actually dovetails well with the question that Councilmember Boswell just raised. 3C abuses the California-specific legal euphemism called unspecified imports or unspecified power. This sounds a lot nicer than coal-fired power, which is what this power really is. 3C uses large amounts of this power the last time I checked. 3C should be contracting, as other CCAs are now doing, use the safe, abundant, reliable, cost-effective, and emission-free power from nearby Diablo Canyon Power Plant. So Slow City should be endorsing the use of Diablo Canyon. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Rachel Whalen, the Governmental Affairs Coordinator at the San Luis Obispo Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today to convey the SLO Chamber's support and appreciation for the city's Lead by Example work program. I want to start by thanking Bob Hill and Chris Reed and their team for all their hard work that has gone into this program. We are very fortunate to live and work in a city that leads by example and enacts their policies internally before requiring residents to do so. It means a lot that the city is willing to pave the way and experience the costs that go into becoming a more environmentally friendly city. We also understand that with the budget constraints the city is currently facing, you might not be able to make all of the changes immediately due to the costs that go into making these changes a reality. As a private sector organization whose members are tasked in complying with these regulations, we understand that it is not always the most affordable, but we believe that it is for the greater good in the long term. We know that the city will continue in these efforts even if the timeline is slowed down due to budget constraints. One of the principles included in our economic vision, Imagine SLO, is environmental stewardship, because we understand that without this land, we would lose our competitive advantage. The recent fires in LA and the flood warnings we received here today are the perfect examples that show climate change is upon us and it is requiring our attention. Now more than ever, our collective future depends on furthering sustainable solutions that support healthy economic growth and ensure community resiliency. Our opportunity lies in careful stewardship of our resources and embracing new technologies, which are outlined in the Lead by Example program, so that we sustain our quality of life for future generations to come. We are so grateful that the City of SLO continues to prioritize the work to minimize our carbon footprint and take the proactive approach of becoming a net zero city. Thank you for your work, and we look forward to participating in the discussion of the existing building study and looking at the potential options there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other speakers?
We have one more, and our final speaker is Eric Biam.
Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Eric Vium, resident of San Luis Obispo, and I'm speaking here tonight on behalf of SLO Climate Coalition. I'm really pleased, of course, with the quality of the work that your staff has done in the Lead by Example Municipal Climate Action Plan, and I think it's really important that they have laid out a 4-year work plan so that they have clear direction to make meaningful progress over that time. I want to share with you just in terms of like questions around funding, especially with a gap for the next period of time, is I'm in the process of working on in interviews, developing a campaign around how we can leverage further resources from 3CE that could help to support municipal climate and community climate action. And so I just want to make you aware of that. At some point, it's going to require, I'm not sure exactly who's the rep right now, but it's going to require some political leadership on your part to help with that conversation. So I just want to put that on your radar, that's kind of in development. We're starting conversations and looking at what would be the most meaningful investments and at what scale, and look forward to coming back with resources from our Community Choice Program to help us with our goals here. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And I have to say that the city manager and I actually met with 3CE today, and it was a really good conversation. So excited to see how it all continues, and continuing to work with Morro Bay as they are the representative on the 3CE boards, and looking forward to continuing to work with them. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of ask one more question that I had forgotten about. In looking at the report, it kind of dovetails on one of our public commenters, Mr. Nelson there, the table figure 3 on page 459 of the packet. It's figure 3 electricity GHG emission intensity 2005 to 30, and it gives a little bit of a chronology related to 3CE and how their decisions have impacted our ability to get towards our carbon neutrality goals. And I wondered if you could just, I'm not as familiar with the history, and maybe it kind of gets to his point about where they're at with their reaching their own carbon neutrality goals, and where maybe you could just kind of elaborate what this table actually means and how that impacts their actions moving forward and they're getting towards their goal.
Thank you, council member. And it gets really technical fast, so we'll do our best to tell a high-level story. If there's any additional questions, we'll be happy to dig in. But essentially, on the figure referring to figure 3 in the plan, it tells a story of, for every unit of electricity you use, that carbon intensity of that electricity had been getting lower since 2005. And that's, as part of being on PG&E's electricity supply. That was just as they were complying with state laws. It was getting cleaner and cleaner. In 2019, we joined Central Coast Community Energy, which wasn't named that at the time, but is now. And in 2020, you see our emissions intensity dropped pretty dramatically as a result of their approach to procurement and compliance with state renewable and carbon requirements. That strategy involved primarily purchasing sort of carbon attributes or renewable attributes from projects that were out of the state. And so it's a defensible, transparent approach to it that's allowable under California law at the time. But the board requested that staff make a big pivot and sort of said, our intent here was not to purchase credits, but rather to invest directly in projects that clean up the California grid. So provided direction to essentially sell off those credits and begin directly investing in projects that were built to attach to our grid. And so they changed their goal from being carbon neutral to being carbon neutral through direct investments in projects that were built as a result of those direct investments. And so you see a really big increase in the emissions intensity of the electricity as those credits were sold. And then as projects are starting to come online, real projects, geothermal, solar plus storage, et cetera, you're seeing that intensity start to come back down on a trajectory towards 2030 that's aligned with our goal.
Thank you. Gosh, you always do a really good job of making something that's very complicated much more digestible and understandable. I see your light coming on. Did you want to piggyback on that?
I did, but did Councilmember Marks?
Oh, okay. So I'll just finish then. I'm going to be quick. Just thank you again for the work on the plan. Very, very proud of our city in trying to lead this effort and set a good example for our community. And just want to recognize that, although this is a 4-year plan and it's an ambitious plan, ambitious yet approachable, it sounds like you think that it is actually doable given the right amount of resources that, as one of our speakers said, we are looking at a pretty tough budget period coming forward. And so just hoping that we can, we have all this information as we sort of approve this resolution. We're not necessarily saying with 100% certainty that we're going to do every work plan item that's in this plan. We will approach that issue when we come to the budget discussions and the work plan discussions. But it certainly sets a roadmap that makes me want to be able to follow it. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to continue to do that.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just finishing 3 years on the policy board of 3CE, so I was one of the people who voted in favor of trying to concentrate on buying sources of clean green energy, and one of them is the first thermal project that the state of California has had in, I think, 30 years. And so 3CE teamed up with other CCAs, which are the same kind of thing, only in other areas. Another thing that they did is they have bought up some coal-producing plants or coal-powered plants, and then they're not using them. They're buying them up, and they're shutting them down. And if they have to, if the grid experiences a great emergency, then they could be fired up again to meet the CPUC's requirement for resiliency. And in other ways, 3CE has to guarantee that it can produce a certain amount of energy. Then there are all kinds of solar, and there are other projects like that. So basically, I have a lot of faith in their ability to deliver. I also want to say that right now nuclear power is not considered clean green energy by the state of California, even though the state of California is trying to revive and support Diablo Canyon, which is the last nuclear power plant in the state. But the definition, 3CE is sticking by the statutory definition of what is clean green energy, and that's all that they can utilize. And also, PG&E is not in the business of selling exclusively from Diablo. the power from Diablo goes into all the other power that's in the grid. And so the deal is that what's not provided by the grid, I mean, what's not provided by Clean Green Energy, the default right now is what comes from the grid. And so we're trying to, over time, increase the Clean Green Energy. So anyway, I think it's a solid decision that you guys made. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Boswell.
Yeah, just a few comments. One is that, and I'm echoing maybe the chamber comments a little bit. I mean, this is a lead by example plan. So, I'm really excited that part of the power of this plan is showing that us, the city, as a municipal organization, we're demonstrating to our residents and businesses and visitors how we can make changes in office operations, procurement, employee programs, and energy procurement, and all of that to achieve our carbon neutral goals. But also really lead by example. If SLO is the only city in the world that does this kind of stuff, we're not going to solve the climate crisis. And so I think, too, the real power of lead by example is that staff, this council, as civic leaders, and our citizens and our advocates in the community to tell our story beyond the city of San Luis Obispo in hopes of inspiring other communities to take action on climate change. And my second comment kind of dovetails a little bit with that, just to really observe, and the plan talks a little bit about this, but also to really highlight that, although the plan is sort of very specifically focused on the idea of reducing our carbon footprint as a city, many of these things that are, most of the things that are in this plan have other benefits that accrue to the community. Many of them just save us money. That's a good thing. Everybody likes to save money. Many of them improve our air quality in our community, which I think, I know many people who live in San Luis Obispo, it's one of the most important things about living here is our clean air. And also, many of these things will improve indoor air quality, again, in the Lead by Example plan directly for our employees and visitors to our community and municipal facilities, improving indoor air quality, making safer and healthier indoor spaces. There are lots of other additional benefits, health, and so on and so forth, but I really wanted to point a few of those out as really being key. So even though it's a plan aimed specifically at our emissions reduction, it does so much more in terms of benefit for our community. So thank you, staff, for your hard work on this. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much. Great comments from my colleagues, and I think your point about lead by example and advocacy is so important. One of the things that we go to many times, all of us, is Cal Cities Conference, and it's looking at all these different issues from the 483 cities throughout the state. And I would definitely say climate action and the many effects of the climate change has been a top issue for so many cities, and we're learning from each other, and it's always helpful. I do hope that one of the things that we lead by example on with that kind of a template, shall you say, sooner than later, is the bike education for everybody throughout the community, because I think it's not just for people who ride bikes, but also for the people who drive cars, so they know what to do with what these strange motions people are doing, or the green paint, or whatever it is. I mean, I think a lot of the fear that I would say stems from a lot of the emails I receive is just really the unknown of what is happening, why, and how. And so if we can help the community know sooner than later versus once we're all done, as an example, I think that would be really helpful. I know we've already said this, but I just have to say thank you. This has been a great deal of work, and it's something that I do share often with people, my colleagues all over, and they are always impressed, but not for the impressed moment, but the excitement moment of, and can I tell you what we're doing now? So I think that's the other part, is this continues to help us build on each other and grow and expand. I will always, always, always say thank you for looking for rebates, incentives, and grants. We punch above our weight, as it said. We have a city of 48,000 people, and the things that we do are sometimes the amount of 2 to 5 times our city. And that is often because of the grants that you all help procure and the work that you do. So I thank you for that. And then lastly, I just want to say that as you continue with the changes, just like Slow Climate Coalition, continue to help us all be the ambassadors. If there are those top tips we can share, help us help you in that. One thing I always love is seeing the different recycling tips and being able to share those different moments. And I hope that you'll continue to share those different educational opportunities so that we can share those as well. My favorite is always the Slowco massage and their little top of the toilet tank recyclable hand wash sink. It was something that a long, long time ago, I think everyone could do this. It's so simple. Maybe not in your guest room because you want to show it fancy, but really this is the basic things that we just can do in our homes and help us continue to do this outside of this Lead by Example. Vice Mayor.
I'm ready to make a motion. I'll move approval of the draft resolution and authorization to help you all go get some money quicker and easier.
I'll second that. Can we have roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Shorsman?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Boswell?
Yes.
And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so
Good
much.
job. Thank you.
So next is a topic that I think some of the audience is here, and I just want to make sure in case some people weren't here earlier. We do have speaker cards if you'd like to speak on this topic. People with the pink card get to go first, so just so you know. We have 1, 2, and 3 minutes, so make sure you get your cards in. So next topic we have is the Complete Streets Project, and we have a number of people who will be speaking on, or presenting on this issue. And I believe we will first start with Director of Public Works, Matt Horn.
Madam Mayor, members of council, thanks so much for having us tonight to talk about Higuera Complete Streets in this study session. Tonight we have Luke Schwartz and Adam Fukushima to give the presentation. The presentation will last about 35 minutes, and we scheduled about 90 minutes for this item. We'll go through project background, discuss public outreach. We'll have some information on similar projects that we've completed in the community and the results of those projects. We'll also review the scope and try to obtain council's concurrence on different design elements. Specifically, we'll go into Chumash Village and kind of evacuation routes as well, and kind of discuss what we heard at ATC and next steps. And with that, I'll hand it off to Luke and Adam. Thank you very much.
All right. Good evening, council. I'll start with the recommendation. The recommendation is to receive an update on the Higuera Complete Streets project, and we want to welcome some input on the Higuera Complete Streets plans, including specific input on 3 major topic areas. One is just the limits of a proposed road diet on Higuera Street, basically from what street to what street should we do a road diet, or whether we should do a road diet at all. The material used for vertical separation, where we are proposing protected bike lanes, and then the preferred design for the Higuera Street and the Los Osos Valley Road intersection. And then finally, provide input to staff on whether we should continue further planning and design on a potential shared use path on Madonna Road as a future project separate from this Higuera Complete Streets project. I'll start with the project background. It really stems from the active transportation plan that was adopted by council in 2021. And the goal there really is to reduce our vehicle miles traveled. We know that that transportation is the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. So this plan is really a roadmap of how to encourage more people to use other forms of transportation other than just a single occupancy vehicle. And we've learned that in order to encourage more people to use it, we have to provide more lower stress facilities to get more people bicycling and walking. And so out of that plan came a tier 1 network of high quality bicycle and pedestrian corridors with low stress facilities to help encourage people to get out there. And we've made a commitment to build that tier 1 network by the year 2030. Okay. As far as the Higuera corridor itself, during our public outreach for the active transportation plan, we heard again and again that we needed to do something about the Higuera corridor, that people just did not feel safe riding on this route or walking it. It's one of the spines of the city, and that people just did not feel comfortable riding on it. And so it was no surprise to us that the Active Transportation Committee recommended that we really start planning on this project as the first project to kind of get going once we adopted the ATP. As far as project background on this corridor itself, it aligns with the major city goal of climate action, open space, and sustainable transportation. It's also part of the high injury network of a draft Vision Zero action plan, which should be coming to you later this spring. And just to give some statistics, overall in the whole city, we've had 21 people tragically killed in the city since 2019. 75% of those victims were either walking or bicycling. And of those, 60% were killed in high-speed, multi-lane arterials of 40 miles an hour plus on streets like Higuera and Madonna Road. And just to kind of draw it down even narrower, on this street, Higuera Street, we've had 5 fatal collisions since 2019, and 4 involving victims of walking and bicycling. We have just a few pictures of some of those victims that we know from the statistics. Looking at some outside funding to date, we've been lucky to get over $9 million of funding, about $7 million from the state in Caltrans's active transportation program, and a little over $2 million from SLOCOG and their community benefits program. As far as a target date of construction, we're looking to start construction by late this year, but we do have an ultimate deadline to get our allocation approved by Caltrans by February 2026, and that's to avoid any kind of grant forfeiture, which is really an important point to keep in mind. Just to go over the public outreach conducted to date, we've done quite extensive public outreach. We started with neighborhood pop-ups along the route. We did an open house workshop at the county library across the street, but we also wanted to meet people where they live, and so we did an open house pop-up at Meadow Park. We were invited by the residents of the Chumash Village to come speak to them about the project, and we want to thank them for inviting us. We got some really good feedback from them about their concerns. We had several meetings with the Active Transportation Committee, and we did a project webpage, press release. We also set up an email update list so that we could push out updates to folks, so then you have to just actively go look for it. We would actually send it out to them when we had an update. And then we had numerous media interviews and individual meetings with community members. Just to go over some highlights of the public input, one of the topics, the top topic, was just the concern about automobile traffic and speeding. We heard again and again about the concerns for traffic, heavy traffic, illegal speeding, the presence of heavy vehicles, and distracted driving. And our response to that was we looked for speed reduction measures, which is why we're talking about a road diet tonight. We did some lane reductions and also looked at things like digital speed feedback signs and other ways to kind of get those speeds down. We also looked at the addition of high visibility crosswalks and other kind of striping elements and improvements to improve safety. Okay. Another topic was improving the bicycle and pedestrian network. We heard about the challenge to bike through a number of the intersections, especially the Higuera, Madonna, and South intersection, how it was just really tricky to really bike through that intersection. We heard about the desire for better east and west connections, and so we added the area from Broad Street to Madonna to the project. We heard about the need to upgrade our pedestrian infrastructure, such as curb ramps and sidewalk apps. And then the concern, as I mentioned before, about the heavy vehicles, especially bicycling next to it, and the higher traffic. And so with that, we added protected bike lanes per the active transportation plan. We added new connections, as I mentioned before, and we also added over 70 curb ramp upgrades and 40 high visibility crosswalks to the project. One thing I wanted to mention is I wanted to show this picture. This kind of encapsulates some of the fears that we heard from some of the public about bicycling on this roadway. Just the presence of heavy vehicles and being really close to them is just not a very comfortable experience being on Higuera Street, and so we heard loud and clear about that concern and tried to address it as best we could. Okay, another topic was traffic calming and neighborhood concerns. We heard about a preference for a more mild approach to traffic calming in the Meadow Park neighborhood. And we also got requests for stop signs at Woodbridge, Meadow, and Meadow Park and Bridge Street. And so our response to that was we removed all the traffic circles and speed bumps in the areas without any demonstrated speeding history. We also added the all-way stop at Woodbridge and Meadow, and we added high visibility crosswalks. And then we also added a crosswalk at Meadow Park and Bridge Street. And just some final concerns we heard was the need for gaps in the protected bike lanes. This was to help facilitate the left turns. We heard about the difficulty crossing Higuera at certain locations, such as Las Praderas Road. And then as the access to some of the residences like the Silver City Mobile Home Lodge and the Chumash Village. And Luke will go into more into the Chumash Village. But the staff response to this really was, this is why we added the protected bike lanes with gaps at key locations, which you might have seen in the design. And we also did a study of a crossing at Las Praderas, as was requested. Unfortunately, we weren't able to accommodate that just because we found that it wasn't a safe location to do that. So what we did instead was we really tried to improve the crosswalks at the closest location next to it. So we went at the Tank Farm and Suburban Road, really looked at adding those high visibility crosswalks and making sure we had good curb ramps there to accommodate crossings. And then we did some improvements to the access at the Silver City residence, and then we also are we're proposing some other changes at the Chumash Village, with which Luke will go into. Okay. Just to go over the project scope really quickly, this includes Higuera Street from Los Osos Valley Road to Marsh Street, Madonna Road from the Madonna Inn to Higuera Street. And then we added a neighborhood greenway segment in the Meadow Park area, basically from Higuera East to Broad Street via the Meadow Park local streets. Okay, just to quickly to go over the project overview, the goal really is to improve safety for all road users. We want to address illegal speeding and enhance pedestrian and bike infrastructure per the active transportation plan. The key areas of focus that we looked at were roadway repairs and sealing along the full project for the benefit of all road users, traffic calming measures, and pedestrian and bicycle upgrades for safety. Okay, looking just at the pedestrian improvements, we're proposing over 70 ADA curb ramp upgrades, 45 high visibility crosswalks. We're able to accommodate ADA compliant audible signal upgrades at those signal intersections, and a new crossing with a rectangular rapid flashing beacon, otherwise known as an RFB, which we have several of those around town. Looking at the bicycle improvements, we're proposing over 2 miles of physically protected bike lanes per the active transportation plan, and then green bike lane markings at those conflict points like intersections and driveways. Okay, we have a few renderings of the project. This is a project on Higuera at High Street, just showing some of the protected bike lanes with flex post separation. Looking more south, this is Higuera at Hines Street. This is shows the protected bike lanes in that context, which is a little bit different than farther north at High Street. And then the Madonna overcrossing, where we're proposing just striped bike lanes. Okay. And then improvements for all road users is really important. Roadway repairs and sealing is proposed along the full project. We're proposing refreshed roadway striping along the whole project as well. Radar speed feedback signs, as well as high visibility traffic signal backplates for those times when we have an energy, when the power goes out and you can't see a signal, which is really useful for all road users. New center turn lane from Bridge Street to Fontana, and then traffic calming through the Meadow Park neighborhood. Okay, and then some intersection configurations. I won't go into too much detail here, but we're looking at configurations to to the intersection at Higuera and Walker and Pacific per the Mid-Higuera area plan, Higuera and Madonna, as well as a new signal at Higuera and Elks. And from here, I will hand it over to Luke.
Thank you, Adam. Starting on the first kind of focus area question for the session tonight is regarding the proposed road diet on Madonna Road. As Adam mentioned, is currently proposed, the limits are between south of Bridge Street down to just north of Margarita. The main question for the council is their interest in modifying the road diet limits, eliminating the road diet altogether, and we'll walk through kind of some of those options and the thought process behind this element of the project design as currently proposed. Again, this map just briefly shows a segment where a road diet is proposed. And for those of you who hadn't heard the term, a road diet is essentially a road narrowing, either narrowing traffic lanes or eliminating traffic lanes if there's more capacity than you need to serve the demand. It allows you to provide width for other things like buffers, wider sidewalks, bike lanes, or really just narrowing the street to try to slow high-speed traffic. A quick graphic just showing what the existing configuration looks like on Higuera along this stretch right now. Between Bridge and Fontana, there's 2 lanes in each direction for traffic, no center turn lane or separation between the directions of traffic, and narrow 5-foot bike lanes, which are the minimum standard per our city standards and per Caltrans standards. As you get a little further south, between Fontana and Margarita, the roadway widens up a little bit where we also have a center turn lane, but otherwise the dimensions are pretty similar. Also note there is an existing pinch point for about 800 or 900 feet near Chumash Drive where there's only 1 lane in the northbound direction. We have a separate city project that's been working for years to try to acquire the right-of-way to complete that sidewalk gap and widen that stretch of the road. It's still ongoing property negotiation, so we're hoping that gets built at some point soon. It would be great to do it as part of this project, but if we don't have the right-of-way, it's not going to be feasible to do it at that time. Again, just a photo to show what the context is like on this stretch of Higuera Street. This is just maybe 100 feet, 200 feet short of where we had a cyclist killed riding in the bike lane just this last summer. So just context of what it's like driving and cycling and walking along this street. Some existing trends along this stretch of Higuera, it's really a stretch where we see probably the highest concentration of collisions and the highest speeds. We've had, again, just in the last 5 years, about nearly 50 crashes just on this stretch, 15 of those with injuries, and 3 severe injuries and 2 fatal collisions, including a cyclist just this last year, and another that involved a driver having a medical emergency near Chumash Drive that hit a utility pole. The speed limit is set as low as we legally can currently at 40 miles an hour. The prevailing speeds are a little higher than that, closer to 45. So why are we even contemplating a road diet? As we started this project, as Adam mentioned, the first focus was where can we improve safety, not only reducing those kind of high-end speeds where we know if collisions occur, people are likely to have more chance of injuries or worse. They're more severe at higher speeds. But also trying to increase separation between vulnerable users, people walking on the sidewalk, people biking, and the higher speed traffic. So when we started this, we're pretty familiar with road diets. There's been several throughout the city, going back as far as, maybe 2009 or 10 when South Street was narrowed. It was a Caltrans facility at the time. There was a tragic pedestrian killed a young student back in my university days, which I remember hearing in the news, which was sad. And that was generally successful. The collisions have gone way down. We don't see those types of really significant collisions on South Street. The speeds are still high, but have come down quite a bit. And then most recently, we piloted a road diet with temporary measures on Johnson Avenue between Bishop and Laurel, and now in the process of completing the striping to make that permanent. And what we saw with that was, again, we didn't have any increase in collisions. They generally are down. We haven't had any severe injury collisions, but the speeds is really the part that we see the biggest difference. The prevailing speeds came down closer to what the posted limit was on Johnson, which is 35. They were over 40 miles an hour before, but the number of people going 10 miles an hour or more over the speed limit almost evaporated. It went down 93%. So one of the benefits kind of with the road diet is not only do you have fewer conflict points, but you just need one driver that's willing to follow the speed limit, and kind of everyone behind him is forced to as well. We also, again, the benefits we've had with these are slowing speeds, reducing the really severe types of collisions, and there's a lot of really great data on road diets throughout the country too that shows that there's a lot of safety benefits when done in the right context. When we talk about road diets, they're not good candidates on every street. We had a lot of interest from the ATC and the community when we started this project saying, well, can you eliminate, lanes on the whole stretch of High Gira? And as we started looking at the traffic volumes, one, there's some really great guidance on like what's kind of the right range of what works and what doesn't work. And we really had one stretch of High Gira where the volumes now, and I'll show in a future slide, looking into the future as well, where they're within those thresholds where it can work without creating lots of congestion. This graphic just kind of briefly shows what the proposed cross-section looks like on this stretch of High Gira, where we go from 2 traffic lanes in each direction to 1 with this wide center turn lane, and then also wider bike lanes and wider separation between traffic and the bike lanes. This kind of illustration shows concrete medians which are proposed on this stretch. I'll note, though, that these widths wouldn't be full concrete. There'd be striped edge lines and buffer space between an actual concrete median. And we're also supportive of other materials that could be used for the bikeway separation, which we'll discuss in a second here as well. This graphic basically just shows, we looked at both, will this road diet work for the short term, as well as our 5 to 10 year horizon as projects like San Luis Ranch, Avila Ranch, the Froome Ranch specific plan area build out. And in the short term, we assume like the Prado interchange is not in place, other transportation improvements that might shift traffic around are not there. And then we look into our long-term horizon, so 20+ years as our general plan, land use plan builds out. We get things like the Prado interchange built. Does this still work? And what we're seeing is those volumes are still kind of remaining right within that threshold where it can work for a 3-lane road during most day-to-day conditions. A caveat I'll add is, in the long term, 20+ years, if the Prado interchange, if that connection is not made across the US 101, we will see higher traffic volumes on this stretch. Similarly, if we update our land use plans and say we want twice as many homes in the Margarita area as we're currently planning, that there's some challenges with that amount of traffic being shifted to this street. So we're basing this off of what our current best understanding of our long-term plans and growth. One thing I'll just quickly note is we look not just at kind of hypothetical ranges of what works and what doesn't, but we look at really specific analysis of our city's adopted performance thresholds for congestion. We use a term that's called level of service. It basically describes conditions on a roadway for traffic conditions from a grade of A, B, C, all the way to F, where A would be completely free flow, there's no one in front of you, traffic's moving uninterrupted, to F, which would be gridlock, where there's way more demand than there's capacity and it's not moving, it's spilling back significantly. Our threshold is level of service D or better for streets outside of the downtown. So we looked at all the intersections along the stretch where we're proposing a road diet during the highest peak times in the morning and afternoon commutes. And we see that we can maintain those levels within our adopted goals, even looking out into the short-term, medium, and long-term horizon. And in fact, the project improves conditions over existing the Elks intersection with the installation of a traffic signal there, where right now it could be really challenging trying to make a left turn. And also at the intersection of High Gira with Bridge, where there's no center turn lane currently. And actually by adding that, we remove some of the impediments to traffic flows and ability for people to turn from Bridge Street onto High Gira. We've also gotten lots of input, and as Adam mentioned, we joined a community forum at the Chumash Village neighborhood and really appreciate their generosity and hospitality in letting us speak about the project and understand their concerns. And understandably, they have a lot of concerns with their ability to get in and out of their driveway. There's one point of entry to the community. This kind of shows what that looks like right now, where, as I noted, there's one lane in the northbound direction, there's a center turn lane, and 2 lanes in the southbound direction. And they currently have 2 lanes exiting Chumash Drive from their neighborhood onto High Gira Street. A quick photo kind of shows that vantage point looking north on High Gira at Chumash Drive. And the proposed concept is similar, with one main difference is we would extend the road diet would reduce the southbound direction from 2 lanes to 1, retaining a single lane northbound as exists now. And it might not be clear on the plans, but we have no change to propose on their property. So the 2 lanes exiting Chumash Drive would remain. One thing I'll note is the draft striping plans that are included as an attachment show a relatively narrow center turn lane. We'd actually like that to be much wider. We've already given direction to our design engineer that they should be adjusting the striping plans to give more width and flexibility within that center turn lane. When we met with the residents of Chumash Village, some of the common concerns we heard were general concerns about the road diet creating congestion and challenges with getting in and out in their driveway. A lot of interest in a traffic signal to control the ability to get in and out of their site driveway. general consensus, like everyone, that just wants to go into slower speeds on Higuera Street and reducing the speed limit below where it's at now, as well as an interest in some additional lighting at their driveway. And then some ongoing issues with illegal parking on Higuera Street within the kind of sight lines at that intersection, which we've been installing additional red curb markings, parking signage, and I know our parking enforcement team is regularly alerted when there's illegal parking there. So that one's been kind of an ongoing challenge that we're hoping the project can also help with in the longer term. In terms of addressing those concerns, the first one you looked at is a really detailed analysis of the road diet. Is it going to be causing congestion that's below our thresholds? At that intersection, what is the delay and the ability to get in and out during peak times? And what we find is the Chumash Drive intersection still operates relatively similar to it is now with the road diet. And one difference is you'll probably see a little bit of an increase in delay. We project it to be about 3 to 5 seconds on average in having a single southbound lane instead of 2 lanes. But one of the benefits is it can be really difficult trying to judge speeds in traffic with multiple lanes and gaps of when it's safe to make a turn. And having one lane that you're focusing on can often make it a little easier to make a good decision of when it's safe to do so. And we did a lot of analysis to figure out, is a traffic signal something we could support at this intersection? And if it is, it's something we would be happy to consider. There's legal thresholds at the state that Caltrans publishes that need to be followed for any agency that installs a traffic signal. They're called warrants, and they basically are based on either the volume on the side street and the major street, the collision history, proximity to a railroad crossing, a school. So we looked at all of those, and what we're finding is the volumes are just too low on Chumash Drive to warrant a traffic signal. Looking at the history of collisions, in the last 10 years we have a record of 1 collision actually occurring like right near the driveway, and it was the fatal collision involving a medical emergency where someone departed the road and hit a utility pole. So we would need more of a collision history to justify a signal for that purpose, and the volumes just aren't quite at the threshold where it's something that we can recommend. In terms of speed limits, we've set the limits as low as we can. We're hopeful that the proposed project will physically make it less comfortable to drive very fast, in which case we can redo our speed surveys and reduce the limits at that point if the prevailing speeds have gone down. And then lastly, with the request for additional lighting, we are working with PG&E to see if it's feasible to add a Cobra Head street light on the utility pole that's right at their driveway, and we'll be awaiting response from their design team to see if they can power that from that location, which we think should be viable, and we're happy to do that. We've also gotten a lot of community input, and understandably with the recent fires in Los Angeles about concerns about emergency response and evacuation. We've looked at that quite a bit. Just to be clear, the city doesn't really have defined formal evacuation routes. It's largely incident dependent. If anyone's interested, I would highly recommend you go to the Ready Slow website where you can log in and find out about evacuation information specific to your neighborhood. Our general plan safety element does identify some high, areas of risk where there's neighborhoods or parts of town that either have single points of entry or that are near, high-risk flood areas or high-risk wildfire risk areas. None of those would be directly feeding onto the Higuera corridor, but we understand the concerns. When we look at this in a huge scale evacuation where literally everyone in the city or parts of the city are trying to get out or to the roads at the same time, it's almost impossible to design all of our streets to handle that demand. Where we see bottlenecks in those types of instances or areas where we see bottlenecks now, if there's a huge collision or lane closures on the 101, where we do see people divert to Higuera in those conditions. And what we see is we don't see those bottlenecking at the existing point on Higuera that narrows to 1 lane near Chumash, for example, but at the major signalized intersections where you also see congestion during the typical commute times. So where we'd be seeing bottlenecks under a major evacuation are going to be trying to get onto the 101 or off the 101 or at the Madonna and South and Madonna Higuera intersections. Those are going to be spilling back. I think where we'd see more risk on this stretch of Higuera with the road diet is potential with people trying to get out of unsignalized side street driveways. And we have some design options that we're happy to consider based on council input that we think address some of those concerns. We presented a couple options for the council to consider regarding the road diet topic. The first would be retaining the current project designs, which provide the road diet between, again, Bridge Street to just north of Margarita. Another alternative would be just eliminating the road diet, keeping the traffic lanes exactly as they are on that stretch. A second alternative B that we're referring to here and in the staff report would be to change the limit. So for example, maybe start the road diet north of Chumash Drive where we retain exactly what's there now at Chumash, and similar we could look at adjusting the start further south of Bridge Street where basically no major unsignalized intersections or driveways would be within the limits where we would have one lane and traffic of each direction. And then the last alternative would be considering maybe retaining 2 lanes in the heaviest traffic volume side of the street, which would be the southbound direction, which kind of walk through each of those and what the pros and cons are of those alternatives. Retaining the project as is, the advantage is we think it has the greatest potential to get the high-end speeds down and reduce crashes. It's consistent with our ATP and our Vision Zero action plan. And it has no risk to our current grant funding, which is based on the safety elements that are proposed in the current project. The disadvantage is we know it's not supported by the full community, which we want to be aware of as well and consider. And also, if something changes in the future, we have the Prado interchange gets delayed indefinitely or for decades, or we change our land use plans and say we'll want a lot more growth. There's portions of this that might not work in the long term. The alternative of just completely eliminating the road diet, the advantages are it's largely intuitive and familiar to the public. There's really no change if you're driving. It retains excess capacity if we do change our land use plans or our circulation plans change in the future, more flexibility for a large evacuation or emergency incident. The disadvantage is the road's just too narrow for us to do some of the safety things we'd like to do. So it largely will remain exactly as it is for much of this stretch without any lane changes. We think there's less potential to get speeds down. We're proposing speed feedback signs and other things that can help with that, but we don't know that they'll be as effective. And there's a real risk to our to the grant funding that we've obtained for the project features we're proposing. I want to be super clear, like our interest is not to provide a project that the council doesn't support. We want to build the right project. So if there's features of this that the council's not comfortable with or thinks could be done better, we're more than happy to continue working through designs and building a project that achieves the goals the best we can within that context. But there is a real risk to the funding that we have from outside agencies if we change massive features of the project as is. Briefly modifying the road diet limits, the benefits are we maintain a lot of the benefits, especially for the narrowest stretch of High Garrett near the cemetery, but it retains access at the major unsignalized driveways like Chumash Drive. We get some of those benefits we want to achieve, maybe not quite to the same extent. The disadvantage is we're less likely to reduce speeds along that full stretch that's currently proposed. And there's a lot less risk to our grant funding if we're slightly adjusting the limits of the project, but I don't want to say that there's absolutely no risk. It's something that's difficult to get a clear answer from without going through the full scope change process with Caltrans, and in some cases it might end up going to the California Transportation Commission to make a final call on that. Similar to looking at a road diet in one direction only, the advantages are similar. We could still get some speed reductions and some separation from people walking and bicycling. The disadvantage is we won't get the full speed reductions in both directions. And the real challenge is we're not going to be able to provide like a center turn lane and separation between the bikes and sidewalks on the stretch if we're only taking a lane in one direction. That's mostly impactful at the Elks intersection where our plan is to signalize that and provide a dedicated left arrow phase for the left turns. You need a dedicated left turn lane to provide a left turn phase like that. And if we are only doing a road diet in one direction, we won't have width to do that and add separation for the bike lanes. So there's some trade-offs there too. And shifting to the next topic is another focus question on the form of bikeway separation where we have protected bike lanes proposed, and I'll hand that back to Adam.
All right, thank you, Luke. And as you mentioned, this question is really about the type of material that is preferred by the council for the protected bike lane. When it comes to material, there are a number of choices available to separate motor vehicles from bicycles and protected bike lanes. Materials range from quick build options, from plastic flex pose to more permanent and durable options like a concrete median. So each material offers distinct advantages and trade-offs in terms of cost, durability, and safety. Just comparing the two, just looking at quick build materials, it has a lower installation cost. It's easier to modify and remove, but it does require more frequent maintenance. And there is less physical protection between bikes and vehicles. And when it comes to permanent materials, there's a higher installation cost. It is harder to remove or modify, but it does provide greater physical separation and durability. It requires less frequent maintenance, but there is greater potential for vehicle damage if it is struck. Look at the current proposal. We proposed a mix of quick build flex posts for the narrow bike lane portions, and then concrete medians where the wider lanes are available and have the extra room. And that's really from British Street to Margarita. And the reason for that is just it really balances the cost, functionality, and safety. But there are other alternatives that are before you. One is looking at only flex posts. This would provide less physical protection, and it would have reduced costs of about $400,000. Another option would be looking only at concrete for the whole corridor. That would provide the greatest physical protection, but there would be certainly more maintenance challenges and much higher costs that from $750,000 to about $1 million increase. And then the last option we saw is just looking at no vertical separation at all. And that would be significantly lower costs, but it does risk the safety goals, and it may jeopardize the grant funding, not to mention that it is inconsistent with the active transportation plan to provide a protected bike lane on this corridor. Looking at the pros and cons of protected bike lanes, just looking at the pros, it does provide increased bicycle ridership. Studies have shown that there's an increase from anywhere from 21 to 171% in bicycle ridership after protected bike lanes have been installed across multiple cities. Just looking at our city alone, we've seen a 120% increase on Choro Street and a 45% increase on Broad Street following the installation of the North Choro Neighborhood Greenway. And this is from counts we just did in November of last year, showing some of the results of some of the bikeway use. And then the improved safety features, converting bike lanes to protected lanes with physical delineators can reduce bike and vehicle crashes by up to 53%, according to the Federal Highway Administration. Looking at the cons of protected bike lanes, it really comes down to cost and space. Installing protected bike lanes can require significant investment, and it just reduces the space for other road users. The maintenance, as I mentioned, and then there's the idea of collisions with a fixed object. So there's always the potential for vehicles and bikes to strike road objects, whether they're concrete or flex posts. But we have seen an overall safety benefit due to the available data we have on a reduced crash severity and improved traffic management. For this, I'll send this back to Luke.
Thanks, Adam. Just a couple of other focus areas we'll try to hit on efficiently so we can get into discussions and public comment. The third kind of focus question is really regarding the Higuera and Los Osos Valley Road intersection. Throughout the project planning process, we've looked at kind of two design options here and included both options in our grant application. So there's no risk with either of these options of risking our grant funding. And it really comes down to kind of two different paths focused on the design of the southbound bike lane on Higuera Street. This image kind of shows the existing configuration, which is option one that we're looking at largely just retains this, where you can see the photo on the right. A southbound cyclist has to merge across the outside traffic lane if they want to continue straight on Higuera Street. It can be really stressful and challenging, particularly in the afternoons where traffic is heavy heading outside of town in that direction. And it's just really, it can be uncomfortable. The benefit of this option is it largely retains the existing traffic operations. This excerpt just shows what this would look like with the proposed project. We have some additional buffer space, some additional green paint, but it largely would be the same as you see now that in terms of cycling experience. The second option is similar, but it retains the bike lane to the curbside and then adds a bike signal to cross the intersection, so it avoids the need for cyclists to have to merge across heavy traffic. The trade-off with this is it impacts traffic operations. It adds more delay when that bike signal is served, mainly for the vehicle movement making a right turn from southbound Higuera onto Los Osos Valley Road. Looking at the traffic operations, both intersections actually work within our level of service thresholds in the current scenario. It's in that 5 to 10 year plus horizon where we see the bike signal option creates a level of service impact. It's only a slight increase in actual delay, but it does increase the delay, and the intersection will fail even if we do nothing in the long term with the traffic demand that we're seeing. The real notable increase is more in queuing. During the afternoon period with the bike signal, you're going to see the queues backing up to Suburban Street regularly, where that happens infrequently, but every once in a while during the PM commute, it'd be a regular occurrence. So it'd be just the length of the queues you'd be seeing with that addition. The first option, retaining the bike striping essentially how it is now, is it's intuitive, it retains better traffic flows, and there's fewer costs and modifications to the traffic signal system. Where the disadvantage is it's less comfortable for cyclists that are heading that direction. And we have specific kind of design guidance in our ATP as well as industry design guidance that really encourages not creating kind of a mixing zone like that on a high-speed road with that many right turns. While the second option that adds the bike signal, the benefits are it's more comfortable for cyclists. You don't have to merge across heavy traffic, especially less experienced cyclists. It's consistent with our ATP and kind of current design best practices. Where the disadvantage is really some additional costs for the traffic signal modification, and it's more impactful to traffic flows. It exacerbates a future deficient level of service, which would be an impact per our general plan that the council would need to acknowledge and be willing to accept. The other trade-off is just less intuitive. It's different, and it really relies on compliance from both drivers, not making right turns against the red light, which is already illegal at that intersection, but I would say the compliance is not 100%. And also cyclists with waiting for the bike signal, not going through the red light. So we don't have a lot of enforcement resources. We don't have the ability to have a motor cop positioned at this intersection all day to enforce a change like this. So it's something we also need to consider with this design. I will note the option with the bicycle signal phase is the option that the Active Transportation Committee recommended for further pursuit. But because there would be a policy impact in terms of traffic operations, we want to have the council's input on this decision. The last kind of focus area question is not really specific to this construction project. It's about future plans to do something even better on Madonna Road. And the question is, should the staff continue efforts to try to advance something like a shared use path or a protected lane on Madonna Road along the overpass? We spent almost 2 years. We would have had this project built probably a year ago. But one of the biggest areas of input we got through the community outreach was you really keep trying to do something better on Madonna Road. It's really uncomfortable. And it's kind of a last gap between what will be a really comfortable bike network, especially with folks commuting to the only public middle school in town at Laguna. This is a common route for commuters and families biking to the school. What we found is ultimately there's some bottlenecks and pinch points where there's just not enough width to do really great protected bike lanes on the Madonna Road overpass. At least not as part of this project. There's a lot more engineering costs and challenges that we think aren't doable within the current funding and schedule limitations of our grant-funded project. What the current plan includes is additional green lane markings and striped buffers where we fit them in, but no real physical protection. We've looked at a lot of concepts that might be explored as a future project that involves more challenges and costs and shared those with the ATC. And the preferred option was to try to look at extending an elevated sidewalk level shared use path, similar to what exists in this photo on Madonna Road that currently ends right at the Madonna Inn. So the idea would be look to extend this further east up over the overcrossing and all the way to Higuera Street. It kind of keeps that desire line in one continuous route on one side of the street. That would be really great and comfortable for cyclists and add pedestrian facilities. There's no sidewalk on a big portion of that, and we have people walking out there. So it kind of improves conditions for both people walking and bicycling. A quick photo just to kind of show what the existing conditions like and what the general kind of concept looks like. I will note one of the features that was a big point of discussion with the Active Transportation Committee and with staff was with the limited width, would there be value in eliminating the existing on-street bike lane that's on the south side of the road to put all that width into a shared use path? And one of the concerns with that is there's people that use that route now, even if it's less comfortable than using the path that does exist. There likely will be continue to be people riding on that side of the road, and we had concerns about completely eliminating that and pushing those users into the middle of the traffic lane on a 40-mile-an-hour street. And also, we're not positive that Caltrans is going to support having no shoulder at all. They have minimum shoulder widths, whether it's a bike lane or just a striped edge, that we're not sure will be approved. So this is generally the concept that we'd be looking to pursue. Outside of just a constrained kind of trying to fit this all into a narrow bridge, one of the larger issues is as we get to the Higuera intersection on the east end, where you have eastbound cyclists ending up at this intersection, is how are they going to get to where they're trying to go? Right now, the majority of cyclists that are going this direction on Madonna are heading north onto Higuera towards downtown or east through the Pacific Coast Center to get to Bridge Street in the Meadow Park neighborhood. it's really not doable to make those maneuvers without like a dedicated bike signal that allows you to cross that direction from that kind of northwest corner. And the challenge with that is it's just impactful to traffic operations. It creates a level of service impact in the near term and long term. But again, on the queuing side, it increases queues where you're going to see eastbound traffic backing up on Madonna to the freeway ramps more regularly. So that's going to be a policy issue that we wanted clear direction on. And again, it'd be really great. We would have loved to be building something really fantastic as part of this project, because that's kind of the last kind of black eye on this corridor, and it's really uncomfortable. But we just found it's really challenging, and what we're looking for direction on from the council is, despite those kind of operational impacts and constraints, is there interest for staff to continue working on this and having conversations with Caltrans? Or are the challenges so great that we maybe pause on this and focus on other ATP commitments and project priorities for the time being? So we're looking to some general direction. Should we be talking about future budget requests or even continuing work on this? Or are the potential impacts outweighing the potential benefits, at least at this time? To wrap things up, we brought this project to the ATC numerous times. I think most of their primary comments we've been able to address. I'll notice one area of focus that the ATC said, hey, really see if you can do something bigger here, is at the Higuera and Suburban intersection. It's been a location where we've had a history of bicycle right hook collisions with right-turning vehicles hitting bicyclists that are going northbound, including a fatality a couple years ago at this intersection in that exact circumstance. Immediately, we installed some warning signage and some green markings to try to increase the visibility. Another thing we think we might be able to do in the short term, either as part of this Complete Street project or even sooner if we're able to, is looking at some activated illuminated signs that have even additional visual cue of right-turning drivers to look and yield to bicyclists. We found some of these have been effective in cities like Portland, where they've reduced crashes and increased driver awareness of that conflict. But really, the long-term solution is something that requires widening of the road and private right-of-way acquisition that we aren't able to approach as part of the constraints and schedule of this project. There's two kind of options. These are identified in the Vision Zero action plan that will come before you next month, where we look to widen either to keep kind of a bike lane channelized on the left side of a right turn pocket, or what we call a protected corner or kind of setback bend out style bike crossing like you see at Delidio and Madonna, or near the Costco at Firm Ranch Way. Those would both require widening, but we think could help reduce those conflicts in the longer term as like a separate project that we'd be happy to explore as funding and priorities allow. Lastly, we've worked closely throughout the project development with Slow Fire to make sure that we're accommodating all of the requirements per the state and city fire codes, and providing clearances and access in and out of driveways and intersections that they need to be able to get to emergency response or events. We last met with fire and walked through the plans with our 65% design level. Based on council direction tonight, we'd be working with the final plans to make sure there are features that don't create any concerns or challenges with emergency response as far as the final project before we come back to you to request permission to advertise the project. In terms of just how much does the project cost and can we fund it, the total project cost is about $11.5 million. As Adam mentioned, we have a little over $9 million in grant funding already obtained. We are still seeing a shortfall that we'd be presenting as part of the upcoming financial plan to request additional funding of at least $1 million to high end up to $3 million. It's largely been from increases in the paving and curb ramp costs that we've seen since the project was originally scoped. I want to note too that cost includes additional funding for public education, both ahead of the project, starting construction, and during construction, to educate the community on what's getting built, why it's getting built, and what they can expect during construction. The last thing I'll note is about 77% of the project costs are related to paving, fixing the pavement, adding pedestrian curb ramps, adding pedestrian and ADA compliant signal improvements. So we're getting a little bit of bike improvements, which are nice, but we're also getting a lot of things we would want to do anyways, and often honestly have to do in the coming years to fix the road, with outside agencies helping fund a lot of this work. In terms of next steps, as Adam mentioned, we'd be looking to advertise the project later this year and start construction before the end of this calendar year. We have a hard deadline in February to get approval to allocate the construction funding from Caltrans, so that's kind of our hard point that we need to be working off of. In terms of overall alternatives tonight, the council could obviously give us direction just to not move forward with the project, or to pause work on this at this time, or to come back at a future date. Again, the major trade-off there would be the grant timelines. Also, the council could give feedback or direction to change designs or add things that are outside of those kind of specific topic areas that we discussed, which we're also welcome to consider. And with that, I'll leave just the kind of recommendations up on the slide, and that concludes our staff presentation. We're welcome to answer your questions. Thanks.
Wow, that was an amazing speed of an amazing amount of information. I really appreciate it. We're going to just take a 5-minute break before we go into questions and comments. We have at least 45 minutes of public comment, so when we get to that point, just FYI. Well, thank you, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get to started. And Councilmember Francis, I believe you have some questions.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to both of you for that incredible presentation, to everybody who was involved in putting together that staff report. It's incredibly well organized, and I really appreciate that. I was just going to kick off with a couple of small questions. You know, I think one of the things that I've been most focused on is just safety in general, and so we've had a lot of conversations around speed over the years, and I thought you did a really nice job alluding to the fact that our speed is currently at the lowest legal limit, and that we're hopeful that this potentially would reduce speeds further and then give us the opportunity to maybe lower speed limits in the future. But I was wondering if we could dive a little bit more into that process, because I think it's something that's a little bit confusing to the public. How do we reduce speeds legally on signs, speed limits, thank you, and what's that process like?
Sure. Speed limits in California, the process for establishing legally enforceable limits is in the California Vehicle Code, and it can be state specific. In California, it's largely based on, for non-local residential streets, so it's going to have a default. It's based on what you call the prevailing or 85th percentile speed. So you go out and measure 100 vehicles on a street, and what's the speed that 85 of those 100 or are going, and that's kind of roughly where you need to post the speed limit. You can set it within 5 miles an hour of that speed. So it's largely based on the speed people feel comfortable driving. There's some provisions that allow you to make like a 5 mile an hour reduction if there's a high collision rate or unusual circumstance, like a school is right there. So we use those as whenever we can, but there's a limit to how low we can set them. And part of the thought process too is that you can take a road that feels really safe to drive 60 miles an hour and you could put a 25 mile an hour speed limit up. Maybe some people will see it, and in some cases that might actually be less safe if they hit the brakes and all of a sudden they're not going with the speed of traffic. So there's an element to it, can you enforce it regularly? But really the best way is to make the street feel comfortable to drive at the speed you want people to drive on it. And I would say even that process isn't always based on what's the safest speed. It's based on that standard, I'd say, which has kind of been in practice for decades.
So, for example, you talked earlier about the Johnson example where people were driving 10 miles over the speed limit pretty regularly, or more than 10 miles over the speed limit pretty regularly. We didn't have the legal ability to go in there and change the signs because the prevailing speed was so much higher than even the marked signs were on there. Is that right?
Right. Yeah. So speed surveys are valid for 7 to 10 years, and if they go beyond that point, they're not enforceable. And so we were looking at the point where we were maybe having to increase the speed limits on Johnson Drive to be able to continue to enforce them. So what we saw is with the design change, we saw the speeds come way down, which means we can continue to enforce them at that level and maybe even look at future reductions if they stay at that level and we're still seeing high levels of ped and bike crossings or unusual things like that. But yes, for example, to lower the speed limits on Higuera, we need to conduct a new study, and right now the volumes are where they're at and the speeds are where they're at, where if we implement this project, we could do an updated speed survey afterwards, and if the speeds come down, then we might be able to lower the limits.
Okay. Thank you very much for that simplified explanation of that process. You got at this a bit during the presentation, but I think the concern we saw most from the public through email was public safety, fire trucks being able to navigate the street, police being able to get to an accident scene, those types of things. And I was wondering if you could maybe give us a little bit more detail on what extent both fire and police are involved in reviewing plans for accessibility of their vehicles in case of emergency, and then Also, earlier today, I had the advantage of being in agenda review, and you discussed the ability to be able to change signaling in case of emergency and kind of modify things if there were a mass evacuation event.
Sure. So with any kind of street change, we will work closely with staff from SLO Fire to make sure that the designs are not going to create an impediment for them. And in some cases, something might be designed and on paper it looks fine and then it's not working as intended, in which case we have made changes and we're happy to do that. But we'd like to catch those things early on. It's kind of sometimes there's competing priorities where if you had, really, really wide streets, that's great for fire response because there's lots of room to navigate around and go as fastly as possible with really big vehicles. But it makes people drive fast. You might have more collisions and injuries to start with that they didn't need to respond to. So trying to find that healthy balance is something we're working closely with them on. And part of it is with our traffic signal systems, not only making sure we have effective emergency vehicle preemption, which basically detects an approaching emergency vehicle and kind of adds a green light and flushes traffic out, but we'll make temporary adjustments to the signal timings when we have events. So there's so many times we've gotten calls or say, hey, there's an incident on the 101, it's really backing up at this intersection, is there anything you can do? One is police can get out and actually cycle the times holding them on green lights or putting them into flash and direct traffic, but more frequently we have live video feeds we can pull up from many of the signals in town from our desktops and say, yeah, that is backing up, and remotely say, well, let's increase the green time on this direction by another 30 seconds for the next hour until this flushes out. And so we know where the problem spots often are and can often make timing changes on demand to do that when there's events like that. If it's a huge scale evacuation, it's gonna be difficult to do that effectively, but there are some tools in our toolbox. And again, just working collaboratively during project design and also when things are getting built to make adjustments as needed, and kind of hit on some of these options have more or less flexible or permanent features where from emergency response standpoint, having flexibility to modify designs either after the build if there's an issue, or say 5-10 years down the road and say, we want to build a lot more houses in the Marguerite area. We have the flexibility to make changes at a relatively low cost if they're needed down the road too. And I think that's part of the thought process as we're designing these.
Well, thank you for that clarification. And maybe just one more item on that. So currently with some of the modifications that have been made in the city, fire and police are able to navigate all of the current infrastructure. Is that a correct understanding, or are there areas they're not able to go?
Yeah, I think there's areas that they would prefer a much wider street. I know in the downtown, starting back from the downtown concept plan, our vision was not to have 3 lanes of traffic flushing people through the downtown, where I know those are areas where it's more challenging for them now than if there's lots of extra lanes. And so I think it's trying to find that balance. I know there's things that might benefit safety and walkability and bicycle safety that have increased delays for fire response, so trying to find those balance. And I think part of the longer term plans are getting an additional fire station established at some point where we have better connectivity. And I think we'll have more information on recommendations on the emergency response side as part of our Vision Zero action plan. And a lot of that is making sure we have signal preemption at all of these signalized intersections, but also if there's looking at their actual response time data, if there's pinch points where there's street designs that we can modify, we're happy to do those and work collaboratively with them. Yeah.
And are there areas in the city where we don't have signal preemption then?
There's several signals. I know one of the highest priority areas is actually in Caltrans right away on the Santa Rosa corridor. All the signals north from Walnut Street north are Caltrans, and they don't put preemption in. And if you want it, the city or the nearby agency has to fund it, install it, and agree to maintain it. So one of our first priority recommendations in our Vision Zero action plan is looking to fund putting in emergency vehicle preemption at Santa Rosa Highland, Santa Rosa Foothill, which is a primary response route and helps provide an arterial route for them to get to and from the downtown as well that needs something like that doesn't exist currently.
Well, thank you for all of that, and I'll pass it on to my colleagues.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Boswell.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Francis, for asking about the speed limit. I was very curious about that as well. Almost kind of a related issue in terms of just monitoring once the project is built and operating. So I know I'd asked a question that's in the agenda correspondence about the warrant study for a potential signal at Shumash Drive, which it doesn't currently meet the criteria that the state and federal government has set for these. But after the project's in and operating for a while, would this be something we could look at again to see if any of those numbers had changed in any way that would possibly put us closer to justification for a signal?
Sure. The elements that would need to change to hit those thresholds are either going to be collision based, which would be a huge problem if we're seeing a spike in collisions. The threshold is 5 in a 12-month period that could be correctable with the signal. So I don't know where the state gets that specific number from. You hope to have some more context judgment, but that's a threshold. So we'd either need something to change where we're seeing a lot more collisions. As I mentioned, we've had one at the intersection in 10 years from what our records show, or the volume in and out of their driveway, it would have to go up substantially. Right now, we're about a little less than 50% of what that level would need to be to warrant a signal. So we need to see more activity coming in and out of the driveway. In terms of monitoring, we've done delay studies where we don't just look at our calculations, but go out and actually just watch and stop. Use a stopwatch to time from the point someone arrives at the driveway to when they can actually make a turn onto the major street to see if that can go up. So those are types of things we can monitor in real time when a project is built.
And then another related with Chumash Drive so I know the drawing showed a 10-foot center turn lane. It sounds like a 12-foot should be able to happen, but you've even asked the engineer if a 14-foot is possible. So we just have to wait and hear back from them on whether there's sufficient clearance to do that.
It's certainly possible, especially if the council desires to use more of the flex post option for the bikeway separation. It's a lot smaller footprint. So the idea would be shrink some of the excess width in the bike buffers to provide a wider median and center turn lane, which would be our preference. I think 12 to 14 feet is certainly doable within the street width.
Okay. And then I had asked a question about whether the essentially at Bridge Street or the Bridge Street path and where it crosses Exposition, currently we're showing speed humps on the north and south side of the crossing, but the crossing actually goes down. It's a typical crossing, goes down to street level. You would cross at street level and go back up on the sidewalk. I had asked in the previously, and it's partially answered in the agenda correspondence, about whether it'd be possible to maybe instead do that as a raised crossing, so the pedestrians and bikes crossing there would not go down and up when crossing the street. And I'm not an engineer, obviously, but what I wasn't clear on is whether there's trade-offs with doing it the way it's proposed versus possibly doing it this way. I mean, I generally like when there are, particularly for pedestrian, when there are crossings at sidewalk level, raised up versus going down and back up into the street. I know there's been some issues in some other places around town where that seems to be a preferred option, the raised crossing. So are there some pros and cons there, or is it just either one is good and it's just a preference?
Sure, no, that's a really good question. That was one of our first approaches to that design, was using doing it as a speed table, like a raised crossing. The biggest challenge with those is often drainage. So we've already designed this to work with that, in that the curb ramps are kind of floating islands with a trench drain. The main reason we didn't do it as a raised crossing was just that the speeds along that whole stretch were high, and that just doing a crossing there doesn't address the other concerns approaching it or downstream as you come along the bend towards the trailhead for South Hills. We could certainly make that a raised crossing. I'd likely recommend either removing or adjusting the other speed humps so there's more space between them, so that we can still kind of slow traffic along the old stretch but not have bumps that are all really, really close together. But that's certainly a change that we can easily make.
Thank you. That's all for now.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to go back to traffic lights for just a second. Can you clarify, I know you did in the agenda correspondence, and thank you, by the way, for the very lengthy 12-page agenda correspondence for those of you who may have asked some questions. Your questions, if you don't hear the answers right now, might be in that document, so I would go take a look at it. But a couple of them that I just want to reiterate. At Elks, there's some information in the staff report that refers to more of a hybrid beacon, and I was a little bit confused by that, so I wanted to clarify with you that the Elks signal that is intended there is a full traffic light signal, correct?
Yes, and I would say the approach to that has changed since the project was initiated. Initially, we looked at traffic conditions at Elks, and we didn't have the conditions to warrant a full signal. So the initial plan was for a pedestrian hybrid beacon because we did have the crossing demand to warrant that. The other complexity was that we have a creek bridge replacement planned on Prado, just near Higuera, where we found with that is when the bridge is shut down, we need a temporary signal for traffic because that's the only route in and out of the city courtyard, the bus yard for RTA and slow transit. So we were facing this potential, we might have this hybrid beacon go in that then needs to get converted to a temporary signal and back, and it's just a nightmare from like user intuitiveness. So we went back and collected updated volumes and looked at a lot of different times of days and found that there are times of days that maybe even outside of the typical commute where the side street volume is heavier, and we were able to hit those thresholds to justify a full signal. So a full signal is what's planned in the current project. So there's no need to go back and forth between different types of traffic control with the creek bridge. It's already set up with this project and ready to serve that as a detour route when the bridge is under construction. So full signal, protected left turn phase for the turn from Higuera onto Elks, and then easy access for people on foot or on bikes to cross from either side.
Thank you. Okay, so just to reiterate, sort of going back to what Councilmember Boswell was talking about with the request from the residents from Chumash Village to maybe put a signalized intersection there and a full traffic light to help them get in and out a little bit safer of their housing complex development. Based on the rules that we do not get to govern ourselves, the traffic volumes and the negative impacts, i.e. collisions, history there at that intersection where they go in and out of their driveway is not enough to warrant a full traffic signal, and it would need to be like basically double the amount of traffic that goes through there now, or more than double the amount of traffic that goes through there right now.
That's correct. We would need a lot more collisions, which we don't want,
right,
or a lot more traffic coming in and out.
Thank you. And then to bring those two light potentials or light concepts together with Elks and Chumash, I seem to remember during the public meeting at Chumash Village, one of the things you talked about, was their concerns about how difficult it is to come in and out and the traffic coming from each direction pretty quickly. And so if I seem to remember correctly, you were saying that light at Elks might help create some breaks in the traffic to make it easier for them to turn out of their development, depending on the timing and the spacing of those light changes, correct?
Yeah, if you have like a driveway like that with no signal, having a signal put in upstream will have a point where the traffic on Higuera is held at a red light. If it's a pedestrian crossing, it might be 30 seconds or more. So you'll be stopping the flow of traffic where you might see more gaps coming from that direction. It also kind of collects the traffic that's heading that direction at a red light into a kind of a single group or platoon. So when they have a green light, they kind of are all approaching one big chunk and not spread out where you're not getting many gaps to find a spot to take a left turn. So we can't control when someone is on the side street or trying to cross at Elk so that you're getting those gaps every minute or so, but it will create more gaps than there are now.
Okay, and then to finish that thought, with the potential narrowing as is proposed, the road diet that would, unless we direct otherwise, would take it from one lane, one direction, a turn or a center median lane, and 2 lanes going the other direction, taking it down to 1 lane each direction. That might actually get us closer to the traffic volume that would need to be there in order to create a situation where we could put a light in, correct?
Not
Because
quite.
you have to-
Part of the warrant, it looks at the volumes on the main street and the side street. We're already at the point where the volumes on the main street are not the problem, it's the side street. So you would
okay.
need more roommates and people moving into Chumash Village to get more turns in and out, or more people deciding all to drive at the same time to come out at the same hour.
Got it. So, yeah, okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you for clarifying that. That wasn't clear to me. There's one section on the whole stretch. I think it's at Los Paderas Drive or somewhere near there, Los Paderas to Suburban. I think if I'm not mistaken, that's the only section where there isn't really room to do any kind of buffer between the bike lane and the traffic lane. Is that correct?
That's right. For some reason, that stretch of Higuera is just a few feet narrower than north and south of there. And they're just even squeezing down to the narrowest traffic lane widths that we can support. There's just no extra width to add a buffer. We did look at possibility to maybe ramp the bike lanes up. We have those wide parkways with the kind of meandering sidewalks with maybe putting a bike facility there. The challenge is going to be, one, we don't have easements for a bike lane. There was a bunch of mature trees that would likely need to be modified or cut down. It wasn't something that we thought we could advance within the time frame of this project, but that could be something to look at in the future, at least on that side, on the east side of Higuera where there's a wide parkway on the road. Otherwise, the road would need to be widened.
Okay, and then two more questions. The difference between option 1 and option 2 on the Los Osos Valley Road, Higuera intersection, if option 2 was the recommendation, that was what the ATC preferred, correct? And if option 2 were chosen, would it facilitate the opportunity to put flex posts like closer to the actual intersection? Whereas I think option 1, you would have to stop the flex posts earlier on so that traffic could merge to turn right and to go straight, and the bike traffic would have to go across to go straight.
That's correct. And one of the comments we've gotten with option 1 was even to start that break much sooner, because in the afternoons, the traffic queues back so far that you get too close to the intersection, there's not a place to even merge across. With option 2, you could keep the flex posts all the way to the intersection. And we'd have gaps in if there's a user that wants to try to weave in and out or has a need to, but yeah, they would be on the curbside with flex posts the whole way to the signal.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question is on the other end of the corridor, basically when you get to Marsh and Higuera. We had some questions about what could be done there, and if maybe you could just talk about that a little bit. I think some of it is Caltrans right of way, so we have little control, but I think there's another gap there, right, where you get to some pretty nice, potentially protected bike and pedestrian pathways, and then you get to, if you want to go hike up Madonna Mountain, go to the open space there, you're crossing a bunch of freeway on-ramps, and is there anything that we can do there?
Yeah, that can be really frustrating. I know we have the great path along the Madonna, and it kind of spits you out into an interchange. That whole stretch is under Caltrans right-of-way. Right now, the roadway width doesn't have enough width for dedicated bike lanes. There are shoulders, but there aren't actual bike lanes. And so most users stick to kind of the side and then take the lane where it's narrows. I would love to make that better. It's not something we're likely going to be able to do with this project. We have something in the ATP that would likely look at widening that sidewalk that goes under that overcrossing, and maybe adding a push button beacon where you cross the one ramp. But it's something that you're going to need to work with Caltrans, and there's maybe some structural issues and retaining walls needed as you try to widen something under the bridge, but it's probably not something that we can do with this project. And so one of the comments we got was, can you make that better and more intuitive, of like how do I get to the bike path at Madonna Inn or to the trailhead? And that's probably not something we can fix with this project. The other was, how do I know where I should be merging out of Higuera Street if I want to start getting into the left turn lane, or how do I make it from northbound Higuera to cross Marsh Street to get to that stretch? And it's really two options. One is we are providing breaks in the flex post so that there's opportunities ahead of intersections to merge into a left turn lane if that's what you're trying to do. That's what I would say most people are probably doing. If they're comfortable biking to the trailer from there, they probably are comfortable merging across one lane. There's not really a formal way that you communicate where someone should leave the bike lane other than just providing brakes. There was some interest in providing green paint. The green is mainly intended to show vehicles like this is a spot where you should expect a bike conflict, not this is a spot where a bike should be leaving the bike lane. The other option is you could get to the intersection, just dismount and become a pedestrian, use the pedestrian signal. And I do that coming out of the trailhead, but those are unfortunately probably the best options right now.
That's what I do there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of concern that's been expressed about the concrete medians, is that what you're calling them? The armored bike lanes or other name for it. And I'd like to ask Chief Tuttle, is he in the room someplace? Hi, I'd like to ask Chief Tuttle a question about that's been raised by some of the emails that we've gotten about the effect of these concrete medians on the ability of a fire truck to get where it's going. People are referencing Choro, what's happened on Choro. We aren't looking at Choro right now, but in general, in an emergency situation, say a fire situation where your truck had to get someplace and you're on Higuera and this project has magically, materialized, what would the effect of the concrete medians have on your ability to get where you're going?
Well, thank you for the question, Todd Tuttle, Fire Chief, and thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. It's a little tough to hypothesize on what exactly that impact will be. I will give Luke and his team a lot of credit. We do collaborate quite a bit. We've been on several projects just in my short time here, including the Grand Avenue project. We've already been in discussions about South Street, and he's been very receptive to the conversations we've had. I think specifically to Choro, we're not really discussing that tonight, but to kind of, answer your question, that is a very tight piece of road, and there's one lane in each direction. And so if that road is impacted by traffic, then we're in a situation where we are probably going to be waiting for traffic to clear out, which is a conversation we've had with Luke and his team, which is once we enter into a roadway that there's very narrow access, then our lights and sirens tend to create a situation where we just have to wait for those roads to clear out. That's kind of the nature of it. Conversely, a different situation is like Johnson, where there is room for vehicles to move out of our way, and we do have the ability to transit that pretty frequently. We also have some really good data about our most frequented routes of travel that has been incorporated into a lot of the work that they're doing. So to specifically answer the question about what Higuera that impact might be, I think without really diving into the plans, it's kind of hard to hypothesize about what that impact will be, but I will say that their team has been very active with us and incorporating us in those discussions.
Right. Well, the other question that I had for you was just in terms of a fire situation where people are trying to evacuate and the fire truck also is trying to get to the fire. Right. Would the project as proposed would it have any effect on the ability of your engine to go where it's going? Of course, you don't know. This is a hypothetical fire, so we don't know where it's going. Right. But let's just imagine that it's trying to go either north or south on Higuera.
Yeah, I think that the closest analogy that I can really come up with is really Johnson, because that was at one point was 2 lanes in each direction. It was dieted down to 1 lane with bike lanes. We have had multiple fires in that area, and we were able to access it. Now, granted, you've got evacuees trying to get out and us trying to get in, but we didn't have catastrophic situations there where we were trying to get in and folks were trying to get out. So in that particular case, we've not seen like I said, a catastrophic situation. So where there is space for vehicles to move out of our way, that's where it helps us in being able to give folks a place to go, basically.
Can I tie in with that?
So the existence of a concrete curb would reduce the ability of cars to get out of the way, is that correct?
Yeah, in those situations, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I tie in with that?
Sure.
So, Chief Chuckle, don't run away. So kind of coming the opposite way, so fire on the hill behind Shumash Village and people trying to get out, yeah. That's kind of where I'm picturing the larger challenge. Mm-hmm. So with this road diet, do you see this being a larger problem for people to get out of Chumash Village?
Again, without really looking at the designs in great detail, it's hard to tell. I think that would probably be part of the analysis that was factored into the design of the streets, I would imagine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have more questions. No, you're done at this point. A couple more questions. I believe it was around slide 10, you started talking about the community engagement. And I first and foremost just appreciate you actually going out to Chumash Village and speaking directly to people who were, communicating with us that they're having a challenge. Of all those different comments that were on the slide or slides, what were you say were the ones that were really more towards Chumash Village's concerns on that slide that you heard and you made changes to?
One of the things we heard about was the line of sight and the illegal parking in front of the chop shop. And so what we've done is added red curbing there and additional signage to address that. And we've also alerted the law enforcement to kind of keep an eye on that area to see, if delivery trucks are parking there for enforcement. Another concern we heard about was just lighting at night, getting in and out of there. So we're working with PG&E to see if we can add an additional light there just to brighten up the area.
Thank you. I heard those, but I wasn't sure if it was specific to Chumash or not. Thank you. The other part around, I think, kind of talking about the concrete curbs, from the pictures, and I know they're just renderings, they're not necessarily it, but it seems as though they're the small kind of one curb size, not like the ones with the planters in. So going back to the question, I guess, a little bit with evacuation, or not evacuation, sorry, the fire engine, it seems like a fire engine can go over the one curb pretty smoothly. I don't know if that was part of the conversation of the plans. Is that something you discussed ahead of time? What did that look like?
Yeah, the curbs are 6-inch curbs. I think there's maybe some of the engines that might have that clearance, but the expectation isn't that they would be mounting them. And just from a flexibility standpoint, the literal term, the flex post just has more flexibility, both in terms of like functional width. So if you have a big, wide 4 or 5 foot striped buffer, and you have 3 foot of that is concrete versus an 8-inch wide flex post, you have at least several feet that cars can also pull further out of the way. I also want to note, like, one difference between, like, say, Choro Street and Higuera is we have the center turn lane, which is kind of a de facto bypass lane, especially along that stretch where there's no driveways near the cemetery. So the hope is that an emergency vehicle uses that as kind of a bypass road to get through that whole stretch. There have been some cities that have used like lower profile concrete curbs that are maybe 3 or 4 inches. They don't do a lot. In fact, they have a lot of problems with people just parking on them. So in our terms, the flex posts have a benefit of one, it's their lower cost, like we could have a better chance of building this project soon, but it's also, they're easy to move, they're a lower profile. So like, for example, one of the questions we talked through with Caltrans was say, hey, if a future council or 5-10 years down the road, our land use plans change or something changes and we need to restripe this road back to 4 lanes, what are the repercussions? And it was really like, well, we don't come back and like ask for our money back per se, but like you might not be competitive if you want to go apply for this grant program again. And obviously we don't want to fund a project if you want to change it. But if the council chooses to pursue the option with the road diet and flex post, it's something that could be really easy to undo if it just needs to change or it's not working as intended.
Great, thank you. I mean, I'm more of a fan of the flex post by far. I just was trying to understand the logic behind. I think that's part of the questions to Chief and questions to you is we're not, and I think the questions from the community is we're not really hearing what the thought process was behind the emergency side of it, so it doesn't feel very comfortable. And I think one of the jobs that we have here as council and as staff is to help alleviate some of the fears or concerns. And so I feel like that's the part that I'm trying to get to is how do I help the community understand what was going on in your minds behind that and helping the community.
Sure. I would say within the kind of options or alternative we've discussed, I think one that I would point to that I think addresses a lot of these concerns is considering adjusting the limits slightly of the road diet where we could maintain what's at Chumash now as it is. You maybe start that lane change just north of there and look at something like a flex post that if a fire truck had to, it could mow right over them if it needed to, or we can provide wider gaps if there's need for room for cars to pull in between them to get to the curbside. One of the other hats that we wear is we have to manage construction traffic management. So if we have a sewer line project coming in, something like a flex post, well, it's clearly not going to stop a car from crashing off of the road. We can pop them out and shift lanes around if we need to move traffic around for a construction project, which is always a challenge.
Perfect, thank you. Are you wanting to add to that? Vice Council Member Francis.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to quickly clarify, the entire length of Higuera will still maintain a turning lane. Is that right? Yeah, so that generally is what is utilized for emergency access when you've got the road diets in place, right?
An existing 4-lane stretch that was very congested, like somewhere closer to Tank Farm or LOVR, you might not even have space for both the cars in both lanes to move out of the way, where the center turn lane is often a better option for emergency response to be able to kind of bypass that congestion.
Yeah, I was looking at one of those documents from the Federal Highway Administration, and it looked like the outcomes actually were often better for emergency response when you had that turning lane through the extent of a street where potentially there had been 2 lanes of traffic in either direction previously.
Yeah, it would depend on the location and the traffic conditions, but sometimes it can add value if you don't have a turn lane to start with.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Did you have something to add to that too?
Yeah, one more.
Okay.
Yeah, so just to make sure I'm clear, the majority of the corridor, the way it's proposed now, is flex posts, but the portion that is proposed to be concrete curbs is from Bridge Street. It's the road diet section, right? Bridge Street to Margarita. And the advantage of the curbs is more physical separation between the bikes and the cars, and they're a little bit more expensive to install, but they're a little hardier. They last a little longer. They're not going to get broken quickly and easily, and take a lot of staff maintenance to maintain. Correct?
That's correct. And I'll note too, the way that we build the curbs, a typical median is you're digging into the road. The curbs actually might go a lot deeper. And so if you need to move it or pull it out, you're excavating and digging up the whole road again. We basically put a couple of pieces of rebar in the road and then just pour the concrete on top of the road. So we've had changes where we've needed to move it, take away this 5 foot of median, and they kind of chip it away and make the pavement nice again, but they're easy to pull out. But yes, the benefit is a little higher upfront costs, but a little more aesthetically pleasing. You don't have, rubber tire worn, rubber pieces in the road, and it and just less maintenance costs. So we don't have staff out there in the roadway replacing posts every year. The downside is, again, less flexibility. You can't shift them around real easily. And when cars hit them, they cause more damage.
And you can put reflective material. I think this was one of my questions in agenda correspondence too. You can put reflective material, tape and paint and things so that when people aren't used to them, they're brand new, you can kind of provide something to help the cars see them, especially when it's dark, correct?
That's correct. And what we've typically done is highlighted the endpoints. That's where we see most people accidentally hitting them. But there's certainly flexibility to do more flex posts or things like that on top of the medians mid-span too for more visibility.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, I think when you're talking about more brand new items, I think more visibility along the entire thing makes a lot more sense, which I think you've changed for Johnson, for example, which is good. When it comes to the Vision Zero plan that you are referring to that we're going to get an update on in June, I feel like it's a little bit of chicken and egg on this project. Will you have enough ability to make changes from that Vision Zero plan if we're saying yes today because it's a study session versus waiting for those changes that you might need to make in the plan based on the Vision Zero update?
Yeah, we'll actually be here just in a little more than a month with that draft plan, and the intent is to provide like a longer-term blueprint. So there's kind of short-term things, long-term things. Each one would still have specific projects that we'd come back with before we move them. So I don't see any major. What we hear from you today to direct this project doesn't necessarily have a huge impact on our Vision Zero plan. It's more like there are some specific locations where we have recommendations. A lot of them, if we have a project like this already in design, I'll just say, complete this project as directed by the council. So We would have time to make some additional refinements in the Vision Zero plan if there's topic areas you'd like us to focus on or change. But I don't see that this would have a huge conflict or prevent us from changing something in that, or that plan preventing us from doing something different with this project or others down the road as we learn more and see what's working and what could be done better.
Perfect, thank you. And then going back to the bike signal on Madonna and Higuera, I hear, the queues. I don't want to have people backed up as far as vehicles. And it seems as though we need something. Are you still looking at other options for the bikes to be able to get across that intersection? Is there a way with queuing of even just the, how you start with the walking person a few seconds before the light actually turns green? Is there something like that that we could potentially do? But I don't want to put another pause on the entire plan for that. But it seems as though the queuing of bikes is actually more of an issue, right up front for safety.
Yeah, so if we're talking about just to be clear, we were talking about the LOVR Higuera or Madonna Higuera?
Madonna Higuera coming out of the
long-term
Do It Center.
use path. Yeah. In that case, the other option is you could have like a crosswalk on that leg of that north leg that doesn't exist. It's actually more impactful to traffic because a pedestrian signal you hold for a long time. And so if you just have a bike using it, they might be through the intersection in 10 seconds, but you hold it for another 20 plus seconds. And also, we can't add ped crossings during certain phases. So we have like dual left turns coming from Madonna. We couldn't have that go at the same time. We've looked at like all the options we could kind of think it might be in the realm of possibilities. There's always ability to fine tune, like, well, can you make this crossing shorter where you can hold the green time a little bit shorter? I think the overarching impacts will be similar, but I think there's area for fine tuning. We kind of roughly looked at an option too of like, well, what if most of these folks are continuing north, could you have them wrap around the corner and then make that crossing at South Street? But that intersection is similarly impacted, and it gets even, there's impacts regardless of where you try to get them across the street.
That makes sense too. Thank you so much. And then lastly, in the report, I believe it said that the Higuera to LOVR, if they're continuing on Higuera, passing LOVR, that was about 40% was kind of for fun versus like work or school. Is that my correct memory?
We know what direction people are going. We don't have good data on like what, I guess, like type of cyclists we'd say. I would say just from my observations, a lot of the cyclists that continue on South Higuera into like the county now are more experienced road cyclists. But the directionality is about 60% continuing on Higuera with 40% making the right up LOVR. If you're cycling on that portion, there's parts of LOVR that are equally stressful. So maybe just that intersection might not be the one thing that prevents you from biking that way, because then you got to go up the freeway ramps and all that. But we might see some changes to the type of people biking on this stretch as the rest of Avila Ranch builds out. We have the Buckley Road that connects out to South Higuera in a wide bike path on the side. We might see more people coming up that way. And also, fingers crossed, the county builds their Bob Jones Trail extension. Now we have all these people getting dumped off at Octagon Barn, where for now, this is the only stretch to get back to the city's bike network. So we might be seeing more types of people making this connection.
Nice, thank you. I guess that was kind of my final questions. I felt like the LOVR is kind of kicking the can, but at the same time, the housing isn't fully all built out yet. So trying to get a picture on what makes sense now versus later. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, the other thing I'll add at that intersection is, again, we'll be back in a couple months to talk about another project that starts looking and focus at our general plan identifies the potential for what we call the LOVR bypass. It's basically a road that kind of loops around through those kind of what are currently agricultural fields that would basically create a bypass road from LOVR to connect with the existing Buckley and Higuera signal that's in the county. What that does is that relieves a lot of the traffic that's currently at the Higuera LOVR intersection, where that's something that's in our plans to look at in the long term. We know the Higuera LOVR intersection will fail at some point, even if we do nothing with this project. We're really constrained in terms of the ability to widen it. It might not even be possible, honestly. So if there isn't interest in making this change right now that will impact traffic, we'll probably have another bite at that apple as we talk about other circulation plans as part of future development that's happening that we'll be talking about and for a project that's on the agenda in April.
Great, thank you. I assumed so with the potential developments in the future. So, well, that's the questions I have for now. I have other thoughts later, but I think we'll move on to public comment. And as I mentioned, we have quite a few people already on the list. We have 20 total speakers for about 45 minutes. I really encourage those who have a 3-minute speech, if you could bring it down to 2, that would be ideal. And I'll push it off to City Clerk.
Okay, the first 3 speakers, Cheryl, I'm not sure if it's Koo or Key, Gary Havas, and then Ari Sperto.
Are you saying Sharon Whitney? That would be me.
No, it's KU. It looks like KU or KY is the last name. Cheryl? Okay. So then Gary Havas.
And if the next speakers will line up after so we can move forward. Thank you.
Hi, Gary Havas, resident of SLO, community member, multimodal participant, frequent user of the South Higuera Street and Madonna Street and South Streets as a person who walks, bicycles, and drives. I support the original designs and the robust construction, even though my driving may take longer. I want these routes to be safe, comfortable, and available for all, and welcoming and encouraging to the more timid who wish to explore mode shift for the benefit of the entire community. Let's continue to promote mode shift encouragement so we can meet our community goals. And by the way, Stoker says ARF.
Thank you.
So, Ree. It looks like Ari to me, but she has R-E. Okay. Melanie Mills, Hans Hirschberger, and then Mari Susser.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Melanie Mills. I live in the Sinsheimer neighborhood and my employer's offices are on South Higuera. I use South Higuera both as a driver and bike rider and regularly see drivers speeding and using the 2 lanes to jockey for position. Each time I ride a bike on South Higuera, I feel uncomfortable and unsafe. And too often cars moving at high speeds cross into the bike lane. One morning commute, a car came so close to me that I actually felt it. I arrived to work shaking from the close call. With so much new and future housing going on off of South Higuera, it is critical to provide safe, separated bike infrastructure along this busy corridor. I want to thank staff for their commitment to improving safety on South Higuera and register my support for the greatest possible extent and the most robust vertical separation for the protected bike lanes shown on the Higuera Complete Streets project plans. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any chance we could turn that volume down a little bit? Darn it. Okay, thank you.
After Hans is Mari, and then Felicia Lewis.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, as a resident of the city, I wanted to give a big thank you for all your recent work in making our streets, like Grand Avenue, safer for the people moving on them. There is still much to be done. For example, on my ride here this evening, I was nearly struck by a pickup that was turning right on red. The driver was distracted on their phone. I'm here to express my support for the South Higuera Complete Streets project. Specifically, I ask that you maintain its key features, including safer intersections at Madonna and Los Osos Valley Road, stronger protected bike lanes, and important accessibility upgrades, such as improved curb ramps. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you.
Felicia Lewis, Garrett Otto, and Keith Godfrey.
Good evening. This is going to be brief. I understand what I've heard and from the community events is that they have issues with speeding, distracted drivers, and heavy equipment. I think that whatever we decide to do as a city, we need to get the police department involved to issue citations. And at the same time, citations will bring revenue to the city, so it's a win-win situation. And regardless of what you do, if you're not afraid to get a ticket, it doesn't matter what you guys implement. People are still going to speed, and they're still going to drive distracted unless they have a deterrence with a citation from the police department.
Thank you.
Garrett Otto, Keith Godfrey, and then Sharon Whitney.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Garrett Otto. I'm the chair of the ATC. So we've taken a look at this plans multiple times, and you've heard our recommendations, and I kind of want to give a little bit of background to why we chose those recommendations. First and foremost was safety and trying to meet our Vision Zero goal of no fatalities on our roadways. And secondly, we want to push forward our mode shift goals, which are very much ingrained in our city policies, climate action, just more sustainable community, and more equitable way of getting around town. So part of that requires that we do whatever we can to slow vehicle speeds, and a proven way to do that has been with road diets. So maintain that road diet. It's the most effective way that we can reduce speeds, which will reduce the severity of the collision if there is one. And hopefully people can walk away from those collisions, or hopefully just not die or be severely maimed. And in order to do that, we also need to make sure that the protected bike lanes along the corridor are robust flex posts. The ATC doesn't really consider them as protection. They're more a visual deterrent. They're similar to a buffer bike lane that somebody is texting and driving, they can still easily veer off into the bike lane, and it does not provide that level of protection. You've seen the recommendations at Los Osos, Valley Road, and Madonna that we suggested, and that is just to encourage more of those interested but concerned riders to get out there and bike because they want to, but they're too scared. So thank you.
Thank you.
Keith Godfrey, Sharon Whitney, and Kathy Smith.
Hello, I'm already Keith Godfrey. I'm at 963 Broad Street. I'm a 30-year San Luis Obispo resident and a cyclist, and I also own Box Kite Barnyard. We sell reclaimed lumber. And I want to thank you for all the analysis. I came here with a very open mind. It's a lot of data. I'm a data guy, so I love all that. But I guess I want to just give a larger voice for a few things. The business impact of people that don't want to drive when all these things are happening. And a lot of people I know already don't go downtown because of driving and parking and various issues. So I appreciate your considering that. And the taxes pay for a lot of this. Even though you get the grants, it's taxes, and businesses need to have lower taxes to do more business. And this is one of the higher tax areas. They want to drive to buy things. I sell lumber. You really can't buy lumber on a bike. Not the kind of lumber I'd like to sell. I drive a truck, so I want to speak for commercial truck drivers. We don't want smaller lanes. It's already tight everywhere I go. I drive 45-foot poles around sometimes in a trailer. I'm very conscious of bikes because I'm a biker myself, so don't narrow the lanes. Emergency events, we've just seen what happens. I'm kind of an engineer and an old Boy Scout, be prepared. I want to make sure there's room to get in and out of town when we have big events. So narrow lanes with concrete, so I guess I'm really anti-concrete. I'm pro Bob Jones bike paths. Anything you can do for that, I'd like to get more on that committee of working with landowners to get that stuff done, because that takes the bikes out. I rode 400 miles across Germany. They have some fantastic bike lanes that are just about 20 feet off the road. So this idea of cars being that close together is always difficult, so I really appreciate all you guys considering all the different things. So thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon Whitney, Kathy Smith, and then Kathy Godfrey.
Hold on one second. There we go.
My name is Sharon Whitney. You gotta wait till it's red. So it turns red on top.
I'm pressing next on. It's not working. Not yet. Not till it's red.
All right. So, oh, there you go. Okay. I am not a bicyclist, but I'm not opposed to bicyclists. My dad was an avid bicyclist all over Europe and San Francisco. I want to thank Adam and Luke and the City Council for your attentiveness to Chumash Village. I would prefer the least impact to Chumash Village, whatever that is, that's what I prefer. I think most of the people who are riding that corridor along South Higuera are recreationalists, but I know that I just heard somebody who said that she's a worker. But there's certainly no school kids during the school week riding that corridor. As far as signalization goes, I believe the volume issue should be looked at in a different way. There's Mind Body and that whole complex out there on Tank Farm. They have a light. They are a commercial venture. We are a nonprofit senior citizen. I'm wondering if there's an alternative to looking at maybe some thinking outside the box for a special signalization because of that special neighborhood. And softer material is better than concrete. If you're going to do it with the posts. And I would prefer also north of the Chumash Village if you have to do something. So that's my point. Thank you. Am I done? I am. No.
Thank you, Sharon.
Minute and 21 seconds.
Do I get Sharon's minute and 21 seconds?
And then Keith Price.
Sorry, say again. Kathy Godfrey and who?
Do I have to wait?
Price.
Thank you.
Do I have to wait, or can I take Sharon's? Oh, my name is Kathy Smith, and I am a 23-year senior resident of Chumash Village. I bring you greetings from Mary Pollock, a resident in her 90s, who cannot be with us due to medical issues. Mary has appeared in City Hall previously to share her frightening experience as she feared for her life when she turned left out of our community. My issues are really ones that I hope we can come to a win-win that includes safety and equity. In the Higuera Complete Streets plan, we have 5 mobile home units. Or developments. I'm not sure you're aware of that. We are the second largest next to Silver City, and we're the only large senior project. And I appreciate all the work that Luke and Adam have done, because I am mind-boggled by what they presented tonight. I told Luke, and I mean it seriously, he gave you so many options as a council that I think that it's unfair. Usually as a council, you get 1 or 2 options and off you go. Well, he gave you so many. And I'd like to help you deal with those. After listening to him, I'm not reading off of this anymore. After listening to the program this evening, I think I have come to a recommendation of my own. I would like to see us go ahead with the plan as it currently exists with one of the solutions being the timing of the traffic lights on Elks Lane and Margarita, and making an attempt there to have a quiet period, if you will. I know that they're doing that now on Madonna Road, and it's working, because I've seen that happen. The other thing is, if we have the road diet there and we manage to get some space in front of Chumash, and we're using the 2 lanes, we could potentially get the numbers that Michelle was suggesting for a traffic light at Chumash, if that continued to be a problem. Above and beyond that, I would think that the other option that I found interesting that I saw was starting the road diet north of Chumash. We have a large community of senior people, and we're aging, and you're going to be there one day. And I speak for myself. I'm 85 years old, 85 years old, and I don't ride a bike anymore. And I support, I think I'm done. I wanted to thank Luke and Michelle and Erica and also Andy Pease, who came to our event some time ago.
Thank you.
I'm just overwhelmed by the presentation that Luke and Adam gave. So much good work has been done by staff.
Thank you so much.
And I don't envy you.
Thank you.
Kathy Godfrey, Keith Price, and Leah Brooks.
Hey, good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the time. Thank you, Luke and Adam, for all the work that you did to prepare this extensive presentation. I'm here in opposition to the road diet on South Higuera. I support and represent working families who are weary of road congestion here in San Luis Obispo. And you probably got some letters from some of them. I got CC'd on many of them. I think that I do support traffic lights, if that's an option to be considered, as opposed to road diets. Perhaps that traffic light at Elks might help the people at Chumash, but I'm really against, and I think I speak for a group that we're a part of, for these road diets. I'd also like to make a point, which I think needs to really be brought up, which is the city has a voice and a lens which is not incorporating a really important constituency today, which, you know, we kind of describe ourselves as working families, families that need to use our cars to get to work, to pick up the kids, to go to the groceries, and et cetera. And so if the city active transportation goal is to reduce miles that the community spends in their car, you know, that's not pro-car, or that's not pro anybody that is wanting to use their vehicle or needs to for what they do. The city also advocates for Vision Zero, and I know you're going to talk about that in a month or two. Everybody would love to aspirationally say no deaths for traffic fatalities, but we have to look at the reality, and I've been to enough of these meetings to understand that so much of the fatalities really have to do with alcohol, driving under the influence, or unfortunately, I think it's 40 or is it 40% of our fatalities, traffic fatalities, have really been a result of the unhoused. And so a lot of times there aren't things about road diets that are really going to make a difference. And so I want to rethink that Vision Zero strategy. Then the third pillar is the city's climate and carbon neutral goals. They want to eliminate cars as well. So the city council also listens, and the city listens to the Active Transportation Committee, and that's mostly created by the Bike Coalition supporters. So there is no voice here for people that want to advocate for having the right and to drive a car and to get their families around town without congestion. And I would say I offered to be on the ATC. I spoke to the mayor. I spoke to several at city council. I talked to Luke. I didn't even get an interview. So when you say you want to hear the voice of differing voices, I'm not feeling it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keith Price, Leah Brooks, and then Jeff Heiner?
My name is Keith Price. I'm a Slough resident. Generally, I think cycle lanes should always be bordered by continuous solid white lines and not broken lines, as often seen at junctions. Also, that the green surface should be solid and continuous. Why? Because it indicates cyclists have priority, and that hopefully it would indicate to vehicles not to turn across the cycle lane when a cyclist is approaching, which lamentably is not the case currently. I would also like to repeat from my recent email that at the junction of South Higuera and Bridge Street, and this applies to South Higuera and Elks Lane and could apply to the junction with Chumash Drive, there should be mini gyratory roundabout with only a small disc painted on the road surface, but no construction at that point to allow large vehicles to negotiate the turns. Equally, there must be adequate signage indicating vehicles to yield and that they are approaching a roundabout at each axis. I feel the position of the cycle lane approaching LRVR from the north is okay, but to move it adjacent to the sidewalk would be dangerous for the cyclist travelling south, because if a vehicle is wanting to turn right, and you want to go straight on, he's going to turn across you. I do not believe having curbs as a cycle lane, vehicle lane separation is a good idea. In principle, it appears to do so, but in practice, it is definitely not. I suggest a jointless cycle lane with very flexible plastic posts about 2 foot high, sprung at the base, maybe 80 to 100 foot apart, and a rumble strip about 18 inches wide outside them. Unless they are accessing properties on or only accessible from South Highgarea and cyclist safety is concerned, then large trucks should be prohibited, particularly as one was involved in the death of a cyclist in 2022. I have seen truck driver training on South Highgarea, which could mean a 16-year-old behind the wheel. That is even worse. I happened to be on South Highgarea just after the 2023 fatality. Shortly after it had occurred, the body had been removed, but the way this person's belongings were scattered far and wide was horrifying. The vehicle hit him must have been travelling. Something needs to be done to control speeding on this road. Speed limit signs help, but if they are ignored, which they frequently are, then they are ineffective and further action is required. According to the information I've consulted, the Bridge Street LOVR section of South Highgarea is for cyclists based on 2022, 23, 24, the most lethal 2-mile stretch of road in the whole of California.
Thank you so much.
Leah Brooks, Jeff Heiner, and Jean Nelson.
Hi, good evening. I'm Leah Brooks. I'm a member of the Active Transportation Committee and fully support our committee's recommendations. I'm speaking as an individual tonight. It's very scary on South Highgarea, even for experienced bicyclists. The Complete Streets project is about safety, especially protecting pedestrians and bicyclists of all ages and abilities from being killed, maimed, and intimidated by motorists who feel entitled to speed, drive recklessly, and distracted. This project is also a key element to meeting the city's 20% trips by bike goal and the climate action goals, so don't forget that either. You know, I really want to give a shout out to motorists who follow the law and are courteous to all users. Thank you. We need this project because of the motorists who are behaving very badly. And I don't want to lose sight that we had another fatality this year. Saul Goldberg was killed by a suspected drunk driver who mowed him down and took off. And we've had other fatalities too, so let's not forget, this is a safety issue. We will never know if he would still be alive had we had the protections on South Highgarea that were being proposed. Please support the ATC's recommendations, including the road diet, further work on a shared use path on Monada Road, and the preferred alternative for the Highgarea Street LOVR intersection. In conclusion, my family personally experienced the consequences of a distracted driver who hit my husband when he was riding his bike. His injuries were life-changing. The CHP concluded that the driver was 100% at fault. And just quickly, talking about LOVR and Highgarea, I mean, I'm a very experienced cyclist, and I am terrified to southbound. I have been, even if I move out into the travel lane, there's so much traffic, they won't let me in. I put my arm out, and they won't let me in, and you end up at that intersection, and there's nothing you can do except stop with all these people making a right-hand turn. That's not okay, and I don't understand why it's more important to be a recreational cyclist or a child riding to school. Safety is important for all of us. There's no differentiation for people driving in cars. Well, if you're a recreational, we don't care about you. So why is there this feeling that if you're a recreational cyclist, your safety doesn't matter? I don't understand that, but thank you.
I can explain it.
Thank you. And next?
Jeff Heiner, Jean Nelson, and then Mimi Fee McKellar.
Hi, good evening, City Council. My name is Dr. Jeff Heiner. I have a chiropractic office, and my boss is calling right now. And I also practice with my wife, Dr. Sandra Karlekiner. I live on Laguna Lane, and my practice is South Higuera, and I drive the 3 miles every day. My cycling background is in which was 1981. I rode my bicycle from San Francisco to Washington, D.C. After that, I got a racing bicycle and went to the Olympic trials in 84 and in 88. I've traveled all over North America. I never did Europe, but my cycling background is extensive. But where I live on Laguna Lane, I make a right turn and ride my bicycle out of town. The bike lanes, I wouldn't do them. That narrow patch between the curb and the pedestrian and the parked car would lock me into a spot. If I approached another cyclist, or since I'm old now and another cyclist approached me, there's no way for them to pass me. I'm locked into 2 curbs. And I've been downtown on the one at Marsh Street with my wife for dinner and a movie. And when we were there in the afternoon for the matinee, a lady got out of the car and stood there on Marsh Street and looked up at beautiful downtown in the bike lane with her back to the cyclists. And I looked at my wife and I go, that's why I wouldn't be in that bike lane. It locks me into a spot where going along in that spot, I would have no way, and depending on how quick she got out of that car and stepped into that bike lane, I would hit her. It's not something that is safe, in my personal opinion. Like I said, as a cyclist, I wouldn't use the concrete barrier bike lanes here in town. And even where I live, I wouldn't make a right turn and ride my bike to the office. Those white curbs by Costco are covered in black marks from cars. And as you're traveling west on Los Osos Valley Road, a cyclist is asked to make a right turn and then a left turn and go through that bicycle crosswalk. As a car driver, that car is going to see them first make a right and then make a left while they're making a right to pull into Costco and T-bone them. It hasn't happened yet, but I can see it. I've been driving that patch of road for 20 years from Laguna Lane to South Higuera. And as far as the center lane and cars making right and left turns and the fire truck thinking it can drive down the middle, there will always be a car in there sitting to make a left turn with 2 lanes of traffic and concrete barriers. Good luck.
Thank you.
Jean Nelson, Mimi V. McKellar, and then Candace DeGare.
It's 10:30 p.m. Good evening, City Council. My name is Dr. Gene Nelson. I live in Chumash Village. And my summary recommendation is recommendation A, no road diet. If you don't want to hear anything more, that's what I have. When I drove through the proposed project area this evening on my way to this meeting in the dark and in the rain, I observed a bicyclist doing the safe thing while heading south in the project area. He was on the sidewalk, bicycling slowly with his bright headlight. That's the safe approach. That safe approach is already mandated on southbound Madonna Road between between Madonna Inn and Laguna Lake. This is much safer than the proposed lane reductions between Bridge Street and Margarita. I've written to you several times in opposition to this harmful plan and have spoken many times during public comment in opposition since I learned about this plan last year. The plan, in conjunction with the mixed-use development favored by the council, is causing daily hazards for motorists entering and exiting Chumash Drive and South Higuera. The problem is the 18-wheelers unloading at Chop Restaurant Supply at 3055 South Higuera. The project plan appears to ignore the fact that we are older people and we don't have as fast reflexes as that 35-year-old. So the summary of my written and spoken objections to item 7A is the harms in the proposed lane reductions between Bridge and Margarita outweigh of any benefits. Stop the war against cars in a predominantly rural area. The war against cars only makes sense in densely urbanized areas, such as in Arlington, Virginia, where I lived and worked between 2007 and 2012. And if you want an alternative, I would suggest using flex posts, blocking the northbound lane when you put in that signal at Elks, and that would be your protected left lane. You'd still have the 4 lanes that would give us the flexibility that we desperately need here. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Mimi, Candace DeGeer, and then Diana Fortel.
Good evening. First, I'd like to thank Mayor Erica Stewart, the entire City Council, and Luke and Adam. I know everybody's put a lot of time in this, and the city staff. I'm first going to ask the City Council to consider expanding the limits of the Higuera ATP project to include pedestrian facilities on Elks Lane. I've spoke of this a few times. This will improve connectivity between Elks Lane and the future of Prado Road interchange, as well as keep existing pedestrians and cyclists who use Elks Lane safe. Elks Lane is a part of the upgrades and with improvements with Prado Road interchange. It's a road that really needs improvements and could really help with the bike pedestrian traffic on South Higuera to be able to access other bike walk paths off-road, so we're not having bikes and cars in the same path. For example, the 1 mile of Bob Jones Trail bike walk path, and then also over the interchange that will eventually be made that will also have a bike path over connecting to San Luis Ranch bike path, which connects to Madonna Road, which connects to Laguna Lake bike path. Lots of connectivity there, including connecting the Bob Jones Trail to the Octagon Barn. And so now you have a beautiful bikeway that is safe for all. I'm also going to ask the City Council to consider investing in more off-street active transportation features, such as Class 1 bike paths and connecting portions of the Bob Jones Trail, which will increase and capitalize on previous investments. The Bob Jones Trail is not being utilized, and it is beautiful and should have better lighting. I've spoken with Rob Olson, who also donated his property to allow access for bike and walking on the Bob Jones Trail. He is not able to be here tonight, but he did want to let you know that his property donation to the city has not benefited the use of the Bob Jones Trail. I also have items not on the agenda. I have owned and operated a business supporting this community's youth for 34 years, many of which has been on South Higuera, just past Prado Road. During that time, I've seen changes, both positive and negative, in our area that supports the south end of South Higuera from the downtown San Luis Obispo. There is a growing problem with people camping, RVs, or sleeping in vehicles during weeks, months, or even a year on Zaca Lane, which is where my business is located. It's a dead-end street. Our street can be dark and quiet. RVs, campers, and so forth park on there overnight. It's very dangerous. I'm requesting that no overnight parking signs be placed on Zaca Lane. There's also a growing problem with the people camping behind my business property and the creek area along the Bob Jones Trail 1 mile section from Prado to Los LOVR. I'm requesting, all right, thank you.
Candace, Diana Fortel, and then Alan Martin.
Good morning. I mean, it is not morning. I feel like it is because I don't ever stay up this late. Okay, so I want to thank Ms. Mayor and the City Council and the wonderful people of SLO who've come here because they're concerned about this project. I don't know who brought it up, but they said we learn from each other or from other cities, and I'm nervous, so be patient with me. I did a little bit of research, and one thing that really stuck out with me that other cities have done is, I think it's a fantastic idea, is to widen the sidewalk so that you have, now bear with me, okay? So you have a place for the walkers joggers, wheelchair, whoever, and then you have a medium in the middle of grass and a place for the bikers. And some people have said it's not safe for bikers to be on a street with automobiles. And I would probably agree with that. So I like this idea, and I read it online, and it said that there's a lot of different cities that use it. And they would also put a protective curb for the bikers, so that they, because they would be on the outside. Along with that, I did my own little study sample of walking up and down Higuera Street different times during the day. And I know it's not a big study group, but I just tallied all the bikers, walkers, joggers, scooters, wheelchair people. And unfortunately, if you're not, I'm not a biker, so unfortunately bikers didn't ever win. They just didn't. And so even if you put the joggers with the walkers, it's a bigger score than when the bikers were on the road. So, I don't know if that really adds up to anything, but I did do that. And one real quick thing is there was also a pop-up, it's called a pop-up bike lanes, where it's a temporary thing to just kind of do a quick assessment of rush hour traffic or gridlock or congestion when you're trying to implement something further down the road. I'm sure you guys have studied that too. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Diana, Alan Martin, and then David Gray.
Hi, thank you. My name is Diane Fortel, and I guess I'm probably the only one that is an avid walker. I actually walk around town more than I drive because I feel safer walking than driving in town, to be honest with you. I was walking from Margarita and from Chumash Village down to Los Osos Valley Road 5 days a week in the morning around 8 o'clock and coming back in early afternoon or later afternoon for years. So I'm very familiar with the area. And I want you to know that there were very few bicycles around. The most bicycles I've ever seen on Higuera is when they had those racers come by from Southern California going up to Northern California. That was the most bicycles I'd ever seen on Higuera Street, and I spent much time on there. So I wanted to let you know that that's where I'm coming from. We used to have that floodplain, but there are 3 new family home developments in that area, which is between Margarita and Prado, and they all come out right there. So we need those lanes for all this extra traffic. The other thing is that, well, actually they preempted my idea. I came up with this. We already have a bike lane on Higuera Street. My idea is to keep the bicycles completely off the road with the cars, because that's the safest place for them. A way to do that is to extend the sidewalk to the end of the bike lane, and just extend that so that you can put the bicycles and the pedestrians out of the cars' ways. It seems like such a simple solution that would not impact emergency vehicles coming in all times of day and night trying to get into Chumash Village and out. And what about the cars that are on the road? Where are they going to pull over for the emergency vehicles? There won't be any place for them. So I wanted to say a few other things, but they did that on Madonna Road. They put the bikes, and it's working. Obviously, it's working. I don't see why that is not the preferred solution for Hagera.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Alan Martin, David Gray, and Eric Viam.
Good evening. I'm going to ditch my notes and try and save you your minute. Two points I'd like to make. My name's Alan Martin. I'm a local resident. The first one is public safety. I'm still not convinced that we have good access to the lower South Higuera corridor. If I had a mom that was living in a mobile home at 3860 South Higuera, which is Silver City, at 5 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, I don't know any way that the fire department's going to be able to get there in a proper response time. They're going to come from Fire Station 4, Fire Station 1, South Street, LOVR, South Higuera, Tank Farm Road. They're all completely congested and backed up. And you say, well, we've got the left-hand turn lane. Well, what happens when everybody starts diving into that left-hand turn lane? It turns into just a big mess. Trucks still aren't going to be able to get through. I can envision the fire department literally going up the bike lane and tromping on those pillars, those plastic pillars to get to the fire. So that's my first. Second is fiscal. We've been told that the project is going to come up at least $1 to $3 million short, and that could even be conservative. I would like to urge, as I believe that the council will approve this project, that you do so with the caveat that no additional funding above federal grants, or not federal grants, but the grants that have already been obtained. There's $9.1 million to budget this project to. I think that the general fund cannot support the unending supply of money for these road diet projects, because this is not the first or the last. There's going to be many more. They're all going to be massively expensive, and we have to find a way to fund these projects without dipping into the general fund every single time one of these comes forward. So I would urge you to hold the fiscal responsibility on this project, because it's going to be the first of many where you're going to have general fund. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Gray, Eric Viam, and then Helen Finger. That's our last speaker.
Thank you, Council. My name is David Gray, and again, I feel that we could get safety accomplished here without causing congestion. I'm against the road diets. You've heard the many reasons tonight. The cause of delay and congestion for the police, paramedics, need for evacuation, and maybe in a fire or other event. But again, with 27% of the fatal collisions involving driving under the influence and 53% at night, the focus should be on law enforcement and more lighting at night. And the other improvements you were going to do, you don't need the road diets. There are so many people, the elderly, disabled families, they need their cars. So please support them. Thanks.
Thank you.
Eric Viam, Helene Finger, and then Steve Del Martini, and that is our final speaker.
Great. Good evening. It's 10:45. My name's Eric Viam. First, I just want to say I really love this city. Like, even when we're having contentious issues, like, it just still feels good to be in here. I was at the county all day today, and it's just like feels dirty, like yucky in there. It just doesn't feel good. So I am an avid bicyclist. I'm a working family. I've got my wife and 9-year-old twin boys. The work that was done on Choro was really, yeah, you can tell it's getting 10:45. So the work that was done on Choro really made a huge difference, having her feel safe, like riding to school with the Extendo e-bike with two like fighting kids on the back. And so I think that's a good indicator of the difference that these types of projects make for feeling safe. I want to share a couple experiences that I've had in terms of what's been done, and maybe that'll influence the project a little bit. One, with respect to these like curbs or the separations, I feel somewhat ambivalent about the concrete, because I do feel like claustrophobic, even as a very skilled bicyclist. You know, like I'm ADHD, so I'm like, see a squirrel or something, and I find myself having to like correct within that space. But I also think that like paint and plastic is not infrastructure. And so I've got this kind of tension here where I agree completely. Like if we could, like living in Germany for a year, having the walkway separated from the bike path, separated from the road, like that's the best. I think it's likely a cost issue to be able to do that, but that would be like supreme infrastructure in this community that's safe and I think accomplishes our goals if we can do that. So I just want to share that ambivalence I have even as a skilled bicyclist. If we can do elevated, separated, that's the best. On Marsh, when I'm riding, you know, like my boy and I, when we do one-on-ones on Sunday, we go downtown, and so they're beginning to ride, and like at the intersections of the separated, when I'm in the lane, there's the concrete, there's the cars, and then there's the cars parked and then the cars moving. That feels kind of scary to me because I don't have a lot of confidence that far away the cars actually see us coming as we're like green lighting it down the way. So I want to be conscientious about those types of designs that separate the visibility of the vehicles from the turning for people that are moving with permission through those lanes. And then the last thing I'll mention is thank you very much.
Thank you for voting. Oh, we almost got it. Thank you for trying.
Good evening. It's quite late for me. My alarm went off on my watch saying bedtime almost 2 hours ago. So my name's Helene Finger, and I'm excited to see this project getting close to being built. I'm a professional civil engineer, so I was probably one of the few people in the room that got excited about looking at the drawings. But there's a lot of really good stuff in here. I want to echo the interest in connectivity of ultra low stress routes, safe routes to school is really my passion, and how we're going to get this mode shift that we want is going to be people on these routes where their children are feeling safe and they're feeling safe to let their children ride on their own. I submitted some detailed comments because the plans had a lot of adjustment, and when I really quickly looked at staff notes, they weren't necessarily addressing them all. I suggest you take a look at it. Some of the plans weren't really showing very clear what was going on at some of the curb cuts and parts of it, so encourage you to take a look at that. And then lastly, and what I'm really most passionate about is please encourage the project to move forward to get that multi-use connecting over Madonna Road from where you have the multi-use trail ending at Madonna Inn, coming down to Higuera Street. That absolutely is a project that needs to be done. Staff mentioned constraints, very, very well aware of the constraints. You have the main one that they talked about was width. I was in a meeting with Caltrans and city staff where Caltrans is very excited to help come up with a solution that they think can fit in that roadway. And staff is asking for your direction. Do we move forward? And ATC unanimously said, this is what we want, please move forward. That was last May. So please give them that direction today to say, yes, let's move forward and talk to them and figure out, can we manage that constraint of width and how are we going to get around it? The other constraint I heard and I saw in the plans was the constraint around the intersection of Higuera and Madonna. That's a very wide intersection. You have two slip lanes, one coming this way, one coming this way, that gives this huge width. It allows you to shift what you're doing at that intersection such that you could have the cars on Higuera heading downtown pulled back so that they could make a left turn while the pedestrians crossing on the downtown side, the one that Luke mentioned you could put in there, that could be happening at the same time as a phase going through the signal. You wouldn't add any time, it wouldn't negatively impact level of service, but that's a design feature that needs to be looked at. So my request is just please ask them to move forward and do those design, in-depth design designs, basically, so that you can address those constraints. Thank you.
Thank you.
Final speaker, Steve Del Martino.
Good evening. So I had a thought, I think we should do a monorail system that the bikes could go up and go, right? And then everybody just leave everything alone, put the monorail in, elevator with the bikes, go up, you drive your bike and then come down the other end? Yeah, okay, he's really into it. Okay, so anyway, I just have a couple of thoughts. Nothing's been said about these new electronic bikes or whatever they're called that go 25 or 30 miles an hour in these situations. And I'd like to have some kind of comments about that because I had an office on Marsh Street and, you know, if you look one way, there was a turn. And so I could look this way, then look this way, and then start to go. And someone's coming down one of the bike lanes at about 30 miles an hour. And it's just very quick, okay? And I've had that concern on Choro Street, but I think there's not been any problems. I really don't know. But I'm really concerned about those because they also have these motorcycles that, that are illegal, that do about 70 or 80 miles an hour, that the police are trying to crack down on. And it's just not working well. And so I really think there needs to be some concern about how you monitor that situation on this. And I'm not really for this change, but anyway, I think it's coming. I don't know how much pushback you need from the public for you guys not to move forward, so I just think you're going to move forward, and that's my opinion. And I'd like to ditto what Mimi said, you know, about the Elks Lane, and I think that's a pretty interesting situation to get people off Higuera Street if it was conducive and easy to go through. You know, and maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a bicyclist, so, you know, I'm not one of these that has a lot of experience. And then I'm wondering about, I only know of a couple of bus turnouts in that area, but, you know, like the one on Broad Street by the Grange Hall where the bus stops, but it stops in the driving lane, and so people back up into the intersection. I just want to make sure that you have enough bus turnouts, or, you know, get them off the street when they have a bus turnout. And I don't know even if that's effective or even that's needed. Like I say, I think there's only like maybe 2 or 3 bus turnouts on that whole stretch. And then the other thing I think is interesting, and it came up on Choro Street, is how do you clean the gutters? You know, you can't get street sweepers in there, and I'm serious about that. Okay, so so Choro Street said, well, we'll get people out. We're going to sweep the curbs, right? Isn't that what happened there? You get people go out and they sweep the curbs into a bucket or something, and then they put it in. So is that in the budget? Has that been considered? Is that something that the city will then have to hire people to go do that on a forever basis? I know it's an odd one, but I really think those little things like that are important because they're not talked about, and I think they should be talked about. And so I appreciate what you do. Thank you for having me. Good night.
Thank you so much. Well, that's a lot of input in an amazing way. Before we get started with the next steps, we have a rule here that says for us to go past 11, we need to have a motion and a second and approval, or we continue this to a later date. So I see some green lights. Vice Mayor.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to go past 11 so we can knock this out tonight.
Councilmember Francis?
Happy to second that.
Sorry, she seconds that.
Happy to second it.
Councilmember Boswell? No, okay. Councilmember Marks?
Yes, but I wanted to not go past 11:30. Okay.
All right, we will try to all be as succinct as we possibly can with 5 of us and the staff to respond to some things that were said. I think first, can we just open the floor for Luke and Adam to respond to anything they feel that they would like to provide additional factual information?
Sure. Just looking through the comments, I think one I would like to hit on is the desire for bringing these up to like more of a wider sidewalk. That's actually our policies. That's our preferred design. It's just often much more challenging. You're often looking at reconstructing the whole street. Depending on the grades and drainage, you might be having to like relocate utilities or move the roadway. And also, if you have like overhead utility poles, you're having to move those or underground those. That would be our preference along this whole corridor. It's probably not something we can do as part of this initial project. In some locations, there isn't really enough width for that. So I'd say we would love to do that as well. What was done in Madonna, we've been really happy with. We'd like to do that more wherever we can. But there's locations here that it's probably not doable within the funding and time frame at the currently, but certainly open to look at it as a future phase or in lieu of what we're proposing currently. I don't know if I have any other questions other than if there's interest in continuing work on the Madonna shared use path, we're happy to keep looking at different configurations and signal phasing strategies and things to try to fine tune at the Higuera Madonna interface to try to reduce the potential congestion impacts there.
And I would think that other two things would be great to have your comment on is the Elks Lane bike pedestrian concept was brought by a couple of people. I know we've talked about this before, but not necessarily today. And then the bus stops. I know there's a lot of changes happening for the bus stops for the Prado Bridge expansion, so I thought maybe you could share on that as well.
Yeah, sure. There are numerous stops along Higuera Street. There's a couple that have proper turnouts, which are great. I know the drivers like those, we like those, the bicyclists like those. A lot of the other stops are just in the lane, so they do block the bike lane and part of the traffic lane. Unfortunately, where most of those are located, our right-of-way lines are right at the back of sidewalks, so the opportunity to get like a proper turnout means like widening into private property, in some cases into like adjacent parking lots and things like that. So those aren't things we're proposing with the project, but we'd like to see those certainly in the future if they're feasible. I think any new streets, we're getting those turnouts, which is great, but a lot of these older arterials, maybe there was 2 lanes on Higuera 50 years ago and there wasn't a problem. Probably wasn't even bus service at the time, but we're kind of constrained with those two, so there's limited opportunities. And with the Prado Creek Bridge and other streets like improving Prado Road, we're providing turnouts and great spots for the buses to clear out of the path of everyone, but it's been much harder to do that on the Higuera corridor.
Thank you very much. All right, next I see Vice Mayor Shoresman.
Thank you. Yeah, one more that was touched on quite a while ago by a public commenter about the light at Tank Farm on Mindbody, back to the questions that Chumash had about the ability to do a light. Can you talk a little bit about that particular light and if what got that there?
It was put in before my time at the city, so I don't have all the background on all the detailed analysis, but I know it was a large office campus with a lot of heavier peak commute traffic. Also note that the long-term plans also included connecting a street on the north side of that signal, so you're gonna have not just the traffic that was with the initial Mindbody campus, and there's also another office park that has connectivity into that signal if they need to use it, but there's likely also consideration for the long-term plans with additional development on the north side that is actually already entitled and approved, but who knows when that might happen. But like, the plan is to provide connectivity with like a parallel route kind of from Cesslock connecting to that signal on the north, so you also could pull some of that traffic off the broad Tank Farm intersection. So I don't have all the background traffic studies just right off the top of my head. It was before my time here at the city 9 years ago, but I'm sure there was analysis done to support that. And I know just off the top of my head, I think there's higher traffic from that campus, especially in the afternoons, pulling out onto Tank Farm Road.
Thank you. And then
And I would say during its heyday, there were many people that were coming in and out of there that now it's hard to see that, so.
Yeah, good point. And then biking on sidewalks, I know you were just talking about what our perfect world scenario is. We would always like to have bikes as much as possible separated from cars in those elevated sidewalk style bike ways that like on Madonna Road are kind of the gold standard. But in general, biking on sidewalks is not okay, correct?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, we have facilities like on Madonna Road and on LOVR near Laguna Middle School where it visually looks like a wide sidewalk, but there's some design details that are different. It's technically a shared use path, and the differences are it's much wider, and you have these clear zones, so you don't have utility poles right in the middle of it. You have better sight lines at driveways. You also don't necessarily want those where there's lots of two-way access to the driveways. So on Madonna Road, left turns are only allowed across the path at the signalized intersection El Mercado. Everything else is right in, right out. So you have a little less conflict going on, but also other than that, other than these wide kind of shared use paths, it's technically illegal in the city limits to ride on sidewalks. And if you look at the collision data, the collision rates are typically worse on sidewalks that aren't designed for bicyclists than in which a lot of it's more like solo collisions. You have people hitting handlebars on signposts, fire hydrants. And a lot of times if it's not designed well with the right visual cues, drivers aren't looking for someone to be going both directions on the sidewalk. So I know a lot of families do it, kids will ride it. You know, I'm guilty every once in a while. If there's not a good spot to get from one block, I might look hopefully notice, no one's seeing me, but it's generally not encouraged unless it's designed to be a bikeway.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that that was said out loud, because I know that is something that people think that we should just do, but it's not technically allowed and it can create other issues. So it's not recommended. To start off my comments, I'm just going to kind of go back to the statistics of the data of why we got here and how this became a project in our active transportation plan. In the staff report, it talked about, this team gave a lot of statistics at the beginning of their presentation, but in the staff report, it says that there were 390 collisions on this stretch of Higuera between 2014 and 2023. 41 of them were were related to bicycles, and 14 of them had a relationship to a pedestrian. And in the past 5 years, we've had 5 deaths on this particular stretch of road. So as much as I completely understand the desire to kind of keep things the same, it's what we're familiar with, there's a problem. We're seeing too many people, too many of our residents die and get seriously injured on this stretch of road, and we need to do something a little bit different. And the goal of, I just want to keep in mind too, that the goal of these proposals are mainly to slow traffic down. And I've heard over and over and over again how that is generally the sentiment of most people who are using our roadways, is that they all feel, not everybody, but the majority of the time, people feel like people are driving too fast, they're distracted, they're just going too fast. And that is proven to be one of the reasons that people die in traffic fatalities, is from speed. So we want to slow down traffic on this corridor in particular. That's what we're talking about tonight. I'm going to go through the 4 questions just to kind of try and keep it straightforward for staff. With regard to question number 1 about the road diet that's proposed from Bridge to Margarita, I know that there are a lot of issues what people are concerned about, everyone's expressed, and I want to thank the community for expressing their thoughts today and also doing it with a sense of levity. There's been a lot of joking and lightheartedness tonight, even though this is a very serious topic for people, and I appreciate that. I think we need to go forward with the recommendation for the road diet on that whole stretch, at least right now. I actually think that it will be better in a lot of ways for both drivers and pedestrians and cyclists. So that is my preference, to go forward with the way it is designed right now. I would like to see, in terms of the materials that we use, I'm supportive in general of staff's recommendations for flex posts for the majority of the corridor, but I do think that it's a good idea to try the concrete barricade or barriers, curbs in the area that they're proposed, because I know some people who are more experienced cyclists feel constrained in those areas. But for the most part, people who are new to cycling or small children, that provides a more physical barrier between them and the cars, and it is more likely to get them to feel comfortable, and for parents to feel comfortable riding their bikes with their kids, as one of our speakers talked about. I do have a preference towards making sure that those curbs are as visible as possible all the way along the stretch. I'll leave that to you all, are the experts on that, whether it's a combination of taller flex posts across the whole curb, or it's reflective paint or reflective paint on the ground around it that kind of creates a more visual cue for the cyclist. You all are the experts on that, so I'll leave that up to you. But I do think that the more visible we can make those, especially when they're new, the better. And I do like the idea that you all portrayed about that if they don't work, these are not the most expensive thing to take out. We can remove them, we can make adjustments, we can shorten the curbs if we want to or need to, but they are gonna provide the sturdiest and safest feeling barrier for all types of cyclists and road users. In terms of the LOVR and Higuera intersection, my preference is for option 2. There are a lot of trade-offs there, and I've kind of gone back and forth. I'm not a super confident cyclist, and I do feel I'm more comfortable probably crossing over from the curb to the turn lane or the straight lane than some people are, but I'm less confident than many others. And I do see that we are going to have more and more people using that intersection. As has been mentioned, the Bob Jones Trail comes into play, and there's more housing in that area. So I would like South Higuera to be friendlier. I would love it if we could do a protected curb area where the cyclists could actually get off of the roadway, similar to the Delidio intersections, because I think that refuge there just makes it that much safer feeling for cyclists. But I realize there's lots of constraints there. So option 2 is the best bet that we have right now. And in terms of Madonna Road overpass, I and my husband rode our middle schooler every day. Mostly my husband rode across the Madonna overpass every day, and there was probably 8 or 9 kids that my husband rode to the middle school over that stretch, and that one stretch over the overpass there was the one reason that he rode with the kids every single day, because we just did not feel safe for our middle schooler to ride over that overpass by himself. So I really would like us to continue. I know there's a lot of issues with that intersection, but I think that it sounds like Caltrans is open to ideas, and so it would just create a much more pleasant, if we could keep that elevated path that's on Madonna Road that everybody has been complimenting tonight, going all the way across the overpass towards South Higuera, that would be amazing someday. Last but not least, I just want to make a comment about, the amount of cycling that happens, or that people noted that they don't see a lot of cyclists on Higuera. And I know that my son, for example, is an extremely competent cyclist, and he doesn't ride on South Higuera because he's not allowed to. It's just too scary. There's too much fast-moving traffic. And if I'm not comfortable with my child riding on that street, then I am going to imagine that a lot of other parents don't want their children riding on that street as it currently stands now. So I'll leave it there so we can hopefully get out here sometime tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Boswell.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman, for those comments. I agree with many of them. I'll try to be as brief as possible. First of all, I want to thank everybody who took time to provide public comment, not only tonight, but I counted about 75 emails on this. I read all of them very carefully. Some of them I read twice. And it was just extremely valuable to help begin to understand all the sides of the issue. So thank you for writing in. Continue to do that. It is important, and we do all read these emails. And many of the questions I actually asked staff to address many of them were motivated actually by the emails that I received. So thank you for that. Let me start just a little bit philosophical. So we're talking about a road that lies within a right-of-way. This right-of-way belongs to the community, and it belongs to everyone in the community. California, some years ago, passed something called the Complete Streets Act, which is now law, but it established the important principle that this public space was for everyone. It was for all users, whether they were motorists, bicyclists, pedestrians, or transit users. And so the challenge for us is it's a limited amount of space. And the challenge for us is to figure out how to share this space, because that's what we have to do. We have to accommodate all users for the road, and we have to figure out how to do this, how to share this space. The primary driver for me about thinking about how to share this space is the issue of safety. And staff and Councilmember Shorsman have talked a lot about the statistics. I won't go over them. I do want to mention that until recently, the #1 leading cause of death among children 1 to 19 years old in the United States was motor vehicle crashes. Not ones that are only on their bikes or pedestrians, but in cars too. They're quite dangerous, and this is due to speeding and distracted driving, and we've heard about drunk driving as well. Unfortunately, by the way, a few years ago, it became number 2, and unfortunately now firearms is number 1, which is a whole nother topic. This issue of safety and making sure that everyone, motorists, bicyclists, and pedestrians are all safe on the street are my primary motivation, and the data provided in the staff report and in tonight's testimony is very helpful in that case. And I do believe we have to do more enforcement as well. We need both. We need better design, because design is there 24/7. We need better enforcement, but we know enforcement will not be there 24/7, nor can it be there. Well, at least maybe until we get speed cameras and things like that. That's a little philosophical. A few very specific issues I did want to touch on. I really think we've undersold the value of the center turn lane that will be added in this portion of the north portion of the project on Higuera. I used to live just right off South Street. I was on this section road constantly. One of my least favorite things to do was to go to my Goodwill drop-off and turn left going south into that little tiny Goodwill parking lot. I was always like just convinced, because you're sitting out in the traffic lane. It's the left lane, right? So it's supposed to be the fast lane, and there you are sitting stopped. I was always convinced I would be rear-ended there, and I think a few times I probably nearly was. So I think we're underselling the value of the center lane for access up and down that corridor, and if we can get it expanded for the ability to use it for making left and right turns. Also, its value for emergency vehicles and the ability for emergency vehicles to use center turn lanes, which I think it seems to me are ultimately better than travel lanes, because they very often do not have vehicles in it occasionally. And then the final point I want to make is just to convey a personal experience. Again, as I said, I used to live off South Street. I regularly was turning onto South Street. I was either coming onto South Street at Beebe or King. I lived there before the road diet was put in on South Street, when it was a 4-lane road. I don't believe congestion I lived there after the road diet as well. I don't believe congestion got worse, and I think the data shows that the congestion didn't get worse. I found that it was easier to turn onto South Street after the road diet. Prior to the road diet, I had to make a judgment of the speed of 4 different cars, often who are all going at 4 different speeds. That's confusing. I do that now because I turn on Broad Street regularly. And it's very difficult. It's much easier to determine the speed of 2 cars. And so I think ultimately the lane reduction is going to make it easier to turn out of unsignalized intersections like Shumash. That was my experience turning onto South Street out of Beebe and King. I think ultimately South Street became safer. And again, I think we have some data on some of our other road diet streets about the improvements in safety. So with that said, I'll be supporting the recommended project. In terms of some of the additional guidance, I too went back and forth on option 1 and 2 down at Los Osos Valley Road. It's a tough call. There really are some key pros and cons to both. I have settled on option 2. The one thing that is encouraging to me is the estimated level of service doesn't drop immediately. It's something longer term. And there's a lot of things that are going to be happening down in that part of the world. So I think there might be even some other solutions that might manifest when we see how those changes occur. And the last thing that you wanted some input in is on Madonna. I do support continuing to look at some possibilities for extending the multi-use path on Madonna. It's tricky though, because I don't want to spend too much time on it. We've got a lot of other projects identified in the ATP that I know need your attention. And so I definitely want to make sure we're moving forward with projects that we believe we can get. But there's potentially a lot of high value if we can get Caltrans to agree to some of those changes. I think it ultimately could be a good project. So I don't want to totally set it aside, but I do want to make sure we continue to focus on our priority 1 projects. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, this has been a
really wonderful example of community decision-making in a lot of ways, and I really appreciate all the public comment that we got, and definitely want to compliment staff on a very thorough and in-depth report and analysis. So I'm just going to go right to the questions that have been provided. I do want to just preface that by saying that I think when you look at the demographics of people who are interested in bicycling and the people who are interested in driving cars, you're going to find that your senior citizens and your disabled people and your people with children who have to go grocery shopping are going to be probably driving cars. Then there's the tourists, and there's the visitors, and then there's all the truck traffic on Higuera. So in terms of the first question, I'd like to see alternate B, which is starting the road diet north of Chumash. And I think that, all right, this is my demographic, so I'm going to represent my demographic. The other thing is that there's an example of concern for a bike path overriding the concern of a senior citizen community that we have on Ramona, where there was a viable crosswalk so that people could walk from the villages across the street to go grocery shopping. And then because the bike path had certain technical requirements that you know more about than I do for sure, all of a sudden they couldn't have their crosswalk. And it's a big problem, and they're still working on it. But how many hundreds of senior citizens live in that project? And now we have Chumash, and there's another viable senior community, and I think we should respect that and start the road diet north of Chumash. Also, it saves money. I love the comment that we need to stay within the $9.1 million of the grant. Come on, we can do a really good project without dipping into the general fund. I really object to that. In terms of the type of material, the quick build option is the way to go, as far as I'm concerned. The flex posts has to do with the question of safety in terms of evacuation, or if there were a fire, or if there were a need for a fire truck to go down that road when cars had to get out of the way and couldn't do it because of the armored bike paths. In terms of number 3, I agree that the second option, number 2, inside of number 3, is the best way to go. I live in San Luis Ranch. I'm very familiar with that corner of Higuera and the LOVR intersection, and it's terrifying to me as a driver to see the bicyclists all of a sudden in the middle of the road, and they're confused too. So I think having a path that is clearer for the bikers, and also I like the idea of the bike signal there. It's okay if people slow down. And then in terms of the Madonna overpass situation, that is another huge problem, and I think it does require further study. If Caltrans is willing to give you guys an easement on their property, that's where District 5 is, right? Not only that, that's where there's so many encampments and people wandering around in that intersection. It's really scary. And again, I'm there a lot trying to get to City Hall to go to city council meetings.
it may take, that may take some kind of like separate consultant or something. I don't know, it could just eat up a lot of staff time, so I'm not sure about that, but I do think it needs to be put in the hopper. In terms of Higuera and Suburban intersection, that is also very frightening, and we need to keep working on it. We need to be aware that there's that concrete factory right there. There's a factory that's making the pavers and what's it called?
Airball block.
Airball block. That's it. It's right there. So part of the problem is that you've got big trucks full of these heavy objects leaving, and then you've got big trucks empty going there, and they are not interested in looking at whether somebody is riding a bicycle. And that's why there's a white bike right there. It's very, very scary. So that's something else we need to keep working on. So that's my input. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just want to start, like many of my colleagues did, by acknowledging and also expressing that I share a lot of the concerns that were expressed by the community, particularly around safety and emergency scenarios. And I think that those were really important points for us to wrestle with here tonight, and hopefully continue to wrestle with whatever gets decided here into the future. I'm going to second something that Councilmember Boswell said, that my most important task here is to keep our community safe and to make decisions that help keep our community safe. And right now, our infrastructure is not designed to keep all of our users safe. Our drivers, our pedestrians, our bicyclists are not safe in our roadways, particularly on these major arterials. Speed is a killer, and we really need to design to reduce speed on these roadways. I think something I kept hearing in emails is that people felt like they were being asked to become pedestrians or asked to become bicyclists. And I think it's really important for us to remind people that there isn't an expectation that all people need to walk or bike, particularly those who were expressing that age or disability was a barrier for them. It's just simply that those who do want to walk or bike are given the opportunity to do that safely. And that's a really important piece of any infrastructure decision that we make. I wanted to thank Councilmember Vice Mayor Shoresman for the reminder of the historical context, since this project even started in the hopper way before I was on council. And Councilmember Boswell for the reminder about the definition of what this space is, a shared space. I use this roadway quite often. I have an elementary age daughter. I'm a working family who commutes with my daughter often on this road on bicycle, and it is absolutely terrifying. Once a week we make a trek down there together, and I tell you, having the cars in that closer proximity when you've got a 6th grader on a bicycle with you is a scary thing. And whatever we can do to make that easier so that families who don't have the option of having a vehicle or a second vehicle or whatever their situation is, have that choice. The proposal, I think, provides a really careful balance between prioritizing safety for all road users. And I think several of my colleagues have already mentioned that it really has the potential in some ways to make entering and exiting some of these intersections even more safe and more clear than it currently is. Councilmember Boswell brought up the center turn lane and kind of the fact that we've been underselling the importance of this here. And I mentioned earlier that the Federal Highway Administration has done research to show that it reduces motor vehicle crashes by 19 to 47% and actually has the effect of improving emergency response times. So I really want to see speeds reduced across the city, and we need infrastructure modification to do that. So going through the list one by one, I'm supportive of the road diet on the proposed section of Higuera, mindful that if we find that there are user conflicts, it can be modified at a future date. Supportive of flex posts in areas where there isn't the space for more substantial barriers, but we have a really small section where it's very high speeds and we can use more substantial barriers. But I'm gonna really stress to staff that I wanna see some more vertical barrier delineation in areas where we're utilizing curbs if we have that opportunity, so that it's really clear to both drivers and to cyclists, where that barrier is. Coming down to number 3 with the Higuera Los Osos Valley Road intersection, I'm in favor of option 2. And really, this is one that I went back and forth on, but the impending Bob Jones completion and Avila Ranch build out really necessitate that extra level of protection. And then also the fact that we can potentially revisit this discussion here in the next couple of years to redesign that, that area to really work for all users. The Madonna overpass was a real struggle bus for me because I found it to be, it is the most important missing piece of infrastructure. And I think, staff agrees. A lot of folks who are here tonight have mentioned this. But I understand that we have constraints. I don't want to delay this project any further. I don't want to jeopardize any of our other projects. But I want to keep chipping away at that option, just make sure we're revisiting that, looking at other design options, keep talking to Caltrans. That doesn't mean drop everything else and focus on this. It means just let's not let this die. That's really important to me. And we had a discussion earlier about a raised crossing at Exposition, a speed table there. I'm not sure that I have the design expertise to know if that's the best option, but as a user, it's incredibly appealing to me. And so I would love for that discussion to continue a little bit further and see if that's a good option for that area. I think it's a really safe option, and I'd love to see that. Thanks again to everybody who took the time to write in. It was incredible to see the level of interest and the passionate firsthand stories from folks. So I really appreciate that, and I'll pass it on.
Thank you. Very much ditto to what you just shared. I mean, I think that one of our speakers said it well, is even in the very contentious conversations, I so appreciate that so many people come out to share their opinions, their thoughts, their potential solutions, their frustrations, whether it's been on email, stopping in the grocery store, or phone, text, coming in person today and in other days. I really do appreciate the time that people have spent. I also really appreciate the time that staff has spent. I know this is very intense, and I'm thankful that this is a study session and we don't have to make the final decision, because there's still some missing pieces, but I think that there's clearly so much work that has been done that we're able to have the questions even asked to say, where do we move forward and what steps do we take? I would say for me, just kind of at this point in time, I don't see a win if we include the Chumash Village with this project. I think it should be north of Chumash Village. I think that when we talk about the data of, we would need to at least double the amount of people going into Chumash Village. It's physically not possible. We're not going to add the amount of guests or homes in that area. And I do think that we need to be aware of the fact that there's only one way in and out, and that is what greatly concerns me. In addition, when you continue the work on this project, I really would love to see some more emergency modeling. We've seen the evacuation challenges in the last 20 years, quite honestly, but truly in the last 10, even more intensely on wildfires and floods. And what we're looking at, it just seems as though this is not a good idea quite yet. When we look at the Elks Lane traffic signal, it might allow that pausing, like you were saying, and Vice Mayor was saying, and maybe there's hope with that. Right now, like I said, I don't feel comfortable with that. Again, you may find that that's what you continue with, and you'll potentially have enough people on this council to move forward. But I think that we have to be concerned with all the people in our community, and that's when we talk about equity, is seniors have to be included in this process, and this is an entire development of seniors. We have the amount of mobile homes of low-income people, people who have low incomes that are living on this stretch, and I don't feel really good about that. The other thing that, I think we've heard as the council through this budget process is having data. And so we haven't had enough time to truly have more data on how many people are using the greenways and the additional infrastructure we've added. Now, I 100% agree that it's been much better. I would have never ever gotten an e-bike and been able to go around half of this community, I will say, without that infrastructure. And I want everyone to have that comfort level that wants to get onto a bike, a scooter, a Uniwheel, whatever it is. I want them to have the comfort to be able to get around this community, to work, to school, and to play. But I do prioritize work and school because that is how people have the necessity to get their education or their funds, their income. As far as the Flex Posts, I appreciate that. I'm very much a fan of the quick build pilot program aspect of this right now because we are figuring out our infrastructure of these changes. What does this look like? Does it work? And can we add more, cement barriers in the future? Sounds like yes, but I really want to make sure. We've seen on Grand, immediately there were some challenges. Okay, what do we do differently? How does this work? And if we eventually say, this is great, we love it, we add the concrete barriers later, that's great. The planners have been wonderful in certain areas, and I want to provide as much protection as possible, but I also want to have the flexibility to work, and if it works, great. Sorry, I just lost where my notes were. The LOVR, I'm really hemming and hawing on this because I feel like it does not feel good. It does not feel safe to jump into the left or jump into the straight moving forward lane for a cyclist. And I feel like it's a little bit of kick the can because the housing isn't fully done yet. We're going to have a lot of construction in Higuera. I'm not sure if it's the Band-Aid, just rip the Band-Aid off and just do all the construction at once, or we have had so much construction at LOVR and Higuera, can we just pace it out a bit? So I'm kind of going back and forth on that. The bike signal, I'm sorry, not the bike signal, the bike lanes on Madonna, back to getting to school and work safely, I don't want to create this east-west feel of our community. We have 101 and we have, I don't know, I guess the Ridge, where eventually Prado is going to help us. But we need to be able to get all of our kids to Laguna Middle School. So that is a problem to me that we can't get all of our students across if they wish to or need to ride a bike because they don't have access to a car. And I've just recently added on to SLOCOG. Emily has been continuing to serve on this for a while, and I'm so thankful. We have some more huge issues tomorrow at SLOCOG. We need to increase our public transportation. There is no question, frequency, duration, frequency and stops, but we're not there for a bit. So that's not going to be the answer either. So I'm looking at how do we get people across Madonna. Now, it sounds as though, and I'm just trying to read the correspondence and the report and the responses, it sounds as though this can continue the conversation while we continue the plan. I don't want to stop the whole plan either. So let's, we've already postponed a year. I don't want to keep postponing because we're looking at another option that also only makes construction usually more expensive. So I want to find a balance of that. The Vision Zero, I think, like you said, will help us a little bit as far as figuring out if there's more to this plan that we are missing. And I do think that, it was said by Councilmember Boswell and by our speaker today, enforcement is important. And I think that this goes both for drivers and cyclists. We have a need to look at both. And so that's something that I've had even high school students tell me, oh my gosh, I got a ticket, this wasn't right. And it's like, but were you following the rules? No. So that, if everyone is following the rules, drivers and cyclists, it's safer. And I want this, that's the whole point of why we're doing what we're doing. I would say the Dream World Greenway, yeah. I mean, if we could really have amazing sidewalks separated by the grass median, separated by the bikes, I think that would be fabulous. And I know we're the 16th city in all of California, and we have many narrow sidewalks that can't do that, and we can't we can't expand into the cemetery, for example, in that situation, and then we'd be narrowing the street either way. So looking at that, I want to be cautious of what we can and can't do. So I know it's taken us longer than 11:30, but I appreciate you all giving me that opportunity as well. This is a big issue, and I think we're looking at how do we make this area safe for all that want to use it and be cognizant of not causing more safety issues by what we're doing. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, because I went first. I had one last thing that I forgot to say, and so I apologize, but thank you, Mayor, for humoring me. And it kind of goes back to what you were saying. I guess it's one more piece of maybe direction, I guess, to staff. Even though I'm supportive of the road diet as it's been recommended by staff and the ATC along the Chumash Village stretch, I did want to say that I'd love to provide direction that once this starts to be built or is built and there's some time to evaluate that Elks Light timing issue, I'd love for you to stay engaged with the Chumash Village community to make sure that it is meeting their needs and that it is having the desired result that we think it's going to have, that it will actually maybe be a little bit easier for them to turn left with one less traffic lane there, kind of making things difficult for them to have to judge vehicle speed when they're turning left onto that 2-lane road rather than 3-lane road. So maybe we can just continue to monitor that and work with them to make sure that somewhat isolated community of folks that might have mobility issues and difficulties getting in and out can continue to get in and out as they need to.
Absolutely, great point. With all of that, I think you've had way more direction than you want, but here we go. Thank you so much. In the aspect of time, I hope it's okay that we just postpone the liaison committee reports, and we'll just add that on to the next meeting. We do have amazing major goals happening this Saturday, so I'm looking forward to seeing you all 8:30 to 3:30, I believe, enjoying some extra cozy time here in the chambers. But there will be, of course, Zoom, so feel free to check that out as well. Thank you and have a wonderful evening. YouTube, not Zoom, so sorry.